13 series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gather in one place, Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th ISF World Championship, Bali 2022. Thirteen series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gather in one place, Bali, Indonesia. of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th ISF World Championship, Bali 2022. Series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place, Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th ISF World Championship, Bali 2022.
World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods. 2022. Are you ready to win?
Yo, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the Asia Regional Qualifiers of Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2002 Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, welcome back everyone. Welcome to the final stage. Today we will have tons of matches. Still with me, Velajave, and here we have
Colius
and Arashi here.
So today the panelists at the castle table will be very fun because back again we will have 3 final stage here. First one coming from South Asia, which is going to be Bangladesh versus Bhutan, the first match of the day. The second match, we will have the West Asia, which is going to be Syria versus the UAE, United Emirates Arab, as the second match. And the third match, we will have the Southeast Asia region, which is going to be Malaysia versus Myanmar.
Ooh, that's an exciting match here for sure.
Definitely. And today's match will be going for best of 5 series, just like the central region.
Yep, so the first team who got 3 win will go to the next stage. And we just only want to find one team.
Yeah.
from the Asia qualifier today?
Yeah.
From the whole Asian region.
For the whole.
So there's Southeast Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, and South Asia, but only one team from all these regions will make it to the next stage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is going to be very interesting because, you know, all of them need to compete, but the one who can get to the Bali is only the team that having, because we cannot like put them in the same place for playing together because of due to the difference on the server and everything. So we will have some tiebreaker on certain terms.
Right. So
What kind of
special
terms?
rules, essentially.
Yeah.
All right. So if there's a tiebreaker situation, the winning team will be decided by, first of all, the total match time of the victories, and it's subtracted from the match time for all their losses. If you still can't find a clear winner from the situation, then they go and look at the most towers destroyed in the final match. And if that's not applicable, then finally we'll go into the kill difference.
Okay.
Yeah. It's from the match, not only just one game.
Yeah,
Right.
the total match. But you know what? I feel like Central Asia put the bar too high at the moment. Like they are having a very strong things right now since like they're having less than 30 minutes, I think, in the total one match of
Yep.
3-0. Previously,
Wow.
Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. So yeah, for all of the teams that is gonna be playing today, which is gonna be Bangladesh, Bhutan, Syria, UAE, Malaysia, Myanmar, they really need to fight hard for this one because if they are unable to get shorter game, I think like it's gonna be very hard for them to go to the Bali. But they also still have ways to play in Bali. Arashi, do you have the way to? Do you guys know how to get it?
So I believe there's a play-in stage that teams who don't make it,
Yep.
in this route, they have still a chance to, explore other options. So it's not the end of the road for teams who actually, are not going to the next stage in this particular stage.
Yeah.
For example, like the Philippines. Yeah.
Right.
He can play on the play-ins later, but of course, the opponent will be very, very hard.
That's true. So if they want to go to the play-ins, they need to maybe try to register themselves to the federation inside of ISF federation and their country to be the representative, or they can try to get the slot later in the wild card. So yeah, they still have chance to go to Bali, but it's quite hard because they need to play in the play-in first before they're going for the main event. The one who wins from this Asia qualifier will be directly going for the final playoff, but the one who is going for the play-ins
They have to
definitely
fight their way up.
Yeah.
Because usually play-ins only play single elimination. So if you lose, bye-bye.
bye-bye.
You are going home.
But
That's
if in the
scary.
playoff situation, it's gonna be
Yep.
double elimination, so it's gonna be longer and it's gonna be tough battle. Definitely.
But talking about Bali, when is the main event, fella?
Okay, actually it's gonna be starting from the 2nd until 11th of December 2022. So it still have like 10 days
Yep.
of the event itself in the venue MERUSAKA Hotel, Arashi.
Ooh. And the total prize pool, Arashi, how much?
$500,000? That's money in the bank, guys.
I know, right?
You can't miss it. It's such a huge event. And for the most part, we have a very special venue as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is. MERUSAKA Hotel nearby the beach. So we will have like this is, I think, the first ever we have like esports tournament next
Esports
to the beach
festival.
itself. Yeah. So it's gonna be super fun. But so you guys don't forget to grab your ticket right now. Go get it. If you want to know about it, just check the Instagram of Garudaku, or maybe you can go directly to the www.garudaku.com to check
Yep.
all of the event information for this ISF, and also this 6th game that will be compete inside of the Bali 14 is definitely going to be Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the one that we are casting at the moment. We also have PUBG Mobile, the qualifiers tomorrow, I think,
Yep.
if I believe. Efootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, and CSGO Woman. Okay, we have CSGO Woman as well, plus the final one, DOTA 2.
Classic Dota 2.
Yeah.
I like how you mentioned it's not an esports event, it's an esports festival. But it's not the same situation, guys. I think we were informed that there's going to be a very specific layout. It's going to be very fun because, again, there'll be an audience and it's going to have a festival vibe. You'll
Yeah.
be there, experiencing the atmosphere
Yes.
of, such a huge esports tournament. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is going to be super fun. And also, this event definitely presented to you, but brought to you by PBESI and also ISF, and also organized by Garudaku. We have also our sponsor, thank you so much, Taiwan Excellence, High Ground, and also our hotel partner, definitely MERUSAKA Hotel, the man, place for the man even later on the December. And also we have tons of activity.
Yep.
You know, we will have the Bali 14 World Esports Championship.
Yes.
Definitely. The one
And
that
of
we
course,
love.
the esports and the gambling exhibition. So you must come to see a lot of games titled there.
Yeah.
Right. Along with that, we have the FNB Festival. and of
Wow.
course,
I love food.
I love it.
a lot of people are looking forward to that
Yeah.
as well.
That's the thing.
For sure. And then, of course, an esports workshop where if you're interested in the field, in the industry, there's so much knowledge to gain here. This is a
Yeah.
big event, and there's a lot of participants, so definitely don't miss out on that opportunity.
Yeah, and there will be a 5 stage there. The earth stage, air stage, water stage, fire stage, and ice stage.
Wow, wow,
Wow.
wow. I'm very curious about the ice stage.
That's how that
for real.
festival
Is it
feels
like gonna
coming in.
be Elsa
Yeah,
there?
that's the thing.
Let it go.
You know what? It's, the element is there, though. I mean, like
Yup.
fire, earth.
It's like Avatar.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. So, for you guys who want to know more about the information for the Bali 14 VEZ 2022, you can go to www.garudaku.com for more information. You can check Instagram garudaku.esi and also the other platform with the Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok. We have tons of platforms, so you guys check it directly. And also, don't forget, if you want to know more every year's event that will be brought to you by Indonesian Esports Summit, you guys check the Instagram right now.
Or if you want to chip in to be as the sponsor or even the partner, you can go contact to abdul.rauf@garudaku.com, or please you can WhatsApp
or call.
ya kan to the +62 888 1045 398.
Once again, +62 888 1045 398.
WhatsApp only. No call, no spam, and
That's the
everything.
important part.
Yeah.
The spam is always the big issue.
Yeah.
Well, along with that, the format for the Bali 14th World Esports Championship here, 2022, of course, 120 countries is
Yep.
in the national qualifiers, so that's insane. Obviously, for Oceania, there's only 2 countries, so they will be exempt from that stage. But for all the other regions, Europe, Asia, Pan Am, and Africa, there's all these regionals that we can look forward to. This is really capturing the spirit of an international event.
Yeah, definitely. So we definitely already have like 4 teams that is going to be playing for the main event. One from Europe, one from Asia, one from Panam, and also one from Africa. But the rest, once again, they can come from the play-ins, which is going to be
Yep.
wildcard or representative, or from their federation inside of their country. So yeah. It's gonna be super interesting because I want to know who is actually gonna be representing their country later as a team, because right now I feel like Mobile Legends is growing so hard and they are like having different kind of strategy in
Meta?
every single I mean, like
meta.
the meta is like pretty much the same, but I think like the strategy is different, like how they are bringing the game itself. Because I feel like right now they still have the meta of like one jungler and going for the gold lane duo with the tank, along with one mid laner and one XP laner. But I want to know more, like what can they try to bring? Maybe another Diggy feeder kind of
Yeah.
thing, or maybe healer kind of thing with Faramis and also Astas.
This is what because we already see before when Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, even Faramis didn't get picked.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's the fun part about Mobile Legends, right? Different regions really have very different playstyles. Even, in other bigger events we have heard from, different regions, you can see a difference in aggression, a difference in tactics. So, I'm looking forward to see all these less, smaller regions per se. I want to see what's creative things they can bring out.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if we see something very special, it's going to make its way to the meta, man.
Usually
Yeah.
the unique hero that maybe we can see like the jungler Zilong, or even
Zilong
the
jungle.
Laila Roamer.
Omwawa, hello, you've been spawned here, Omwawa.
Shout out Omwawa for
Shout out. Omwawa, you're always been the topics in every
Yeah.
single place, But
His name means unorthodox pigs for sure. That's by definition.
Along with
Omawa.
aimant and everything. Like I do remember Mirko was mentioning. Oh, okay, aimant and everything. This one is just like very, very interesting and very unique of picks coming from Omawa. So
Well, now it became kind of meta, so we see it a lot more due to, again, I think right now the meta, what's so exciting about it is that essentially whatever you prefer using, it can work provided the right circumstances, right? If you have the right composition for it and you have the right tools for the job, you can actually make almost anything work, which is, you know, it makes it very important to be flexible and to have diversity in your hero pool. And so the possibilities are just limitless right now.
But do you guys, how is your opinion about people that actually being very flexible over the role, especially because we see that actually tons of players, especially from Uzbekistan and also Kazakhstan last time, they were having like a changing in role inside of the game.
Role swaps.
Role swaps.
Okay.
Does it really, how do I say it? Like, will that affect a lot, or it's just gonna create confused moment since like they're having a different kind of movement as well inside of the game?
First of all, maybe about the hero pool. That maybe like for the gold lane, he cannot use like for example the fighter in gold lane, so he gonna swap the role with the jungler and everything. And the second thing, I agree with your statement about the rotation and everything. It's gonna be different to the person who changed their role.
I think the muscle memory, right, is important because when you're, let's say, a jungler, right, your first priority is always objectives, neutral objectives, rotations, and retribution. Now, if you swap over to a different role, sometimes maybe you'll, in the heat of the moment, in the heat of fights, you'll forget to retribution because you know you forget that it's not you. You go in for the steal, and then you're like, oh wait.
I don't have
it. So we've seen that happen. A lot of players actually, there's some players from our own region here in Indonesia, they are able to swap from the jungle role to the mid lane and jungle role to the gold lane as well, but only on very specific heroes, right?
Okay.
So I think it's a very useful pocket strategy, but as far as making it meta, making it a commonplace occurrence, I think it's a bit too much.
Okay, but before we jump more about today's match, we will just show you guys about the video about this whole tournament. So please check it out, watch it out for you to get know more about Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022.
"13 series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion. Everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best. Gather in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods. The symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators. 594 offline matches and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th ISF World Championship, Bali 2022.
Wow, now.
Go grab your ticket right now.
Yep.
That's
I
it.
can't wait to see you in Bali later, guys. Really.
Yeah.
That is just special, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. We can see from the video how hype it could be later on. I want to see and witness all of the things that happen in Bali, but also I want to witness the first match of the day.
Yep. Because
Alright.
we are right now on the draft pick between Bangladesh versus Bhutan.
Right, we're going straight into the banning phase right here. The draft for both these teams, and off the bat, this is a pattern we've seen for the
Yep.
past few weeks. The marksman, right? 1-1, Beatrix, as well as most likely the Claude as well.
Yeah.
So many prio picks, and the fact that they are forcing all these bans allows a lot more prio heroes like the Faramis, like the Valentina to actually come out on the Land
I
of
do
Dawn,
agree.
which is great, but also very scary to deal with.
Yeah, but out of curiosity, Arashi, what do you think? If Beatrix and 1-1 match up together, who gonna win on the lane?
Wow, man. I think, honestly, I really think that Beatrix is a lot stronger. Just purely based off the flexibility, right? For Beatrix, it doesn't really matter what range you take your engagements on. You can go from long range. You can play for poke. You can play for all-ins with the Wesker
complete
as well.
package.
Exactly. You can just have all the tools you require. Whereas for 1-1, it's really reliant on having squishy enemies to burst down. And now, with the very popular Diggy roam strategy,
Yeah.
the 1-1 gets absolutely denied. We saw that actually in a match I was casting quite recently. The 1-1 just got completely shut down. And Beatrix, I guess, is just a lot more flexible.
And later on the 20th September, one hero got buff, Minsitar. 1-1 cannot jump again. Using his basic attack, only stay on there.
Yeah.
That is
I mean,
cool.
like, it's going to be very interesting later for the playoff because definitely Minsetar will be reducing the amount of picks coming from 1-1. But also it will be interesting because we will see different kind of marksman maybe. Or maybe Gold Lane will have the change later to the hero that have longer range. Or maybe going back to the old mage coming back to the Gold Lane and going physical in the
Because
mid
Leslie's
laner.
got revamped too, right?
Yeah.
Fun
Hopefully
stuff.
it's going to be used because last time we also see Leslie
Yeah.
and it's super dope.
Well,
Super
we've heard a lot
crazy.
of rumors. I mean, our favorite Omwawa himself has mentioned there's potential. And, you know, he's one of the brightest minds when it comes to analysts in Indonesia. So I guess his words have some credibility. But going back to the game right now, Akai, a very strong utility pick to ensure you can get those neutral objectives. It's also countered by the Balman ban from the side of Bhutan as well. So very competitive right now. But for the guys with the first pick, they can go for the Paquito, that flex pick.
Valentina,
Or they
Julian?
can go for the Valentina. Julian as well, all these great options, and Valentina will be the first pick for Bangladesh.
Yeah,
do
because
agree.
IMU is very, very annoying. He can
Yeah.
steal a lot of like ultimate from the other hero.
I do
The
agree with that.
utility, the flexibility that he provides
Yep.
is so good. And usually people forget that Valentina is not very flashy, but when you look at the post-game stats, usually she does a lot of damage. You just don't really notice it. But
Because
also,
he's poking, more into poking rather than to bursting.
right,
That's why.
there's no real
Yeah.
single big moment.
And later on the middle to late game, the damage from the, like for example, the Arcan Shed or even the Shadow Strike is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Right, and it comes out really quick as well, so you have to be careful because now for the side of Bhutan, it's the Masha and the Julian, so already shaping up to be a dive composition, but Bangladesh respond by picking their gold laner first, so might be too early, and they follow it up with the Uranus.
Yeah, because what do you think, fella, about Clean versus, like for example, the Julian and Masha? Because both of it have like the dive skills, like for
Yeah.
example, the Thunderclap or even the enhanced chain or even sword.
I feel like they are very confident with the clan. That's why they are trying to pick it in the first thing. Or maybe they don't want the clan to be banned later, or because they already have like 2 marksmen right now. But based on the hero that they pick at the moment, I feel like this clan is... They really need someone to take care of this one. Maybe someone tanky
Ruby?
that can... Maybe the Lolita or someone. I feel like if it's not being properly secured by the rest of the player coming from Bangladesh, it's going to be very hard, just like what you've mentioned, the Thunderclap, the Julian with the chain, especially Popol and Kupa. I mean, like, the poking damage in the early stage coming from Bhutan is just like super, super strong. And I feel like they are able to play early, and even the split push. What do you say? I mean, like, they have Popol and Kupa. Aside of that one, they have Masha. If they are picking another kind of hero that can play early, especially lane, that can jump to the backline into the Bangladesh, I feel like it's going to be a biggest threat right now for them.
Definitely. We talked about Beatrix being very, very strong, and part of why that is the case is because of the Wesker. It allows you to split push so fast.
Yep.
You take down turrets, you can backdoor the base. That's been a trend we've seen in Indonesia in particular. Of course, we'll be talking about our region a lot here. That's all we, is the region we see most often.
Yep.
But now Popo and Koopa, it's a similar situation. And on top of that, as you mentioned, the crowd control potential, it's just very, very strong. So for the side of Bhutan, they can actually play this for this pick-off composition. Of course, later on, for Bangladesh, they can send the Uranus to be that sandbag. But of course, it takes a bit more time. And now looking at the bans, Atlas and Grok, they don't really want to get engaged on when they are going for pick-offs on one single person.
Especially right now, I feel like this Julian is still a very, very flexible pick. They still can pick this Julian as the jungler.
Maybe mid lane.
But I feel like if there is a Uranus right there, I feel like still Lunox is still one of the best options to pick off. I mean, like Valentina is pretty tanky mid laner, and they have Uranus, so I feel like this Lunox still a very good one. I mean, like Julian can be the jungler. They can try to initiate and try to jump in, dive into the backside. Still, with the composition that they have right now from Bhutan, I still feel like they are very strong at the moment. So Yves also being banned here, but I don't think Yves gonna be picked though by the side of Bhutan.
Yep.
Yves. So far we've seen it's very situational. If you want crowd control, if you want, I don't know, utility, right, to slow down the teams, to keep them for a specific reason, it can be strong. So right here for Bhutan, if they want to go for the Yves and put the Julian in the jungle, they can set up with the real-world manipulation and then follow it up with the Empower chain as well. So that's an option they can go for. And I think for Bangladesh, they were going for a big team fight composition because that's what they seem to be trying to, I don't know, deny from the side of Bhutan.
But Clint is the hero who need to get the scales right now. Yeah. So if they want to stop the aggressive movement from Bhutan, I think they need a big AoE card control on, of course, Kadita is come to the land of down.
Very underrated hero. We've seen it picked very scarcely, but the players who are able to make Kadita work, they are very scary in the land of dawn. And so for Bhutan, usually it's complemented by a roamer. They can supplement the wave clear, right? Because Kadita will be a lot more active around the map, just going for those early game ganks. And of course, in the late game, you have to be careful unless you want your team to get full comboed.
She can camp on the bush, right? Waiting for the heroes who go past Kadita and then do the combo.
Yeah. And also this Kadita can still go for a roamer. I'm not sure about this one. I mean, like the CC that this Kadita have is just gonna be very good. And I think like Masha will be a very good frontliner with the HP bar that he have. But Basha is being picked. Whoa ho ho! I still feel like Bhutan
So tanky.
needs someone to burst it down.
Diggy.
All
right.
Oh my god.
Okay.
This is a strong one coming from Bangladesh actually.
It's very smart here because they see that Bhutan has a lot of crowd control. It seems like they want to try and combo, right? As Big Brother Elias mentioned.
I think Bangladesh is lack of area of effect, right? Because most of the heroes that they pick is single target.
Exactly. So they're going to rely on actually outlasting the damage with two very strong frontliners and then relying on the Clint and the Valentina to output that damage. And of course, the Diggy for good measure, good poke, good peel essentially to avoid any kind of big combo. The question is, if Bangladesh are banking on going for those big team fights, Bhutan has the option of going for the split push and they can just go in and out and go for those pickoffs. They can bait out the time journey with one of the ultimates from one of their players and then re-engage after it's down. So Bhutan has a lot more flexibility in this situation.
Especially on the last pick, Matilda. She can use the guiding wind to help the team.
So most
But
likely
I don't
it's
really
mid
like it. To be honest, I don't really like the Matilda pick. I feel like it's lost in the sync of the skills coming from Bhutan. I mean, like the guiding wind is just gonna be very good. But is it not too expensive to just pick this Matilda in order just to get that particular skill, guiding wind? I mean, like Circling Eagle is not going to be really useful at this moment because I feel like they already have proper hero to dive in with the Kadita, Masha, and Julian. But without any further ado, we will just jump into the land of down to witness what is actually going to happen in the first game of Best of 5 series between Bangladesh versus Bhutan.
Just kind of reminder, this is the final stage of South Asia.
So here we go. match has just begun. And as you mentioned, Vela, there's a lot of options to dive already from the side of Bhutan. But at the same time, if they really want to try and, I don't know, go in and out, right? Engage and then kite back away.
Yeah.
The guiding wind is going to be so important. It all comes down to the execution. Can they make full use of that guiding wind? Because if they don't, Bangladesh has an edge in those massive team fights.
And look at how annoying Digi is, because the auto alarm bomb gonna like annoy the team, so he cannot do like the farming on the lane. And about the Kadita on mid lane, what do you think, Rashid?
Kadita mid lane provides a lot of wave clear already, but usually we've seen it more popular as a roamer.
Yeah.
Because in the end, you need to be around the map, and if you're competing in that mid lane, you're forced to lane against, you know, you're like a Valentina, very
You need to
mobile.
clear the wave, right?
Exactly. You get stuck in the lane, and already pick up potential being used by Bhutan.
Yep. And Breath of the Ocean doesn't enough to take down the box here right now. And oh, quick draw to reuse one last bar on the HP.
Yeah, but still going on right here. Look at the moment that is coming from Basha. Still want to go for more with the Tortoise Puissance, but not enough damage to actually execute one player coming from Bhutan. So right now, they will re-engage again, but just like proper Uranus, they're just like gonna cut the waves deep down to the side of Bhutan. But Masha still can do the same thing. So I think like this kind of mirroring that happened in the bottom lane in the XP laner is just going to be so useful. But Uranus using the consecration right now to run away from this kind of condition.
And this is a chance for Bhutan to get the first turtle, even Stripe, and Wizard is already C and of course inform their team.
Well, they're a pick-up composition though, so if Bangladesh goes on the right here, 3-man knock-up though, and that is the burst coming in from the Katita, and Bhutan is on the hunt, but the turtle is still within their sight. They're going for both things at the same time here. That might be a mistake. Bangladesh goes for the play, but Bhutan will be able to pick it up. The first blood as well from Dendope. Here we go, Circling Eagle is used, but it will be the end of that engagement. Unless on the bottom side, you can still feel that Uranus is still trying to make something happen, but it's a great victory for Bhutan. The kill and the turtle.
Yep.
Yeah, and this Uranus won't stop, you know. Look at this one. It's 1 versus 2, and he happened to hold all of the damage that is coming from Bhutan and even taking one member from Bhutan on the side of Bangladesh. What a really good steal at the first early game.
But I think it's too overextend from the Dendope to hold two heroes like that, because the team is already disengaged and go back, but Masha is still want to hold the damage.
Yeah.
Exactly. There was really no need for that, and now already it's just an aggressive plays coming in from Bhutan. It's countered by Bangladesh, though Bhutan needs to take advantage of the mobility, and they just go for the burst. The Rough Waves gets the kill onto the plane, but at what cost? Valentina picks up the Kadita kill, and that will be an equal engagement for now.
Cyclone Eye tried to run.
One last hit. Oh my god, Stripe cannot do anything because Time Journey even cannot save it.
Oh ho ho ho. 2 and 3 for now in the first 4 minutes inside of the game. Right now, the difference is not too far from one to each other. Only 200 gold on the lead here from Bangladesh side. I feel like right now they have like a different kind of movement here. Bhutan wants to play aggressively, try to pick off the hero coming from Bangladesh. Well, they haven't tried to move all of the things that they have into the objective wise in maybe in the terms of turtle or maybe in the terms of turrets, but I feel like they really need to start doing it because it's already coming to the next to the 5 minutes. But in the top lane right now, we're seeing some movement here. Ocean Oddity, Rock Waves open, and they will try to burst down Digi, but running fast. Coming from Kadita right now, they will disengage this war.
Yeah, one big resource is already used, but look at the Bangladesh, they don't give up, they want to steal the turtle, I think, but Enhanced Chain trying to stop the X-Wing, Circling Eagle, try to hit the X-Wing, and X-Wing is taken down.
Wow, that is aggressive play from Bhutan as well, and with an advantage, they go for the turtle, and this is exactly what they need to be doing. Abusing their early game crowd control and the mobility, and taking all the objectives from Bangladesh, because if they keep trading like this, and Bangladesh are able to pick up some kills, they will scale better into that late game.
And I think I see a little bit of miscommunication there because Digi is already do the recall to the base, and even the team is not following up the movement of the X-Wing on the turtle.
Right now we see that the player has no boots there. Will that be a mistake? Time Journey is popped, but the Circling Eagle will be able to catch up. but Bhutan will get zoned away by 4 members. The pressure though is on for the side of Bhutan.
But I don't think it's gonna be very easy for Bangladesh to dive in and take this turret. I mean, like, look at the defense that Bhutan have at the moment. But yeah, the minions do it. The minions still try to get it. But you see in the bottom lane, the Masha doing a very good job right here, trying to all defense all of the movement. But you know what? This Uranus is already very tanky, and for Bhutan, they really need burst damage to stop this Uranus. If not, it's just gonna be a total chaos. They're gonna be depending on the opening coming from Kadita, especially Breath of the Ocean, along with the Rockways. If they are unable to do that, I think it's going to be very hard, especially because from the side of Bangladesh, they have this time journey coming from digging.
For Bhutan though, they have 2 more kills, but they lost 2 more turrets as well. This is not the ideal situation as Dendo gets jumped on by 4 people, and that will be the end of him. Some members from Bhutan trying to get a trade, but Time Journey will allow them to stroll out of that situation. Bangladesh with the kill equalization and the advantage in the turrets taken.
He's trying to go away the Bhutan right now, but Ryu, if the damage is not enough, Biden Koopa is trying to bite Wizard, and Circling Eagle is connected. And Perfection, he will taken down with Clint without doing anything.
We are seeing actually 7 minutes game right now. The quick draw coming from this, the GS is very, very painful, but they are unable to get it. Well, I mean, like the movement that they are trying to do is not in the same thing or same movement. I feel like they're playing a little bit like lacking the communication or what. They really need to adjust that as soon as possible for getting the things that they want. Same thing goes to Bhutan. I mean, like everything that they try to do, but in whole play we're seeing this. I don't think this Popol Kupa will survive with 2 heroes that is going directly to Popol and Kupa, especially that is 2 tanky heroes.
Yeah, the Popol and Kupa and Clint combo did very well in stopping the early game Popol and Kupa aggression.
Yeah.
And you can see Bangladesh, they are the ones in control now. All the control in the riverside, in the jungles. Bangladesh, they are the ones aggressing onto Bhutan. The shoe is now on the other foot.
And look, IMU is having the rough wave here, so Bhutan need to be careful when the team fight is happening, because the rough wave gonna have a big hit.
Yeah, and right now they are gonna be aiming for the turret. Not only that, we are seeing actually this Matilda almost get caught, but in the front lane we are seeing the time journey is being popped. This Kadita is down, not only the Kadita, because we see actually this Juliet and also the rest of the player coming from Bhutan will be chased down by the players coming from Bangladesh. Look at this Uranus, it's unstoppable. No one actually can burst him down. No one actually can stop him. 3 heroes, it doesn't matter for this Wizard, because this Wizard will try to control it using the consecration along with the transcendent ward.
Bhutan has a very limited amount of damage. It's all in burst, so if it doesn't land on the right person, if the Clint does not get taken out, Bangladesh, they're content just playing it slow and ensuring that slowly but surely, Bhutan will start losing members instead. They go again right now, but is that the right time? Circling Eagle is used again, and now it's still an equal situation. Empower Chain lands on 2 people, but the time journey is popped a bit late, but it doesn't even matter. Valentina picks up that Julian kill, and as you can see, the Uranus doesn't even care. He's taking all the damage, and Bangladesh takes 1 more.
This Valentina just taking all of the rockways over and over again, even very hard to be shouted down. Coleus, I mean, like this moment coming from Bhutan, I don't know, what can they try to do to try to win this game?
I think they need to do like back and forth game, because if they gonna hit Bangladesh very hard on the team fight, it's gonna be hard because they have Digi, like Rashi mentioned before, like for the time journey is very annoying to stop all the crowd control that Bhutan have. And look at the items that Digi have, even the enchanted talisman. So the cooldown, the mana regeneration is gonna very very strong.
And you have to remember, like the longer the game goes, the more damage the Digi is gonna do. It's a very annoying
60
kit
stacks.
in a hero. So Bhutan, they're also losing in the info gameplay because the traps will expose them. Consecration being popped by the Uranus, he will be able to just sustain from everything. Bangladesh actually making the play to try and cut behind the turret, but no, they play for the mid side instead.
I feel like this Bhutan really need penetration damage coming for the Bangladesh side, but some movement in top lane right now, try to get over the player from Bhutan itself, but I don't think they will go for it. They will try to disengage from the war. I mean, like, the Popular Kupa doesn't even go for the Demon Hunter Sword, okay? Or maybe the Malefic Roar yet. It's going for the Windtalker instead of that two things that is really matter at the moment, since they are fighting a very tanky hero. I mentioned Valentina, but also Uranus. Don't forget this Basha that is just jumping around. Tortoise, Poison, a Shield Unity, and there's just a chaotic.
Oh, Friend of the Ocean. Rough Wave is trying to get out, but the Seeking Eagle trying to hit X-Win. But look, Pendo, he needs to do the Thunderclap because Isas right now with the last bar trying to run away and got covered. Even the Circling Eagle trying to save Dendo, but look at Valentina trying to use the Shadow Strike and even the Arcane Shift. And now Wizard is in danger and he is taken down.
That's what you get when you fight as one in together. Bhutan did a very good play there. They go for the pickoffs one by one, and now it's 1v3 for the last member from side of Bangladesh in the fight. Finally, Bhutan get the chance they want. They get the priority heroes, zone them away, and when the fights are not united, when it's overdrawn, when the time journey has been exhausted already, that is where Bhutan has a chance to shine.
That moment is what I'm talking about. Like, well, just wait for the time journey being pop up and then do the big crowd control thing so they can win the team fight.
Exactly. With Bangladesh already pushing and with them having control over the jungle, that's where Bhutan has a chance. When they are trying to crack open Bhutan's base, Bhutan can just come out of nowhere in the jungle and get those flanks, where of course Bangladesh, having a front-to-back composition, that's the last thing they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, right now, the situation is going closer again, because before the gap is quite high on the side of Bangladesh, but right now Bhutan trying to catch up with the gold and also the kills, but they really need to transfer not only the kills, not only the gold, but also the objective. Will they be able to do that? Because the first slot is actually appearing inside of the Land of Dawn, and Twilight Armor is being done by the side of Masha to prevent all of the damage that is going to be given by this clan.
If Bhutan get the enhanced load right now, I think it's gonna help to get all the objective later. But look, X-Lane is trying to go right now. Arashi.
That's a big burst coming into the Baxia, but he's just way too tanky. And now Bangladesh, they are turning it around. They try and go with the Valentina stolen Breath of the Ocean. And now the stun is just a bit too much to deal with. Clint will be able to output just enough damage. He flickers forward, goes for the kill on the Matilda as well. That will not be the kill picked up. And Bangladesh 2-4-0 can now go for the Lord, but Dendo almost gets caught out. Bangladesh in still full control. Bhutan, they have to try and find something a bit more concrete, man.
Dendo is late for the party.
Way too late.
And look at the minion waves. I mean, like, it's still on the side of Bangladesh with 3-wave management that is coming really well, actually, coming from Bangladesh. I mean, like, Bhutan have ways to play split push. Why they don't try to do it? I mean, like, they have Masha, the best runner inside of the Land of Dawn, apparently, but they're just like trying to focus to get along with all of the movement that coming from Bangladesh. Bangladesh can go try to dive in, try to have like close combat situation, because they have every resource that they need. They have 3 tanky heroes. They have this utility hero like DG, and also they also have this burst damage that can come from clan. So I mean, like, Bhutan just play along with all of the strategy that's been brought by Bangladesh, while Bhutan is the one that in disadvantage at that situation.
Yep, and look how good Bangladesh is trying to manage their minion, because Enhanced Lord do the charge to the base bottom turret right now. Bhutan is trying to get cover, but Rough Wave trying to go pin, and monster kill got
it. It won't work though. Monster kill for the Clint, and that will be Bangladesh taking the tempo, taking the fight towards Bhutan themselves. It's still a back and forth situation here, but there's no way Bhutan can get to the backside. Then Dope doing all his best to try and get to the back line, but that's a godlike for the Clint, and Bangladesh, they are still calm and collected. They go for the final base turret, and now they're waiting for the minion. Ooh, that's a dangerous situation. That's the Biggie picking up the kill, but Bangladesh will surely be able to end this game. They're going for the kills, they're going for the end. That will be Bangladesh picking up game number 1.
Yeah.
At that damage.
I mean, like,
my God.
I mean, like, that's the thing. I was like mentioning, okay, Matilda is very good. The Guiding Wind will be very, very good for the side of Bhutan, but I don't see any potential for them to try to get something from it. I mean, like the heroes that is coming from the side of Bangladesh is just like really good. I mean, like the draft they are having is just like super dope, especially the Digi that using the mage emblem instead of taking it into the Alvarez or maybe the support one, because it's just gonna be creating damage. Even Divine Glaive is there coming from Digi, so the alarm bomb is just gonna be creating so much damage to the side of Bhutan.
But I need to do the hats off for Isas, like how smart he played. Like he chose to build the immortal shield because he knows like Kadita always aim for him. That's why he built the immortal shield before the last item.
He gets the option of going for the Athena shield as well. That will deny any kind of pick-off potential, because if you notice from the side of Bhutan, for the most part, their damage is largely magical, especially on the heroes that can dive towards Isas on that Clint. He was playing very aggressive early on, knowing that he has the backup from the Clint. He built the endless battle first just to ensure that he gets all the pressure in the world in that lane, shutting down IC on that Popo and Koopa. I think the problems for Bhutan began early on in the game when they're going for kills, going for roams, but they lost so many turrets in the process, because with how they want to go for pickoffs, they need control of the map and they need vision, and taking it away from Bangladesh would have been so important, but Bangladesh, I think they had, for the most part, they only lost one turret, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like, they are very, very good for defending their own turrets. I feel like the rotation that they try to do is also like very good. Maybe because they are just like very confident with the hero, the sustainability that they have. I thought at first they won't have enough damage, you know. But I do remember that you mentioned in the drafting phase before that actually we don't really see the damage coming from Valentina, because it's more like into the poking damage instead of the bursting one. That's why the continuous damage that is being brought by the side of Bangladesh is just like so huge, and the like the movement that coming from them is just like making a free space for this Clint to scale up to be the one that carry the rest of the player coming from Bangladesh. It's just like super strong movement coming from Bangladesh. Despite they still have a lot of things to be managed for the second game later on. I mean, like the discipline of the movement, like sometimes they really need to do the proper targeting to try to get over proper things. Just like before, we see that actually Matilda get gone and try to survive a lot despite it's supposed to be taken down by the side of Bangladesh. But yeah,
that is perhaps one of the reasons why Kadita in the roam is a bit more flexible.
Yeah,
because if you can use the conceal, that's another layer that Bangladesh would have been, you know, a bit worried about. But for the most part, as we mentioned earlier, the DPS versus burst damage, right? If Bhutan cannot, completely demolish Bangladesh in the first few seconds, the Clint, even though there's very few amounts of damage coming in from Bangladesh, over time it's just gonna add up, and eventually, when your frontliners don't die, when your backline is just continuously hitting, I think Bangladesh inevitably will come out on top.
In my humble opinion, and Dendo, I think he doesn't give a big impact for his team, because like he rarely seen like trying to aim the backline, because Kadita mostly doing it, and they need to do the evaluation for the next game.
yeah,
Right. I mean, we saw that. I think once or twice we see the Masha be in the right spot, going for the Clint, but it's only once or twice throughout the whole game. Not nearly enough. And Vela was talking about the split push potential. It's so difficult. You're building that full tank Masha, a bit of a cheese strat. You can burst the squishies down, but when you're 1v1 against Uranus, there's no chance, man. He's gonna outlast you and outshoot you every single
Nightmare.
it is a nightmare. But yeah, I mean, like, despite like they are focusing on the war over and over, I mean, like, I know it's not gonna be enough damage, but I think like it's better rather than you just wait for another war to happen that you know you will lose. You know,
Right.
but yeah, we will just hope that Bangladesh and also Bhutan will step up their game again for the second game later, because remember, this is best of 5 series, so everything can happen. Second game, Bhutan might coming with new strategy or tactic that can be shown later on. But yeah, before we're jumping to the second game, shall we have like a little short break here for all?
because we
Unfortunately,
gotta
full
going through
tempo.
the
We're
second
going
Full tempo?
straight to the second game soon, so we'll just have to see, man. For the side of Bhutan, they have to try and, if they want to go for this aggressive strategy, maybe banning out those rescue heroes will be a good idea. The Diggy or perhaps the Estes as well, because if they want to play like this, it's going to be too difficult to try and just burst down through all the utility that Bangladesh is using.
So it's better to
one
ban it in
thing.
the first phase or second phase?
I think they're gonna swap the
Subsides?
sides, and yep. Do you guys realize that Paquito is ignored?
Yeah,
is,
I was
it is.
thinking about
Doesn't
that.
get banned, and
Maybe just
don't
like
think
what
it.
we have talked before, like not every region will have like same kind of strategy, same kind of tactics. So maybe like right now for the side of Bhutan and Bangladesh for their place right now for the South Asia, it's not really a thing for them to use the Paquito. Maybe the Valentina Masha is more happening rather than Paquito itself. I'm not really sure about that one.
It's just unfortunate because Paquito is just,
Very,
first
very
of all,
strong.
it's a very fun hero to play.
Ah.
But second of all, you're so flexible. You can do different builds, right? You can go for more burst, more DPS, more tankiness, whichever you need. And if you pick it first, you can flex it to the jungle and the EXP lane, and it is equally good in both roles. So it's just so flexible, and I feel like it's a bit of a wasted potential
Yep.
from both these teams.
Yep. That's why I'm talking about like why they don't pick Paquito, and then they choose gonna like Masha and everything. But I think it's all about the heroes pool, right? We don't
Yeah.
know like about the players' heroes pool. Maybe he more confidence if he using Masha.
Yeah.
Right, comfort heroes definitely play a huge role. And if Bhutan were able to win, I don't doubt we'll be like, oh yeah, it's an orthodox pick, but hey, they made
Yeah.
it work. Unfortunately for them though, I think that Digi pick really screwed things over for them. But more importantly, I think they need to try and focus on one side of the map and try and shut down whichever lane they choose. Because if they keep moving from the bottom lane all the way to the top lane, that's just a long period of time
Wasting
wasted,
resource, wasting
just
time.
walking around. And Bangladesh were able to get more turrets as a result. If they focus on one side of the map, shut him down, let's say for example the Uranus, then they can let the Masha just go 1v1 and then go do whatever they want in the other side of the map later on.
Yeah, I mean, like sometimes they just like to focus the Uranus, like 3 hero focusing on Uranus when you know you didn't have like proper damage, you don't have the burst that you can give to shut down this Uranus. You're just like trying to waste your time doing that, not to focus on what you can get. Actually, maybe chasing over, just like what I've mentioned before, chasing over this Popol and Kupa, chasing over this Kadita or Matilda. The targeting is what is matter for this one.
Please remind me, is there any like, for example, Dominance Eyes or even the Necklace of Durance?
I
I think I'm on.
believe
For?
there was.
For the side of
Bhutan, I think.
Bhutan.
Because they're against a Uranus.
counter
no,
Uranus.
I
Yeah,
don't
makes
even
sense.
see Athena Shield. I was
Yeah,
like so
because
shocked about it.
I didn't see like the effect of the heartbreak when the Necklace of Durance is built, right? That's why Uranus is very, very sustainable, very, very strong in the front line.
Which is why they shouldn't be going for him in the first place. I think the play for Bhutan is to try and make the fights as messy as possible.
Yeah.
Because that is how you deny a front to back composition. If they can get behind the Uranus, you know, when everyone's clumped up like that, that's where the empowered chain, the rough waves, it can deal damage to multiple people. And if just a bit of it lands on the Clint, you're golden. He's forced to back away, and even if he doesn't get taken out, he's too low to participate in the fight anyways. I don't know, man. I think both teams have adjustments to make for sure. Bangladesh got the better in game number 1, but their strat is very much one-dimensional as well.
Yep. But
So we will just see later in the second game because we directly go for the ban and peak pace here for Bhutan versus Bangladesh in this second game. Just like before, I think they will be focused on Beatrix and 1-1 because still 2 best gold laner, I think.
Yep.
Wait,
But,
just
and now they are changing their side, right? Because
Yeah.
Bhutan got the first pick and second pick is Bangladesh. But the difference is before the Bhutan banned 1-1, right?
Right.
But right now, Bangladesh is trying to ban Talmud. I think they gonna play with the sustainable hero like maybe Paquito or even Akai. But Akai is getting banned by Bhutan.
Akai is banned as well. And for Bhutan, I thought that if they are in the first pick, they can just let the Beatrix open, leave it open, and try and pressure Bangladesh to be forced to ban instead. But no, they go for the Akai, and now Faramis is also banned on the side of Bangladesh.
Okay.
I'm not sure what else would come out here. If they really want to go for the same strategy, Digi needs to be denied somehow. Pick it or ban it in the first or second phase, I think.
Or maybe they just want to ban over the Valentina. They don't want Bhutan to get it. But turns out Bhutan is the one that banning over the Valentina. Here, 1-1 is still way open. If they want to try contest this 1-1 or maybe try to deny it. The Masha is still there. Julian as well.
Don't forget Fanny.
Fanny,
I don't
Fanny,
have
like,
Fanny to
Fanny first pick is
have a
not
more
really good,
aggressive
right?
game.
Fanny first pick has potential in a way because you're forcing your opponents to adjust almost instantly.
Yeah.
And so when you can force your enemies to do something they don't want to, that is already inherent value in the pick. It's possible, but of course, to make the fanny work, you need a lot of mechanics, and you know that's a lot of practice required. 1-1 will be finally banned as well, leaving the only real prior marksman being the Claude usually.
Yeah, but we don't see Cloud since yesterday's match as well, so I don't think 1-1 will be prioritized yet. But Julian directly being picked here by the side of Bhutan. Again, leaving Masha open, leaving a lot of potential hero right here, as long as Esmeralda and also Yves that can be picked as 2 AoE heroes from the side of Bangladesh.
Right, Pukito as well as Big Brother Leos mentioned. It's a very real possibility. It might be something they've been saving up, you know, because when you least expect it, it can come out. Julian has been has been picked a lot for prio picks. But now it really depends. I think the gold lane becomes so much more critical here. And if both these teams, if they don't pick the gold lane in the first phase, the other team has a chance to narrow down your hero pool even more. That's definitely not the way to go. So Esmeralda will be picked up. And I assume it will be a gold lane, but we'll just have to wait and find out.
I'm hoping it's Yves though. But yeah, it's a gold lane. Again, they're going with the clean. I feel like they are very confident with the clean that they are having. So they're still gonna be... I'm not gonna reveal any other gold laner so far. I'm just gonna reveal my clan. That's my all-in. I wonder if Bhutan next game will try to bet over the clan and they will show up with different kind of hero coming from Bangladesh. It will be fun though.
I wonder if it's just an issue of comfort heroes, because when it comes to Clint, right, you're a lane bully. But if you want to bully in the lane, why not Papa and Koopa? There's a lot of other options available. I'm really curious on why exactly the Clint is the choice of option. And for Bhutan, the Atlas, to go for that engage, and they don't risk the Diggy any longer. They pick it up. So this will be a Diggy.
It's gonna be Diggy mid lane.
In the mid lane, most likely.
Yeah, because we already see it on Indonesia, like World Esports is using Diggy as mid lane.
As a mid lane, and it's gonna give a lot of damage with that alarm bomb. I really hate it.
If Diggy got 60 stacks, one auto alarm bomb will got clean half HP.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. That's with the Diggy building. Usually we see the roam position. He can build a Divine Glaive and no other damage item. Maybe Inchar Talisman for the mana, for the cooldown. And that will chunk your marksman into half HP. That is ridiculous. That is borderline unfair. But for Bangladesh, they pick a solid front line in the Barats. And now, if they pick, let's say an Estes, all right? Just maybe.
Just maybe.
Estes, there is no real way for Bhutan to try and win this because, you know, the time journey won't really work as well.
Yeah. Unless they put this Atlas somewhere else, which is not going to be a very good option, I suppose, with the XP laner Atlas. I'm not really cheering for that one. And the other side, they can also what? Do you think that Atlas can go to the XP lane?
No. I think
it's a bit much.
More like Julian go to XP lane and then maybe Bhutan can pick Link. Because it's gonna be fast-paced game. Link can aim Clint on the back line, and of course, Bangladesh didn't have like for the single target lock to stop Clint.
Possibility, but I feel like it's too expensive somehow. Because we see that actually the hero that is coming from Bangladesh, again, they play with sustainability. We know the pressure that can be given by a Link. I know it for sure with the Tempest of the Deviant Sword and everything. But I still feel they really need more damage coming from Bhutan in order to hold all of it. Or maybe if they want to go for it, then go for something sustained. They can try to go over the Baxia this time from the side of Bhutan. Rather than going for anything else.
Well, now if you take a look at the bans here, right? Bangladesh, they've been playing very solid for the Clint, right? It's a front-to-back situation, and they want to make sure that their EXP lane, the Uranus in the previous game, has free reign. So they ban out the Popo and Koopa, they ban out the Dairat as well, but as I was mentioning, the Estes ban coming in from the side of Bhutan, they know that they have the time journey, they can catch up. If Bangladesh can't survive the initial burst, it's going to be very difficult, and they themselves have banned that Faramis. So they are short on options on what to use to try and save the team from the combo because...
Wow!
It's the god of Kacha! the power chain, the amount of engage coming in from Bhutan is insane right now.
It's like
with the
our
blazing duet.
hashtag unity in diversity.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Super unique here. And I wonder where this Gatot gonna go. Is it
EXP.
gonna be XP lane definitely? Or maybe
I think so.
Because like the Avatar Guardian is gonna be useful on the team fight if like Bangladesh going together.
I do
Right.
agree with that one. I mean, like the 5 heroes that is going
Masha.
out together, but Masha
For
as the
close
last
range,
strike.
you know.
So, who is the roamer? Is it going to be roamer Masha?
I believe so.
I
I think that
believe,
makes the
yeah.
most sense here.
Yeah, I do agree it is.
But facing Julian,
So it's
I think
gonna
Masha
be
is gonna be kind of hard game.
I think initially it's going to be a bit difficult for Julia.
Yeah.
It always is against a roaming Masha. If she gets into the jungle, that's a bit of a problem. But we've seen a lot of teams counter it by just waiting in the jungle with 5 people. Masha comes in, free kill, free
Yup.
first blood. So
Yeah.
we'll see if that happens in game number 2 because, you know, the longer this game goes, the higher the stakes are going to be.
It is. And I wonder what will happen to the Digi later on because this Masha, even though there is a roamer, the Thunderclap still going to be a huge problem. But what? We will just jump right now to the land of Dawn to witness the second game. Unity in diversity here. Bali 14th World Esports Championship 2022. Still with me, Village of Colliers and also Arashi to be the casters of today's match.
Yes. Because look, like we mentioned before, Lamasha is trying to do more aggressive game through disturbing one last sex on the jungle, and Ryus is trying to cover him.
He's getting a bit of a tough time here. He's getting chunked by
Yeah.
the Masha. Again and again, he's forced to back away. That's going to delay the farming pattern for quite a bit. And to make things worse, Hercules is actually able to escape as well.
Breakable.
Here we go. That's a taunt. That will be the Masha escaping with his life. Wow.
Yeah, almost get caught here, but we are seeing actually this Digi just like being a monster, giving so much damage, especially with the Magic Warship. Look at the damage. I mean, like to the minion, even it's like 500 with 1 alarm bomb. Imagine if they can try to stack it with 3 alarm bomb at the same time. But in the top lane, we are seeing as well that Gatot Kacha is having a hard time facing this Esmeralda that is just like dancing around. And this Paras will just try so hard to finish this Gatot, but with that movement that is coming from Dendo, I think they are gonna be able, not gonna be able to survive, but also the exchange is coming really good actually for Bhutan.
One XP lane to one jungle, and I think it's gonna be more benefit to Bhutan, right?
Yeah.
On the
Bhutan.
early game, because the jungler needs the stack of the jungle, and then look, the turtle is going up on the line of Dawn.
And especially because Bharat is a strong jungler and he has the advantage here against the Julian. So him falling down early in this game, that's definitely not the result that Bangladesh was looking for that dive. And now you can see Bhutan making quick moves towards the turtle. Level 4 is coming in for these players, and that will be the beginning of the insane combo gameplay from the side of Bhutan.
Yep. And it's alarm bomb.
Oh,
I mean,
pause.
like, okay.
Yep.
A little bit pause here, but right now, Bhutan side is going for objective game, which is going to be very nice for them with the lineup that they're having. I mean, the early game, they really need the movement coming from Julian, Atlas, and Digi because they need some time. This Cloud need their space to get up the power spike later on with the Golden Staff and also the Demon Hunter Sword. So yeah. I mean, like, with the Blazing Duet, I mean, facing Clan is not going to be very easy in the laning phase, but with the Blazing of Duet, I mean, like, it's going to help this Cloud to actually get gold that he needs to get over the 2 items that he needs the most. But
One more. Cloud needs the wind of nature.
later, yeah.
Yep, if he going in with the battle mirror image and do the blazing duet, the burst damage from clean from the quick draw is
I do
very,
agree
very
with that
strong.
one.
Yeah.
I do agree with that one. I mean, like, that's the 3 important items right now for the Cloud. But so far, we are seeing actually the movement that is coming from Bhutan is also like very strong. I mean, like, I want to see more about this Gatot Kacha because with the Vengeance just now and also the power of Gatot Kacha itself actually facing 2 stanky hero from the side of Bangladesh that dive into the first turret is just like so huge in the exchange for that one.
I was wondering if Bangladesh was trying to make sure that the Esmeralda got the kill, because it seems like they could pick up the kill and they were hesitating quite a bit, and that results in the Barats getting taken out. If they survive there, that's a lot of gold coming in from the tower platings as well. So it's a missed opportunity for sure. And I find it interesting that for Bhutan, right, It's just the exact opposite scenario. They are now the combo, the proper team fight composition, and Bangladesh, they're the ones that have to make moves to try and make sure that Bhutan doesn't get to group together, especially in those neutral objectives like the turtle and later on the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Avatar Guardian, I think it will be a key moment if the Garudaku can use it very well, and because he have the unbreakable skill that can have the all of the aggro of the enemies.
Right, the
It
taunt.
can, the taunts. It can help the teams to aim more better.
It's strong as well. I mean, taunt is a crowd control we don't see too often in the Land of Dawn, and it's a bit underestimated. It's very strong, especially in the right circumstances, against the right heroes. So there's potential for Gatot to actually do a lot of damage here, especially if it's comboed, right? Fatal Links into a taunt,
Yeah.
that's massive value. If you follow it up with a Blazing Duet, I think it's GG, man. There's
But-
no way.
That needs momentum. I mean, like,
Yes.
if they don't get a proper momentum, it's not going to be that easy for Bhutan to get the players coming from the Bangladesh, because it depends on the position as well coming from Bangladesh. I know that they are having like very like close combat and also like sticking together kind of play
Right.
style.
A grouping playstyle.
Yeah,
yes.
grouping play style coming from Bangladesh, but seeing Atlas on the side of Bhutan definitely gonna give like, oh, this is gonna be a heads up. So we need to change our habit by grouping up. Maybe they will try to move along, or maybe the Purify will be the focus. I forgot, do Esmeralda get the Purify or not? Because actually later, if the Fatal Links connect, but the Esmeralda have the Purify and also doing the Firing Storm, what actually is going to be giving like split second for the rest of the player coming from Bangladesh to like actually reset up for the initiation later. So yeah, that's what we are seeing here from the draft coming from Bangladesh and Bhutan.
And I love to see the combo wombo, but remember the source of damage is only from Cloud.
Yeah.
So yeah, they need to be careful. Like Cloud is not taken down during the team fight, or
This is Julian. I
Yeah.
guess. But of course,
Julian is
depending on
not-
the build, right?
yeah,
The damage will
on
be
the late
limited.
game, Julian is not very strong.
Right.
But I wonder about the Gatot Do Gatot still like before playing with the
Single target.
I mean, like with the damage that can be given with the concentrate energy and everything, does it still deals a lot of damage, right?
Depends on the item builds, I think, and
Yeah.
the situation. Who is he targeting? If he's going on the Barats, that's not a lot of damage at all.
Yeah,
If
it
he
is.
gets it on the Lunox, on the Clint, that will be value indeed. For Bangladesh, though, they can try and offer a split push, of course, with Esmeralda or the Masha. But now Masha will be the main target here with the enhanced chain, and he will be able to escape blowing that sprint, no problem whatsoever.
Yep.
We didn't see it. Because 4-man heroes, even the Fatal Link is already used. It's a good chance to Bangladesh to get, like, for example, the next objective to counter it back, because like Bhutan is trying to do the peak of playstyle.
Bangladesh is still waiting for an opportunity here. And for the most part, they're just sticking with 3 members in this early stage of the game. The Barats is just going to be too tanky, doing too much damage. Bhutan needs to wait for that late game scenario. When it comes to skirmishes, Bangladesh with the burst from the Lunox can deal with these tanky members.
Yep. Oh, but that one is quite a very good movement coming from Hughes here to ignore all of the movement coming from Bangladesh. Not a really good situation here. Right now from Bangladesh, they need to re-engage and wait for the next ultimate to be ready. But look at this one, actually Hughes focusing on this Masha, and this Masha will be done, I think, in the hands of Julian. What a really nice catch coming from Bhutan. The chain connect, but they won't force the war again.
It's way too much damage taken by the Masha. But at this point, it's still okay because it's still the roamer getting taken, right? He's still fulfilling his condition of pressuring the opponents. But whoa, I think the purple buff just got stolen by the Julian on the side of Bhutan. This is that dive we saw earlier. And as you can see, it's just one tower shot too many. Not ideal for the side of Bangladesh.
And now Masha is got a targeted game, and even the Hughes trying to do the perfect match from, but Isas filing Fatal Link is pop up. Even the time journey is trying to help the Atlas, and Atlas is taken down. So Hercules trying to aim the ZXCR, but he still survived.
He still survive, and the Blazing Duet actually giving quite a huge damage. But look at this one, actually the turtle to be taken inside on the hand of Bangladesh. Right now, Bangladesh have the opportunity to get something. But look at that Gatot Kaca actually. A really good movement coming from this Gatot Kaca. Tried to cut the minion wave, but in the bottom lane we are seeing that actually the alarm bomb, this Iggy not in a really good situation. But on the other hand, they are exchanging it with a very expensive gold laner. Not only the gold laner, because actually the jungler will be the target, and Bhutan get 2 kills. That is really matter right now. And Hercules won't be a Hercules for too long, because one last second will take him down with the maniac in the hand of this Julian.
Looking for the savage item because Wizard is run away because he cannot do the sustainable damage versus against 4 heroes. And look at the item, Genius 1 is already secured by 1 for 6, and here is the team fight, Arashi.
It was so unfortunate because we talked again about Bangladesh and our reliance on that backline member. The Clint was taken out in the beginning of the whole engagement, and they continued fighting. Eventually, the damage coming in from the Julian was just a bit too much, and they fall one by one. A bit of miscommunication, but just out of nowhere, a shutdown coming in. Pause has been requested though.
Yep. I mean, like, look at that one. Actually, the shutdown will give quite a huge money to the side of Bangladesh here
Even
with
Esmeralda,
Wizard. I mean, like, especially it's Esmeralda, the one that can sustain for the late game later on. And I think like it's like 360 until like 400 gold in the hand of Esmeralda itself for one shutdown, because it's a maniac. It's a maniac.
It's a maniac.
It's a maniac.
So
it's
early in the game as well. Maniac out of nowhere.
Maniac out of nowhere. 400 gold at this moment for the swing here to the side of Esmeralda. I mean, like, it's gonna help Esmeralda to grow more, especially with the Oracle maybe, or maybe going for another kind of thing with Esmeralda. The damage coming from Julian is pretty huge, so maybe a defense to the magical, or maybe if they want to, Athena Shield is still a possibility though. I mean, like, or maybe they can try to go for the Antikyras for the Cloud later on.
Later on, I think the Esmeralda will be a huge problem because even the shields coming in from the time journey can be stolen by the Esmeralda. So there's a possibility that in the late game, the Esmeralda can actually tank the bulk of the damage. And as we mentioned, if you have limited damage against sustained heroes like the Uranus, like the Esmeralda, you're in big trouble, man.
Yeah, it is. And I feel like the Lunox pick is actually pretty strong from Bangladesh, but we don't see, usually when we see Lunox, we need early game aggression for the Lunox itself to get maybe 1-2 kills. Because if not, the Lunox, I mean, I know the impact will be very huge, but if they can try to get Lunox more gold or maybe damage in the early game, it's better for the Lunox.
But Lunox need 2 core items, the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon. So you can give more burst damage to the enemies. Even the penetration is very, very hard. But Lunox need to care about her positioning, because if not, if Lunox got picked off first on the team fight, that will be like, it's gonna be like Cloud who got picked off.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly. I mean, fortunately for them, there's the Brilliance Order to play around with to try and make outplays happen. But again, with Bhutan having the Diggy and so much engaged, inevitably someone's gonna get caught. It's about Bangladesh picking who can take the brunt of the damage. And here we did see that the purple buff actually gets stolen back, I think, by the Barrage on X-Win. So that's a great victory, small victory for Bangladesh, and they still have the pressure in this early game.
And they still want for more. Avatar of Guardian will be popped here, not hitting towards this Esmeralda that is just running away using the sprint here. What a really good catch coming from Esmeralda itself. Actually wasting several movement coming from Bhutan.
Thunder actually has been going on the Masha a lot, and I think it's just a waste of a bit of a waste of resources because the Masha does not mind going down. If they put that effort towards other members like the Clint, like the Barrage, I think it'll be a lot more beneficial. And you can see the setup coming in from Bhutan preparing to go for a flank for a fight.
Okay, the turtle now is got by Stripe, and look, the time journey is pop up perfection, trying to run away from the Hercules, even blasting duet alone, trying to hit 3 heroes, but the missile expert is missed to get Cloud, and the first time is saved Cloud from the Stolen Starmer.
And I think they need to get back as soon as possible, even though that doing a 3-man, 4-man even, but the damage is not enough. What will happen? Julian dive in, taking 1 kill, still seeking for this Barrage, but this Barrage is still very tanky, and Sauce is there to try to give quick draw the damage to push back this Julian. Even though despite all of the setups that is coming from Bhutan is very good, but the result is not really there yet. I mean, like, this bottling doesn't have enough backup, follow-up.
Exactly, the fight just was so sporadic. Bhutan were not unable to combo. You saw the blazing duet first, and then the fatal links. It's a bit of a reverse order, and I think it's due to Bangladesh just positioning properly. I think Bhutan needs to really think about who they want to target with the bulk of their skills, because we saw the blazing duet. It doesn't do that much damage to the tankier members on the side of Bangladesh anyways. So he needs to wait for the Clint to pop up and then go for him, especially in this early stage of the game where he does not have all the core items he needs to be able to do that insane burst late game damage with that blazing duet.
So we will see what will happen, but this is 8 minutes going to 9, but in the top lane, Thunderclap jumping in. They want to get this cloud, and they got it for sure. Not only the cloud, but the Tiki is also gone in the exchange of strife. But the exchange is not stopping because actually the Masha is down. But now, look at the damage that is given. Farah still trying to do something here. Try to pick off one member from the side of Bhutan. Will they be able to do that? The bowling Starmon is also there. Wizard still trying to survive. Still a lot of good. A Father of Guardian. Mega kill for this Julian. But this win, X-Win actually will be taken down in the hand of Bhutan, I suppose, because one last second still jumping. The chain connect, and here you go. Bharat is done, unstoppable. This Julian is just merciless.
And this is a chance for Bhutan to get the first Lord, because like there's no jungler on Bangladesh. Even the Isas is getting hard to sustain the damage from the enhanced chain.
You can see last sec on the Julian, he does a lot of damage, provided that the skills land onto Isas on the plinth. And as we say that Garudaku is no longer part of the equation, Masha chasing everyone away from the Lord, but is that too aggressive? He gets bursted down, 1 HP bar left, but the knockout from the Lord sets it up for the side of Bangladesh. They are still waiting for an opportunity as the Masha recovers yet another HP bar, and the Lord is doing so much damage to the members of Bhutan. Half HP on 2 members as the Masha lies waiting on the side lanes. It will be a reset, but what a tough situation for Bhutan to face against Bangladesh.
I don't think they want to do it because this cloud have the blazing duet. I mean, like the one moment with blazing duet in the Lord Pit is just gonna create so much problem. But yeah, resetting things, going back to the items right now. We are seeing Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff. So Cloud is there already. Only one step ahead to go for that Wind of Nature, but I do think they still want to go for the Atlas battle. I think for the true damage
because
to be
you
even.
have the magic necklace, right? So maybe or Analyst battle or even the Thunderbelt, but now we use Thunderclap trying to aim the Atlas. Even the Conceal is being popped up. What a waste of resource, Archie.
Yeah.
Defensive use of Conceal is never ideal, especially for Bhutan that requires a very strong engage to succeed in these team fights. And now you can see the Masha just making all the plays happen. Fuyo Hercules just pushing everybody away, and Bangladesh with the control over the Lord Pin, they can just burst everybody down because it's a good mix of damage. There will be the shutdown picked up by X-Win on that Marat, and already a one-man advantage, and they will be going straight for that Lord. The combination of the Lunox magic damage and the Clint physical damage is just way too difficult for Bhutan to deal with right now.
Because it's 5% of the enemy's HP is gonna be hurt to stop Lord. And look, the bird is taken down, and the outer middle turret got by Bangladesh.
Oh my god, they got a Lord. They got 2 points here, especially the shutdown coming from one last second. 12 to the 12 minutes here going inside of the land of Dawn. The gold lead is on the side of Bangladesh, 4,000 at the moment. They are like climbing up a lot more than before. I mean, like in the first game they are really having this advantage, and right now they try to get it in the second game, but Atlas coming in here, try to know where's the position with the perfect match, but what really happens? There's no pataling available to be used right there. They are not using it, and even it's been shut down. Again, this is the third player that is being picked off from the side of Bhutan, and Bangladesh is just like pressuring Bhutan to handle all of the things that they are giving.
They're just way too ahead right now. They have 6k gold ahead, and now they can just keep pushing because they have the burst damage. All these tanky members from Bhutan, they're not safe from the dangers of the side of Bangladesh, and with that Lord in high, they will be going for the base turret, and they're pushing 2 lanes at once. X-Win got kind of low, but he can still survive. He's way too tanky, and the Clint damage will come through. Garudaku way too out of position. That's a double kill for the Clint, and Bangladesh, they're not done yet.
Yep. Trying to improve the last second, but triple kill got by Isas. Even Ryus alone trying to defend his base, and look at the minion is going up and
Maniac.
try to aim for the base, and Maniac got by Isas. Even wipe out for Bangladesh.
And they will try to aim for the best. This is the second game for the hand of Bangladesh. Again and again, Bangladesh claiming the point, one step closer to be the winner of the final South Asia qualifier for Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022.
4-0 Russia.
2-0 right now.
Yeah, because the first game, like we see, like Dendop didn't play very well, and on the second game, there's a lot of moment is wasted by Ryus.
Reuse, right? I mean, again, I think the issue is that when Bhutan, not Bhutan actually, when Bhutan is trying to wait for a moment and they want to go for the fight, we see that given the right circumstances, last sec here has like 10 kills. He has the damage, but they just keep moving in front, again and again, front to back, and that just allows time for the members of Bangladesh to just burst them down, or at least chunk them down to half HP, and just like that, the danger is not nearly as scary. So they need to be a bit more decisive with how they want to play it, especially they have all the tools required. Even if Bangladesh tries to back away, they can just use the time journey and ensure that someone gets caught out. They can use the Garudaku to box people in and go for the catch, but they haven't done that at all. Everyone comes in one by one and not together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think like they lack in that kind of terms. I mean, like the discipline and also the communication, the
Coordination.
teamwork. Yeah, the coordination is not there yet coming from the side of Bhutan, despite all of the I mean, like the drop is coming really good this time for the side of Bhutan.
On the early game, they played very well. Like they tried to pick off the enemies, but on the middle to late game, I didn't see like the symphony, the choreography of the dance of their team.
Yeah.
Exactly. You see that when the fights that Bhutan actually wins, we mentioned it earlier, it's not essentially because they do something crazy, it's because the Clint gets picked off.
Yep.
The moment the Clint is in the proper position, the Julian can't reach him, and he just outputs DPS again and again, slowly but surely. And once you get into that late game, the Lunox is a factor as well. You can see that in the right moment, with the right combo, there is potential here. But Fatal
I
links
agree.
into just quick jaws coming in from the Clint. Not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes the greed that they are having is, like, pretty high from the side of Bhutan. I mean, like, they really want to get the kill, or they really want to win the war. That's why they try to force the war despite they don't have enough resource, or maybe they don't have enough damage to be shown, or maybe to take down the player coming from Bangladesh. That's why they are having, like, a very, very good kind of situation. They are, like, wasting their resource without getting any effect on it. I mean, like, the gold effectiveness coming from Bangladesh is just like really good. After getting like several gold that is matter for them, they just like keep going up into the war, going into the objective. They are going for the turrets, and the gold slate is like keep increasing despite a lot of like Bhutan having the moment maybe with the chain that is coming from Julia that get the Maniac as well, or maybe the movement that is being shown by the Julian, the aggressiveness. But it's only like several moments. After that, Bangladesh is just like being so free, especially for this clan. Again, the targeting is really matter, but they don't really chase over this clan. Maybe because the front laner that is been given by Bangladesh that is very strong. I mean, they have Masha, they have Barats, they have Esmeralda. The sustainability that they have is just like super, super strong.
Yeah, we see that it's a dive come from Bhutan, but they were never doing that diving. So
Yeah.
it's just a bit too difficult. If you're not playing for, your composition, it's just a bit too hard. Again and again, it just seems like Bangladesh just has the better composition. They're just
Yeah.
able to kite back, and they out-sustain, out-damage Bhutan. That's just the end of it.
Despite
Yeah.
they don't have like proper discipline in the early game.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now we're gonna see like one more match point
Yeah,
for Bangladesh
this is match
to
point.
win this match. But Bangladesh, I'm sorry, Bhutan still have the chance. I
Still
think.
have the
absolutely.
chance.
Yeah, if they can do the evaluation, because we're gonna have a short break after this. Maybe they can discuss each other to
Yeah.
thinking about what kind of strategy they want to use on the game tree.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
before we're jumping to the second and the third game of the day, we will just take a short break. So for everyone, stay tuned. Inside of Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022, we will be back.
And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best. Gather in one place. Bali, Indonesia.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. Still with me, Villajev, Leos, and also Arashi here back again to the caster table for our third game for the first match. This is going to be the final for the South Asia qualifier.
And this is the match point.
Yeah.
For the Bangladesh. So we gotta see our Bangladesh can secure the third game or the Bhutan is trying to fight back and give us hard time.
Okay, we were
Yeah.
yeah. We were having a conversation before, like about this Bhutan versus Bangladesh. And the previous game, we were mentioning how strong Bangladesh on the very grouping kind of mechanism strategy. Well, for Bhutan, they always have the chance to try to pick off Bangladesh movement, but actually, what is actually Bhutan's biggest thing that need to be fixed for this third game? Especially, it's like a short break already. Hopefully, they were able to finish it.
Yeah, maybe Archie?
I think most definitely it's the coordination, because even in game 1, we did mention they have burst damage and there is very limited DPS on the side of Bangladesh. So if they can go together at the same time and make it difficult for Bangladesh to see where the danger is coming from, right? They have a chance to actually get the victory. And same thing happens in game number 2. They have all the engage possible, all the catch, the fatal links, the Gatot Kacha, as well as I don't even remember. There's just so many options, right?
Yeah.
Julian,
And-
Atlas, Tigi, Cloud, Gatot Kacha.
Julian as well, right? They can dash, they can go with the empowered chain, but the Clint is relatively untouched, so they cannot let that happen. Or they can try and ban the Clint, because this seems to be a very comfort pick for Bangladesh. If they want to try and go for that option, that's a possibility as well.
For me, I will make it simple. In my humble opinion, the problem is the macro play. For example, the target selection, the timing to do the team fight, or even the pick off. They need to fix it, especially above 12 minutes. Because not even the 12 minutes. I think if when the first Lord spawn, like the Bhutan is already messy, I think.
Right, the setup, right, where they stand and what they're preparing to do, you really don't get a grasp that they have a good idea on what the plan is. I think if you want to go further, you can say that they just lack understanding on their win conditions,
That's it.
right? Because we're saying here, but of course it's easier for us because we're a third
We are not
person.
playing
Yeah,
there.
That's
Yeah.
true, that's
But
true.
we can see that, okay, if they do something differently, they can still win. But it seems like the team themselves are struggling to identify what exactly they need to do that's going to get them that victory. So with time, right, with the break, hopefully they have they've ironed out those mistakes and they're going to come out stronger in game number 3.
Because we already discussed it before on the backstage that they can maximize the potential of their draft on the early game, but after the Lord spawn, think.
Right.
Yeah.
But I feel like from the first to the second game, I feel like they are stepping up their game a lot. Actually, in the first game, we are seeing how actually they are being slain one by one by the movement coming from Bangladesh, and they are just like following up all of the movement coming from them. But in the second game, I feel like Bhutan have, okay, we want to do this, but somehow in the middle of it, they're still like being brought by the movement coming from Bangladesh. So I think that is the thing. They need to be disciplined. They need to be like step up their game to have like discipline, movement, symphony of the movement. I feel like the bonding is still need to be there as well. I mean, like the mechanics coming from the Bhutan and also Bangladesh player, I mean, like both of them are like having a very good mechanics movement. They just need to move along as a team, not like as individual player.
Right. We talk about coordination and the
Yeah.
movement around the map and what they want to do definitely has a big part to play. As you mentioned, what they are going to try to do to get the victory, I think, is a big part of it for sure. If they
Yeah.
can coordinate better and, I don't know, be on the same page at least.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
it.
We want to see the potential. Yes.
But right now, we're gonna see our Bhutan is already do their evaluation and trying to win the game 3 because the ban and pick for the
Okay.
game 3 is already started.
Already,
see.
the Digi ban. They're
I
respecting
think Digi
Bangladesh.
Clint.
Hopefully Clint. I'm just
Valentina.
hoping. Clint, I want to see more coming from Bangladesh, to be honest. I want to see the gold laner, the other side of Clint. Or maybe they will try to pick over the Clint. But, you know, Bangladesh is on the second pick, so it's a high possibility right now
Clint on the
for
second pick,
Bangladesh to be picked on their side.
Will the 1-1 and Beatrix make it out of the banning phase
Oh.
though? That's the question, right? We talk about banning the Clint, but trading it for Beatrix, you know, that's a bit sus, man. A bit questionable, so
Even
we'll have
if-
to see.
If it still have Mosha to counter Beatrix, but
Very difficult though.
yeah, if it's on the right person, the
But I feel
Beatrix
like-
will be hard to get catch.
But it's a huge advantage for Bhutan, though. I mean, like, if they are bending over the Clint, means that Bangladesh will be trying to bend the other thing. And if they can get the Beatrix, it's an advantage for them. But it depends how they are trying to do it on the drafting phase.
Right now they're slowing down, and I think it's because the final bans are so important. Bhutan
Oh,
goes for the
Beatrix.
Beatrix ban.
Ah.
Now, will Bangladesh go for the 1-1, or will it finally come through here? So many prio picks still open.
Akai is still open.
Akai is
Yep.
available.
That's right.
The
So-
Julian, and then like Masha or even Esmeralda if they want to do the first stick.
I mean,
Maybe
it's-
it's too expensive.
Esmeralda's been very, very good. It's just so flexible and it has a lot of potential, right?
But
of
1-1 is
course,
gone.
in the early game, it's a bit difficult,
Oh.
especially if the counter gets picked. But Akai is not here. The
1-1.
1-1 is available. It comes out right there from Bhutan. We'll see what the solution is because they've banned the Digi as well. So this is very intelligent from the side of Bhutan.
That is.
They still can have the Purify to make 1-1 loss his weakness, but
Means-
to counter 1-1, I think like Clint will be a good option too because on the early game, Clint can outrange 1-1 on the landing phase.
I,
I mean,
agree with that.
My coworker Mirko, I think he was here as well on the previous days. Yeah, he's an avid 1-1 player, and he says for a 1-1 to actually be effective, to be a real presence in the game, you need to have a solid laning phase. So if you can get a lane bully like a Clint, like
Or
a
Papa Koopa.
Papa and Koopa, as I was about to mention, I think it's a very solid strategy, a counter. But Bangladesh goes for the Julian and that Atlas as well. So still very much team
Oh.
fight centric.
I feel like they want to go for more. Seeing 1-1 on the side of Bhutan, they don't want to go with the Clint anymore, I guess. Or maybe they will try to go for the Popol and Koopa, just like what you've mentioned before. But the Masha is still on the side of Bhutan. So they're having like two very strong heroes here. I feel like Bangladesh is more into the team fight hero with the hero that they are having at the moment. Back again, they have a very grouping kind of movement. They have a solid movement like that. And they always have picked a sustained hero. So with one Atlas, which is not too tanky, but pretty tanky, I feel like they're still gonna be aiming for more tanky hero. But the pick over Franco is just legitly good coming from Bhutan.
Depends because if there are no burst heroes to follow up like the Iron Hook from Franco, I think it can be a disaster if the Atlas got Iron Hook and got a chance to do the Fatal Link because Atlas will be close to the Bhutan formation.
It comes down to the rest of the team compositions, right? Because we see that Franco is very good when he's ahead, when he's engaging, but when you jump on him, he is very immobile. He just stands there and takes that damage. So now with the Masha and the Franco, two strong front laners, but the 1-1 is going to be very slippery, and she has the chance to use the crossbow of Tang on the Atlas and transfer it towards the squishier members.
Don't forget about the deals of flowers, so he can avoid like the fataling or even the enhanced chain from the enemies.
Exactly. Very slippery hero indeed. And usually it's circumvented by using an assassin, but Bangladesh already has the Julian. Unless they want to put the Julian in the mid lane perhaps, and then pick another strong burst assassin in the jungle, we'll just have to see, man. They banned the Kadita instead that could still be used for that purpose. So I wonder what their tactic is. Bhutan responds with the Esmeralda ban, so probably going for something strong in that EXP lane as well.
I still feel like they still need a jungler for both of the sides here. I mean, like the Julian can go for the XP laner, can go for the mid lane for the jungle, but I still feel like the jungle will be very expensive. So Karina will be banned right now from the side of Bhutan. Will they try to ban over another jungler, or maybe they will try to ban over the other things that is still available? I mean, like the XP laner, Uranus is still there though. If they want to play more crazy, just like what Bangladesh did in the previous games, like the Uranus is just like looking good. And I still feel like Bhutan doesn't have enough. I mean, like the heroes that they are having right now is not gonna be a huge problem for Uranus later, so it's still a possibility. We're still not sure, but the Paquito ban, finally, the hero that you guys been looking for is now being banned. Not being picked, but being banned. So the options for the XP lane are still, the one that is still available right now is actually Uranus. If they want to play more aggressively, they can try to go maybe for Dyrot or maybe another thing, but Uranus.
And yep, Uranus.
Uranus comes out.
Yeah, for the front line of Bangladesh, but with two card control, the Julian and Atlas have. And the Bhutan side, they need either the burst damage one for the mid lane or even the jungler. And the option for the mid lane to be the burst damage is very limited right now on this meta.
Right, I mean the Lunox can still work here for sure. They go for the box, which whose Fustans will be able to lower the regeneration coming in from the Uranus. It is a very solid counter, quote unquote, for the 1-1. But I'm so curious here because for Bangladesh, it seems like banning the Kadita as well as the Karina is a good move for Bhutan as well. So
yeah, because Karina is the counter of 1-1, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a very curious ban, in my opinion. But now, three very solid frontliners, good engage, having solid DPS coming in, magic and physical. So solid teamfight composition for Bhutan. The execution, though, is going to be the question. And for Bangladesh, they can counter the tankiness with that Lunox, as we've mentioned earlier.
Honestly, for this game 3, I'm more like Bhutan draft with versus Bangladesh. Yeah, but Bhutan need to execute it well because on the first and the second game, they are wasting a lot of moment.
To be honest, I'm on the Bangladesh side rather than Bhutan side.
Why?
Based on the draft, because I feel like they don't have enough damage yet for the early game from the side of Bhutan. I mean, like I do get they have the Yves, they have everything, but that's my feeling. That's just my feeling. They don't have the symphony from Franco and Yves. But what about you? What do you think about the draft?
I feel like if the game just plays out and no team makes any crazy proactive maneuvers, Bhutan has a chance. But if Bangladesh, they try and counter and adjust how they want to play for Bhutan's composition, they have an upper edge. They have more options to explore in this situation.
Okay, but we will inside of the third game of the day here. This is the first match between Bhutan and also Bangladesh for the final South Asia Championship. Right now, we are seeing who is going to be going for the Bali 14 World Esports Championship.
Yep.
You can see the gold lane. He starts with physical damage, physical defense for the 1-1 on the side of Bhutan. And in the gold lane, it is going to be a 2v2 situation here. And Clint will have an advantage. But of course, if the Iron Hook lands, that's a whole different story.
Because 1-1 have the Inspire, right? It can bring up a lot of damage to the heroes who got Iron Hooked by Franco.
Right, the all-in potential is definitely there for Bhutan, but Bangladesh in the mid lane is going to be pretty even. A lot of people talk about Lunox needing some time, it's being a late-game hero, but honestly, level 1 and 2, not too bad going up against clear heroes like the Yi.
It's very unique. I see that actually the Yi taking over the Impurage while for the Lunox going for the Mystery Shop, which is not a usual emblem. Usually when we see Yi, we will see Magic Worship. Well, Lunox, maybe either Magic Worship, Impurage, or maybe the Mystery Shop is still very viable, but Axwin here being chased by one last second, who is actually very aggressive right now and trying to look at where's the position of Bangladesh side, but I don't think it's gonna be something to be transferred to the side of objective here. They're just gonna try to maybe look for the item that they need or the level that they need to try to compete on the movement.
Oops. Again, I didn't see it, Rios.
But the level gap is there, yeah? Between Axwin and also the one last second. I mean, like the one last second got the first 4th level, while for Axwin it's like delaying like 20 to 30 seconds to get the level 4.
Yeah, but Baxia have the advantage on the early game because he is very sustainable against Julian. Even he used the intention, but battling to the 2 heroes and remote manipulation, trying to be pop up. Hercules trying to stop it, and first blood cut. Rios is taken down. One last sec, trying to hit more heroes, but look at Aswin. He trying to go to Hercules, and Hercules is taken down too.
Lasek is still looking for an advantage here, trying his best to try and find something, but Bangladesh wisely back away. They know they're way too low to try and make something happen, especially because the pickup potential, the burst from Bhutan is very strong in that early game, and they will be the ones to pick up this turtle.
Oh, nice turtle here on the side of Bhutan. What a really good early game, early objective as well. I mean, like they are having a very good advantage for the early game, especially based on the movement coming from the 1-1. Usually, just like what you guys have mentioned before, it's supposed to be a bully towards 1-1, but this 1-1 is just like farming freely. I mean, like it's a very, very good situation. And I feel like this youth is coming up really prepared for the upcoming battling from the Atlas, because he is going for the Purify, which is like a very good precaution from the CC that can be brought by Bangladesh.
But of course that also means he's vulnerable to X-Spin or that Julian jumping on him. He will not have the utility, the sprint or the flicker to avoid those big sources of damage. Iron Hook lands with the flicker as well, and that will be Bhutan making the practice play, but the Fatal Link has been used as well. It's a 2v3 situation, and the reward manipulation has been popped up, and that will be one more kill for the side of Bhutan. They are falling apart as the Baksha goes in for the kill under the turret as well. Flicker forced to be used by the Iron Hook. Bhutan finally showing a lot more coordination.
Yeah.
It's very aggressively played by Bhutan on the early game. Even Clint is having a hard time to be farmed on his lane. But look, Stripe is getting hit, but Breath of Order has been popped up. Iron Hooks trying to cover by Hercules.
Yep. Right now, 3-1 in the first 4 minutes inside of the Land of Dawn, and the gold lead is like 1,200 to the side of Bhutan. And the initiation is being brought again right now. Perfect match. Matching towards this 1-1, but the Iron Hook connect and taking Isos down. Not only that, still looking for the weakness point, crossbow time, but not continuing the movement towards this Atlas, but more focused to the gold shield turret. On the other hand, we're seeing the top lane. Actually, there's an exchange happen.
It's already opened by Clint before the blue is taken down, but look at Dandog right now. He's trying to disturb him extreme on his farming pattern, and even the wizard need to be like covering extra.
Red team turret has been
Bangladesh is
destroyed.
playing more calculated, but Bhutan a lot more calculated. This is what we've come to expect and what we hope to see from their competition. If they have aggression in the early game, they need to be using it, and they are doing so. Contrast the purple buff, but it does not seem like they will be able to do so. Bangladesh though go for the fatal link, and that will be the real manipulation used as a combo as well, and that will be the members of Bangladesh getting taken out. That's one for the 1-1, but Lunox doing a lot of damage. Baxia is no longer part of the equation. The turtle is up, and that flicker of Iron Hook play is not going to be successful.
Yeah, but not only stopping there, this Eurydice still with the Ionic Age trying to chase down this Eve, and one jump with the Transcendent Ward is actually going to be able to take one member down, but it's not like that. Juliet able to take care of the turtle, while we see that actually Bhutan still trying to hold up all of the movement that is coming from Bangladesh. I mean, like Bangladesh is just like very smart. They know how Bhutan now plays like a group, right? The coordination is there. But we see that actually they're taking chances when they can try to pick off the member coming from Bhutan, and the momentum is nice coming from Hercules to do the fatal link.
And I love how they convert the team fight into the objective.
Yeah.
Because like the first outer bottom turret is already destroyed by Bhutan, and they trying to pick up again. Doing the pressure, keep the pressure to the Bangladesh, and look at the item. Even one have the coercion side and trying to build the Demon Hunter sword, so it's gonna be a nightmare for the Hercules and Wizard if the Demon Hunter sword already exists and doing the crossbow attack.
the fun fact here is that the Steel Leg Plate actually gives you as much armor, as much physical defense as the Brute Force Breastplate. So it's actually a very underrated item. And so both teams here are looking for opportunities. Whoever gets the better engage will have an advantage in the upcoming team fights. Their composition is for the most part equal for now. Later on, I think Bhutan with the range advantage will have a lot more options. Uranus will be the main target. He gets taken out by the Franco.
No, ho, ho, ho. But look at this one. Actually, the movement that is being shown here by Bhutan is just like looking so strong. They're having two objectives, but in the mid lane, the exchange of the turret will be causing so much things because the Fatalik will be focusing towards this. Franco is down. It's a mega kill for Lunox, but look at that one. Actually, it is 1-1 looking for that weakness point and will be using the critical back. No, yeah, it's gonna be used right now. Focusing towards Hercules, but Hercules still survived with the perfect match going to the backline. But Wizard will be dancing around this Masha with the Ionic Age with the Transcendent Word. But look at the damage that is given by Strive. That is so painful. The magical damage will try to shut down this Masha.
Okay, Jacob is late for the party because his friends already get back, but he's trying to get in again and trying to hold 4 damage from 4 heroes. But now, Enhanced Shade going to the Ryus, and Ryus trying to escape by going back, and Turtle is hit by Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has control here, and they're forcing Bhutan away due to the pressure. The front line just pushing them away and again. This is the second turtle that Bangladesh has been able to secure. So Bhutan, they need to try and get the fights at better timings to get that objective.
Yeah, it is. It is. Right now, 6-5 here. And going to the bottom lane, we're saying that actually Fatalik connects to the 2 members of the size of Bhutan. But the real one manipulation tried to manipulate the players coming from Bangladesh. But look at that one. Perfect. Will be taken down in the hand of this tribe. That is unstoppable with 5 kills on her hand. And not only that, the Masha will be chased out. It's 4 versus 2. But this Raksha is also trying to jump in, try to join the war, but the Masha will be the main target here from the side of Bangladesh, and I think they will get it without any doubt.
He's doing
Because very difficult, man. You're tanky, but not against a Lunox. Right here, we see that Wizard is just very content, just waiting in the lane, buying time for his team. And Bangladesh, they're playing the more calculated gameplay, and they're having more control over the objectives. Bhutan, as we mentioned, towards that mid-game, starts falling apart. They're not sure what to do here or where to go.
I mean, like, the movement that is being brought by Bangladesh is just like, this Hercules is a tank. The Fataling is something. Like, they are always trying to get something back, but the Bloody Han here actually is not going to be working towards the Bangladesh side. Sky of Guardian Helmet on the side of Axwin here, trying to be more sustained, to have like regeneration as well when he is away from the opponent side. But Bhutan, right now in the pressure situation, now Bangladesh wants to dive in towards the objective in the top lane. They want to convert it, but the Void Blast is not going to be open, the chain connect. But you know what? They're just going to be counting it so far. Try to poke over the turret, and the Baksha jumping, using the Shield Q90, but they're not going to be engaging everything.
It's very safe knowing that Bhutan has the opportunity to go for those insane plays, insane hooks. So they play it calm and collected. The Lord is coming up now, so it's very wise for them. They will try and play the macro play and try and get an advantage where they're going to be able to clear. And you can see the flicker has been forced from the triangle.
Ryus is forced to use the flick out to evade all of their skill resource from the Bangladesh. But now Dendok is trying to hit the backline or just trying to waste some skill from Bangladesh.
I feel like they always try to disengage when their real work manipulation is open. Like they're using the flicker, they're using the sprint, they try to do something about it. But the perfect match is that are there going to be another Fatal Link? But look at that one, Fatal Link connect! Real world manipulation as well. What will happen next? You see that actually T is still very full, but Strive is down. So it's a chance for Bangladesh to be down on the side of Bhutan right now. They're winning in every aspect, and they are even taking 3 kills here on the head of this 1-1.
It's a miss flicker from Isas, so he cannot avoid his death from the Bhutan heroes. And now is the chance to do the solo lord from the Baxia. Even the inner meter turret is getting down by.
Yeah, if you get to a free situation here, Bhutan has an advantage because they have more range, right? They have the real manipulation to try and play around it, and they can try and pick off members using the iron hook, even though Bangladesh is playing safe. So I guess their best plan is to abuse that and try and use Fuyo Hercules to try and do something before that actually plays out. You can see that for the side of Bhutan, the items here is very, very intelligent. The glowing one has been taken, knowing that there are a lot of beefy members on the side of Bangladesh. That's why the poke damage has been so decimating for the HP buffs.
And it's gonna be hard time to take down 1-1 because like 503 with the Windtalker, Demon Hunter, Sword, Corrosion Sight, and a Weep of Nature.
But
already
you can see
have.
that actually is only one Athena shield on the side of Bhutan, which is only on Renko. The rest of it doesn't have it. When we know that actually Stripe is the one that is leading the game right now. But the real world manipulation now being open in the mid lane. But the battling connect and they want to go for it. The Brilliance of Order jumping to the front here. The Darkening Chaos trying to get over the Hughes. Hughes is down and they're still gonna go for it. But the crossbow attack focusing on Rizard. Not the main target, but look at that one. Actually, this Marcia needs to go away as soon as possible. But taking one, Atlas is down. But Dendro will be not being chased for too long.
As we mentioned, play safe, wait for the right moment, send Fuyo Hercules to make a play. He comes in from behind and gets a massive fatal link that allows Bangladesh to get back in the game. And if you look at the goal difference, it's getting narrower and narrower. And in that late game, remember, Bangladesh has that Lunox to bank off with.
Yep.
So the tankier members will be very worried right now once Bangladesh gets to equalize that goal difference.
Uh-oh, this is not looking good. I mean, like, the main target right now from Bhutan to the Bangladesh is actually Strife. It's not Ecos, in my humble opinion. It needs to be Strife. And if this Bastia down, it's gonna be a huge problem for Bhutan because it's giving more gold to the side of Bangladesh and they're giving more time for Bangladesh to grow up again, to be more monster in the late game. While Bhutan, they really need a really good momentum to try to pick off players coming from Bangladesh itself.
Because right now, 1-1 and the heat is the key, I think, to the team fight. If two of it is taken down, that maybe it's will be a disaster for Bhutan, and Bangladesh can win the game directly because they have the DPS from these sides. It's very, very painful.
Well, if without DPS, there's no way they're going to be able to take out Wizard. So automatically, it just allows members of Bangladesh to be free reign. But that's a flicker, Iron Hook combo. And that will be the Atlas taken out. If you don't want to be engaged on, you engage on the engage tool. And that will be one more member. The Julian left behind. Double kill for the 1-1. And now Bhutan once again gets more momentum. They're still going for more kills. But Bangladesh very wisely backs away.
To be honest, that is not a disciplined move coming from Bangladesh. I know they want to go for it, but they need to be remembered. That is a Franco with the Iron Hook, and this is the Lord that is counting. You're losing your jungler, you're losing your one opportunity by losing Hercules here. And it's not a really good situation, but the real world manipulation is being off, and the Vadal base star is down, but the jump coming with the thunderclap from Dendro is actually very dope for the side of Bhutan.
See that Wizard is cutting the wave though, so now a bit of macro play coming from Bangladesh. A bit of trickery as the Bloody Hunt and the Iron Hook is used onto Wizard. Not the ideal target here. The 4v4 situation, Strife is not there, but Bhutan backs away anyway. They want to play more calculative. We talked about discipline. Bhutan is surely showing a lot of improvement in that department.
I do agree with that. I mean, like, how they're just like being patient to wait over the Lord.
Yep, but I see the Bangladesh is having like a roller coaster game right now.
It is.
They play very goodly to like seize the moment, waiting for the perfect time to do the engagement. But now on the game tree, there's a lot of like too many wrong movement. I think that's the correct sentence for the Bangladesh because Franco is the key.
Yeah, Franco is the key, but look at this. 1-1 is also the key coming from Bhutan. Not only that, because the legendary is on the hand of Bhutan right now, but the destroyed over the base turret right now. Middle, top, bottom, we are seeing that actually Bhutan become monster, and Bangladesh, will they be able to survive this one because the base will be open exposedly, and the Brilliance of Order will not be able to survive for too long, and Bhutan will take the third game, making it 1-2.
Letting 1-1 go is very, very expensive, Arashi. What do you think?
Especially when your team want to prioritize going for the Clint, letting go the 1-1 is a bit of a risky situation for sure.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to go for a quote-unquote counter like the Claude, it still makes a bit more sense, but you're pitching a Clint up against a 1-1. You can see 8-0 and 6, you know.
Yeah.
He was having a good game there, doing a lot of damage. And Bangladesh, I feel like they were just losing a lot of control in the mid-game, but you can see the improvement from the side of Bhutan for sure. They know exactly what to do, where they want to take fights, and when they want to take fights. And that's already a huge improvement, and we're seeing the results right now.
Oh, the results looking so good for Bhutan. I was doubting all of the movement that they can bring, but you know what? The real world manipulation is just like on point. The positioning is just like helping the rest of the players coming from Bhutan to able to go for it. I mean, like, look at that Masha that jump in with the thunderclap. That is just like being the finisher. But most of the thing is actually heads up to the Franco here for the Iron Hook that is giving a lot of threats to the side of Bangladesh, especially in the very seize moment like this one. I think like it's a very good moment, like Bhutan with the Franco with the Iron Hook able to pick off one particular member, especially from the Bangladesh itself. Isos is not having a really good time for the third game.
Well, there's a lot of threats to him as well.
Yep.
The Iron Hook, the dive potential coming in from the Masha, as well as the real world manipulation just chunking in for a lot of HP. I think he was having a lot of pressure, and we saw that flicker being used.
Yeah.
I don't think ideal is the right word. So he flickers backwards towards the enemy team, and that was a fatal situation. I'm not sure if they can continue just using the Clint. If they want to, you're gonna have to use a lot of bans and prioritize a lot of picks to make sure that it can actually work out.
Yeah. I mean, like, at first, I saw that Bangladesh is having a really good situation, but the discipline, they really need to be disciplined more. I mean, like, this time, this game, I feel like Bhutan is the one that have more discipline rather than Bangladesh in this game. Because I feel like Bangladesh is having like very greedy situation. This is a very good one because that Franco knows who is the main problem. Like Lunox since the early game is the main problem, the biggest threat coming from Bangladesh because the damage that is given by the release of order or the darkening chaos here by the Lunox itself. And waiting for the perfect moment for this 1-1 to be able to give so much damage to the side of Bangladesh is just like very huge. Like you can see the crossbow tank that actually giving like most of them is taken down easily, and this is the moment. This is the moment. At first, like okay, Bangladesh, even though it's a roller coaster game, but they still be able to survive. But with that one hook, I think it's over.
I think it wasn't a bad play to go for, but it seems like Bangladesh, right? Once things start going south for them, they play a bit too careful. As I mentioned earlier, when we're predicting who's going to come out on top here, if Bangladesh just lets the game play out, they have the victory because they're playing very carefully, very safe. But if Bhutan makes the proactive moves, the dives, the hooks, they can get an advantage. And that's exactly what's going on. You see that Bangladesh, after winning the fight, after on the high point of the roller coaster, they instead of pushing the tempo and forcing Bhutan into difficult spots, they just waited and allowed Bhutan to recover. And as a result, the Atlas gets hooked, and Bhutan, again, were able to get the momentum going. And I think momentum is very much the name of the game here for both these teams.
The cause of why the Atlas is getting kidnapped at the end of the game, I think the adrenaline rush. Because how many times Atlas got like 3 or 4 heroes with his battlings, right?
A lot of times.
Yeah, the Hercules need to thinking about like if I can make another moment that will be the winning for my team.
Yeah.
And we can go to the next stage. But
that is a positive mental.
Yeah.
I mean, like, oh, I can bake this one. I want to make way for my team, but sometimes it's
calculation.
Yeah.
Especially in such a tight situation, right?
It is.
The strategy aspect is so important, and if you let your emotions get the better of you, whether it's excitement, whether it's anger, whether it's you're getting tilted because you miss a kill, it's never a good idea. So I think both teams again still have a lot of aspects to improve on. We'll just have to see, man. We're down to game number 4 now.
Yeah.
Which is going to be very interesting because we will see more. And I feel like 3 games with Clan, ESOS need to show more over that one. I mean, like in the third game, we are seeing that actually the Clan cannot do much. Like the presence that is coming from the Franco, the presence that is coming from the Basha, that rotate a lot to the gold lane is like creating so much trouble for the ESOS itself. Maybe depend on how they're gonna be playing for this fourth game. Depend on the draft as well.
But they already paid a price for letting go of 1-1.
Yeah.
Maybe on this game 4, 1-1 will be getting banned again, like the game 1 or
A possibility, yeah.
So Isas can be more comfortable when using Clint, but I'm doubting that Clint is still a good option right now because if you are using 3 games using the same heroes, if the opponent is smart, they can read your habit, read your play style when using Clint.
You know
That's
the
the
old
thing.
adage, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So for Bhutan, for sure, seeing that the Clint is definitely a comfort pick or a priority pick for the side of Bangladesh, they secured. They understood the assignment. As we mentioned, the keys to victory for their team, and they were able to actually focus down Isas again and again. So something needs to change. Or otherwise, they need to try and be more predictive because seeing that 1-1 is open and the Digi was banned, right? I think that was a very tough situation for Bangladesh in the drafting phase already. So they need to be a bit wiser in that situation.
Yeah. We will see what will happen for this one. But yeah, I really want us to know as well who will be the first pick here because we can see that actually like Bhutan somehow playing really good with the first pick situation, banning over the Digi, taking over the 1-1. Will that be happen again? Because if Bangladesh is taking the second pick again, I mean, like, there's still a chance for 1-1 to be let go, or any other hero, because like Bhutan can try to ban over the Digi again, or maybe another kind of hero, because based on the 2 games that happens previously, we are seeing that actually like Digi is really prioritized to be picked here from the first and the second game. So yeah, I just want to see what kind of strategy that they will try to bring for this one. They really need to come up with a new strategy or maybe the new tactics, because if they are sticking with what already happened for the 3 games in a row, I mean, like, just like what you've mentioned, it's going to be readable. It's going to be readable, even though it's a different kind of hero, but the movement that you're showing is just like sort of readable.
We've seen that Bhutan has been a bit more patient, a bit more disciplined. Now on the other side, Bangladesh needs to be a bit more aggressive. They cannot wait for Bhutan to make mistakes because they've adapted. They don't do those crazy plays anymore. So Bangladesh needs to understand that now they need to be able to actually start the play on their own without having to wait for Bhutan.
And for me, it's kind of nostalgic seeing Digi as a prioritized hero. It's like watching the M2 when Myanmar have using Digi as his power pick, and even the enemies is banning all Digi for the whole match. Even when Myanmar is facing another country, Digi is never been loose.
Okay, that is interesting because today we will have the Myanmar as match as well as the last match of the day. So for you guys, please stay tuned until the rest of the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022, because today we will have 3 matches. The first one that is ongoing right now, currently on the 4th game, we are going for the final stage of South Asia, which is going to be Bangladesh versus Bhutan. And later on, as the second match, we will have the West Asia final stage, which is gonna be Syria versus Uni Emirat Arab, and also the final stage for the Southeast Asia. This is what you guys have been waiting for, I guess. This is gonna be Malaysia versus Myanmar. Both of them are the fan of Myanmar, apparently.
Well, I mean, it's hard to not be a fan. Myanmar is such an exciting region with a lot of history per se. So we're looking forward to that for sure. They are both quote-unquote powerhouse regions as well. So you can't help but be a bit more excited for that. But of course, we are still in match number 1, and now we are back to the drafting phase where it's going to be more important than ever for both these teams to adapt when it comes to the composition. Akai will be the first victim to the ban department.
And it's still 1 match point for Bangladesh and 2 more ways or to go for Bhutan to win this match. So for the audience right now, if you are supporting Bangladesh, you can write it on the comment section.
Yeah, don't forget, if you're a supporter of Bhutan, that is a regional country for Pinda Panda, apparently. Please do the hashtag in the comment section below. Yeah, Pinda Panda is actually coming from Bhutan.
Do you know her?
I am familiar, not in depth, but I have I am aware that she exists. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, because she's very cute, you know. But yeah, okay. Back to the bad advice.
Can't argue with that. So back to
the game.
Digi banned by Bhutan yet again, but 1-1 and Beatrix, no thank you. Both teams banned them out. Will we see the Clint again? This is the big question that I think Bhutan is also very curious about.
I want to see what kind of thing that they will try to bring for this one, because back again, Faramis, Valentina is still there. I think they're still gonna let go the Julian. I'm like, okay, another Julian, another Masha. We are okay with that one. Or maybe they will surprise us with letting go the Valentina, which is not a really good recommendation actually, because Valentina with IMU will steal everyone's ultimate.
It's a very difficult situation for sure, but I'm wondering about the Julian pick, right? We've seen it being able to succeed, but we saw earlier, it's a Julian in the jungle with a Demon Slayer emblem going full tank. I'm not sure if that's the right course of action. I think that it's better to at least be a bit of a mix, because otherwise you're kind of negligible in those big teamfight situations. When you have at least one damage item, at least the squishier members on your opponent's team will have to be concerned, because that's still significant damage to heroes who don't buy any resistances.
But look at that. Bauman is getting banned, and Valentina is open for Bangladesh. Maybe if they think about like Valentina will be a good choice to make a pressure on an early game and trying to steal and like make a limitation for Bhutan to do the drop pick.
Okay, that is interesting because fun fact as well, like Julian is 0% win rate for today. At 3 games, it's a losing. The first one is on the side of Bhutan, second one in the side of Bhutan again. The third game is on the side of Bangladesh, and all of the Julian was not winning any game today. So yeah, Valentina pick on the side of Bangladesh, Masha on the side of Bhutan, a very aggressive hero. We will see another one. It's a Basha. Actually, they are ignoring that Julian away.
They want to make sure that they have a lot more mobility here, because we saw what was the main problem, especially in game number 1. Bhutan just being too slow on the rotations, Bangladesh able to capitalize on these structures instead. But now, with the Masha, with the Baxia, they can be roaming around the map a lot more efficiently, and they can clear faster as well if this Baxia goes into the jungle. So more pressure in the early game, very much in line with the win condition for Bhutan.
And I do like how they are like trying to adapt really fast on the drafting as well. Like they are taking sustained hero but also aggressive hero that can be played from the side of Bhutan. But again, here this is Atlas that we are seeing in the previous game doing a really good one, coming from Hercules with the Vital Link and also with the perfect match. But right now, they have another hero to be the frontliner that can disturb the players coming from Bhutan, which is going to be the Esmeralda, the dancer, the best dancer with the Falling Star Moon, Stardust Dance, and also the Frost Moon Shield. So, is it a good option to pick over the Esmeralda? Well, Baxia is already picked by the side of Bhutan.
I think it depends on the playstyle, because Baxia usually will try to aim the back line or even the mid lane of the Bangladesh. And Esmeralda, if she wait for the good time to using the Falling Star Moon to like chasing or aiming the back line, I think it's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
Ooh, Bhutan goes for the Clint ban. So, already respected. I don't know if it's necessary though. We've seen that in the previous game at least, Bhutan had no issue just going in for that Clint. So
there
we're ending it here.
1-1.
There
right
was
now,
1-1.
yeah.
You're right. But there was also a Yves. So there are a lot of solutions to the Clint problem. It's a lot easier to deal with than the Beatrix, than the 1-1. So Bhutan goes for that ban regardless, and they still have that Franco. So
I feel like
very interesting.
I feel like they really need burst hero. I mean, like Masha, the damage is not that high. The Basha as well. Like they need someone that can come along with Franco that can burst on anyone from the side of Bangladesh. Who is it gonna be?
And there is one forgotten hero
Who
to
is
face
it?
3 Billy heroes like this.
Luo Yi?
Luo Yi.
Lilia?
Luo Yi will be a good option. Lilia will Lilia is good,
I like
but
it.
I think if the enemies have Franco, if the Iron Hoods connect to the Lilia and even the Bloody Hunt, Lilia doesn't have the chance to use the Black Shoes.
Okay.
Right here we see that they ban away, the Barats of tanky frontliner, because they most likely will be sending the Masha to disturb the jungle path, and Barats usually can't deal with it. I don't know what Bangladesh will pick, in exchange for that. That's already showing how Bhutan wants to be aggressive in the early game. But on that point though, on the melee hero, the engage, there's a possibility that Bangladesh can go for multiple purifies and just shut down the potential for Bhutan to even go for those engages.
And
Possibility, yeah.
one more thing. Curry for the gold lane
Carry.
for Bangladesh. I think it will be a good option, and Lunox is still free.
It is still free right now, but I feel like Bhutan, Lunox is good, but it's more into the single target. I'm thinking about Arya, and Luyi, I think it's a very good one, but aside of that, what I was thinking about Lilia, Kagura is not really popular anymore, so I don't really think about it much, but I feel like something suspicious here. I feel like Bhutan have something prepared for this one.
Well,
They need something for the mid laner.
Of course, Bangladesh won't be picking up the mid laner because they have the Valentina, unless it's
Wise
flexed
choice.
in a weird fashion to the jungle or the EXP lane, for example. But for Bhutan, though, if they go for that Lilia pick, it's good, it's safe in the early game. If they go for the Lunox, same idea. You have outplay potential and you have a lot of DPS, especially to burst through that Esmeralda. So it's still a very valid option. And with the Melissa here, Bangladesh once again goes for a very solid front-to-back composition. But going up against a Franco, there will be times where they'll be forced to go for the engage instead. Otherwise, you're just waiting for the next hook to land, and you're giving Bhutan all the cards to play.
Okay, but I'm thinking about any other mid laner that is possible to be picked by the side of Bhutan. I still feel like Luyi is a good option, but aside of that, what I was thinking about Melissa that can create so much things here. So I was
They
thinking
need a
about
high ground, I think, to aim Melissa
Oh,
at the back line.
Sicilian.
So Sicilian will be a good option because the Batface can get Sicilian get more movement speed to run away from the Esmeralda and wait for the mid to late game. I think Sicilian will be the answer to the team fight.
It's a very good solution, right? They have strong roaming, strong early game, 3 fighters, right? Fighters have an inherent advantage in the early game. They're tankier than most heroes, and they have good base damage without any items. So they can actually use that leverage in the early game, get ahead, and allow Sicilian to farm rather freely. And as you mentioned, in the late game, just be that decisive force to just seal out the deal for the side of Bhutan. So it's a different approach, but I think it's still very much in characteristic for Bhutan.
Yeah, so that is the draft coming for the 4th game of the day here. Who are you supporting for? Is it Bangladesh or Bhutan? Put it in the comment section because we will just jump into the Bali for 14 World Esports Championship 2022 for the 4th game here for the final stage, South Asia, between Bangladesh versus Bhutan here. This is a match point for Bangladesh, but this is still a possibility for Bhutan to try to claim their victory for this one.
In the jungle, though, you can see that the Boxtail will have a clear advantage. This is what we talked about. The tempo that Bhutan can actually push onto Bangladesh is going to be very, very scary. We have a lot of ways to facilitate dives as well, and that will be the orange buff taken away from X-Win. What a disaster.
Yeah, level 3 versus level 1 here. So when the time comes, when the Tartarus is up, the X-Win will be having a hard time because he already just level 2 or 3. But now here's H8. Oh, Iron Hook trying to disturbing X-Win from his jungling pattern with one last bar, trying to escape.
Yeah.
He's very low right here. He is able to secure the purple buff, but he'll be using that retribution. So when the turtle spawns, Bhutan has some options to play around with here. They can go for the pick off first, or they can go for decisive play afterwards almost directly. That's a nice Iron Hook attempt, but Bhutan still completely in control.
Yeah, I mean, like, they are having a very good disturbance hero here by the presence coming from Franco because they are unable to play it aggressively yet until this. Sadly, the Iron Hook did not connect. Actually, there is no Purify, so yeah, they just survive and they go back that fast coming. But Masha versus Esmeralda, yeah, the XP laner will be like a very mirroring kind of situation. It's not going to be too much of attention that can be given to this both of the player. But in the mid lane, we are seeing the Shield 90 actually hitting over this Valentina. Remember, Valentina having this IMU and the Sicilian's bat face is actually going to be the key here later on. Will they be able to try to steal it and making as the damage that can be given? But yeah, the turtle is taken on the side of Bhutan right now.
Okay.
Ooh.
Trying to steal again. The orange buff is...
He stole it.
We
Yeah.
stole it!
Stolen by one last sec, but now look at the top lane. I think Bangladesh is trying to do the mirroring to aim the outer top turret, but they didn't succeed.
Yeah.
Right now, Bhutan is playing aggressively and they're having a lot of success in shutting down X-Win in that jungle role. so they have an advantage for all the mutual objectives. I think they need to be a bit more aggressive in going into the jungle of Bangladesh though, because now they have the pressure in the side lanes as well, and they have the iron hook to make plays with. So I think aggression is the name of the game for Bhutan for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the advantage for you having the tanky jungler, tank hero as a jungler. I mean, like, you can dive in with the sustain that you have and actually giving so much things to the side of the opponent side, but the chain connect, battling as well. What will happen? One last sack, facing two members from the side of Bangladesh. We are seeing that actually Tarpan Memory able to get somebody else, but the IMU is being used right there. But the damage that is given from the stripe is pretty huge. And along with the bloody heart and volley Star Moon, two members from Bhutan is done. Bangladesh is the one that taking the advantage.
What a nice counter setup from Bangladesh, because they got 3 point kills here from that last team fight, and now the Dope he even didn't get the outer gold shield.
Right. I think I don't know, it's a bit too greedy from Bhutan. They got the advantage, but they stuck around for the members of Bangladesh to rotate in, to counter-engage and get the exchange there. So I think they need to be a bit faster, because again, their main advantage here is not burst damage, it's speed. And as you can see here, that counter from the Toto's persons to the regeneration of the Esmeralda is so good. Unfortunately though, Wizard will be able to escape with his life. And Strife here gets taken to half HP, but Bhutan pressuring but not getting the amount of dominance they want to get.
And right now we are seeing another movement that is being brought by Bhutan to play objectively, but Valentina and Outlast is there. But no, the objective is still on the hand of Bhutan. But right now we are seeing a new setup that is being brought by Bangladesh. But the Sanguine Claw and also the Bad Impact able to get one member from Bangladesh down and pushing them back to the side of the turrets.
Bangladesh might want to just avoid fights here, but as I say that though, Bhutan needs to be very careful walking into these choke points, because Bangladesh, they have the Melissa, they have the Empower Chain coming in from X-Wing as well, a lot of AoE combos that they need to make sure they don't get caught up in. Otherwise, they win in damage for now, and they win in speed, and they need to be getting a lot more objectives as far as structures are concerned. Fatal Link though is being used, and it doesn't seem like this will end well for the member of Bhutan. That's the Brody getting taken out. XCR out of the game.
Yep. And right now, we are seeing that actually this the movement that is from Wizard is playing objectively towards the turret, but with the backup that is being brought. And I feel like this Sicilian somehow, without the Impure Rage, actually doing really good and having a really good damage, because the Clock of Destiny is done in the first 5 minutes, going for the light metrage. While in the top lane, we are seeing the turrets actually gonna be converted, and Bangladesh just take it. I mean, like, it's supposed to be Bhutan actually, based on the draft that they are having, to have more chance to get over the turrets rather than Bangladesh in the early stage.
And now XCR is gonna be hard to do the farming very well, because the outer top turret is already destroyed, and it gives Bangladesh a chance to do the thing off from the jungle.
Exactly. Bhutan here, this is the same problem from game number 1. They have the speed, they have the pick-off potential, but they are not getting the objectives. Of course, later on in the game, the Sicilian will still be able to do a lot more damage, so they have a bit more insurance in that department.
That's why they are trying to move so hard right here to the side of Bangladesh right now. But Bhutan, I feel like they really need to play aggressively towards Bangladesh, just like what they did in the third game. But right now we are seeing Hercules looking for chances to do the throttling, but the chain connect at this time and trying to push back the players coming from Bhutan right now. And Bangladesh waiting for the perfect moment to play aggressively, but the Sicilian is down in the hand of this Wizard that is actually giving so much sense right now, because we see that actually the turtle being taken on the side of Bangladesh, and not only that, because two members will be down definitely. One last sack, the jungler is down, and Melissa able to get over the Berserker Shield, while Wizard need to get back. Well, the damage that is given by the turrets and also by the Brody is enough to take down Wizard.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, but then Dove is trying to get aimed by 4 heroes, but he'll survive. Outer the bottom turret is already destroyed, and Conceal is being popped up by Wu.
Defensive conceal by Bhutan, and they're losing an objectives, man. They lost the turtle. They traded even on the fight due to that great Iron Hook flicker play from Rise, but it's just not enough. Without the control, without the vision game, it's going to be very difficult for Bhutan to try and surprise Bangladesh with those Iron Hooks. So Bangladesh, it's a bit of a similar situation here. Their only real concern is PIS on that Sicilian.
Yeah, I mean, like the Sicilian is just like growing so hard, so fast right now. What will happen? I'm not really sure. I mean, like if you drag this game longer and longer, the Sicilian will be a huge monster. But the Chan come next. The Iron Hook didn't really had somebody right there, but they don't have enough time to do the battling. And also the HP bar from this Hercules is only dropping by 60%. So it's only 40%. So I don't think they will try to set it up. They will try to re-engage first. They will try to go back and try to set up and try to have a proper time before they try to engage more to the side of Bhutan. But Iron Hook connect along with the bloody hand. Will they be able to finish this off? But Hercules will just jump in. The battling only connect to one member, but not only the movement that is the follow-up that is coming from Bangladesh is just so huge, taking this Brody down.
Wow. Yep. Even all the tournament memories didn't have the damage because like he didn't get the stack, and now is the chance because the first Lord is gonna be coming to the land of doubt.
That's a great play from Fuyo Hercules, just going in aggressively, flickering with the Fatal Link, getting only one member, but that is the gold laner. And right there with the advantage, without any hesitation, they go for the pick, they get Dendo, and it's still a 5v4 Bhutan, forced to back away and concede the Lord to Bangladesh. This is the same pattern we've seen. This is what they enjoy doing.
Oh no, Bangladesh might have this advantage over and over again. Bhutan need to do something about it. I'm gonna like Axwin here, back with the Sky Garden helmet. It means that he is going full tank again. As a Julian that we saw in the 3 games in a row, haven't got a chance to win the game yet. So yeah, we will just see what will happen. But Axwin need to have a proper setup. What will happen right here? We are seeing the bloody hand focusing towards this Julian. Still very tanky to hold up all of the damage, but the Masha almost getting down. Need to run away. One last second. Tortoise Poisons is being open. No one is being shut down yet. No one is being picked off. But Bangladesh let Bhutan run so fast after they are giving so much damage.
It's gonna be a long game because Bhutan have Sicilian on his side, so it's a very good heroes to get defensive from the minion because he is a high ground, have the high ground attributes too. So we gonna see like for the first Lord, our Bangladesh is gonna get the base start from Bhutan.
Exactly, he just finished the Lightning Truncheon as well, so the wave clear is definitely there. Bhutan though, they cannot jump on that full tank Julian. It is not in their win conditions. They go for the Lord here, and they will be able to clear it away. But at what cost? Masha already just running full marathon towards the back line. That is a Baxia though, not exactly the prior target. And Bangladesh are the 3 people with the power chain as well, and that will be Bangladesh turning it around. They go for the big play towards Bhutan, and they seem to be having most of the advantage.
Oh my god, one really good double kill here on the head of this Melissa. What a really huge battling that is being brought by Hercules. That is actually like a Hercules, the true Hercules here. Tanking all of the damage, taking and bringing, carrying, hugging 3 members from the side of Bhutan.
It's literally Hercules because he can make 3 heroes on the air.
Yeah, it is.
And look at the items. Harashi, what do you think?
Well, Radiant Armor on the side of One Last Sec, it's good enough to deal with the repeated DPS coming in from Bangladesh because there's a lot of repetitive magic damage. But overall, he is, he's a bit too, I don't know. He's still tanky, but he isn't exactly useful when it comes to those full dive situations.
Because actually, it's not only the damage, the magical damage that is given by Bangladesh. Remember, this Melissa is very free, 5-0 at 3. I know the damage that can be held up with that armor, but I feel like they still need more to handle all of the damage. Antikiras perhaps, or maybe Turret Armor, just to prevent all of the physical damage that can be brought by Bangladesh side. And right now, it's 12 minutes, 5,000 leads on the side of Bangladesh, and 5 turrets apparently.
Bhutan again needs to be a bit more coordinated. We saw that Dendo, he was going in so deep alone, and that is exactly what forces his team to try and follow up on that play, and that is what gave Fuyo Hercules to get the opportunity to come in with that flicker. So Bhutan, they need to be very aware because given the right circumstances, Bangladesh can still come out on top here. They have the gold laner advantage DPS.
Look at the last sec. What even Pataling is getting Dendo, but at their behind, the
one
one last sec, yeah. He's trying to steal with one steal from the one last sec. It's still continue to team wipe, and Wizard trying to hold the bad pace and the bad impact from the Sicilian perfects, but they are getting runway because they have low HP right now.
No, this is a very nice steal actually, because they will give more time for this Sicilian to be more strong, and with the dominance eyes on the side of this Sicilian, want to have more mana, but also reducing the attack speed from this Melissa as well. 13 to the 6, the Lord is marching to the mid lane of the side of Bangladesh. Bhutan still have the moment, still have the chance to win this game with all of the movement that they have. They just need one last momentum on the side of Bhutan, but the battling focusing towards this Rios monster kill for this Melissa. One last sec will be done as well. Double kill here. The Lord is jumping, going, marching to the side of the turrets, but the 3 members from Bhutan is done. Not only that, it's a shutdown. And we are saying that actually this ESOS is not in the hand of this Sicilian.
Oh, did it fall to the Lord in that situation? He was backing away to try and clear the Lord, but he was a bit too careless. Gets taken out there. Very unfortunate, but Bangladesh, they're able to defend and even turn it around, getting the advantage over Bhutan, who was making the play with the Lord. That was really, really good. When you're afraid of the Iron Hook, engage on the Franco instead. It will no longer be an issue. And just like that, they were forced to rely on one last sec and Zendo to just run at them. And it's no issue at all for the counter engage to come from the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Now, Garudaku is connected to the X-Blade, and X-Blade is using the Enhanced Sword to run away from 4 heroes, and Stripe is trying to get damaged by using the Arcane Shade and the Shadow Strike. Yeah, but the team fight is still not happening because both of the teams know, like the team fight, if they are rushing to make it happen, it's kind of a disaster for both of them.
It is.
Both teams also going for their respective buffs, and that will be PIS with the Sicilian and the purple buff. That is again the aggressive engage coming in from Bangladesh. That will be a Falling Star move before the Fatal Links as well as a combo. And Bangladesh, they're doing their best here, and you can see Dendop getting zoned away by the getaway of Melissa. And Bangladesh on the back foot because the Sicilian is still alive. That is the torn apart memory used by the SCR, and it's still even so far.
Yeah, and they still go for more because we're saying actually Perfect here trying to be focused by Stripe, but the no-hope here win coming with 2 movement. Sadly, the killing spree on the side of this Brody, and even the immortality is gone, and also taking down 3 members from the side of Bangladesh. Bhutan, will they go for the Lord because this is their chance? The Melissa is still there, the Atlas is still there. But will they be able, because they still have one last act with the retribution to be focused towards this Lord, and ESOS and also Hercules will be waiting patiently. Hercules revealing the position, but Rius is there, and look at that one, the damage that is given towards Rius is pretty huge. Melissa, whoa, almost get caught here in bad impact, need to run away as soon as possible. Buyo here, Hercules able to get 1 kill, but the Lord is still on his hand of Bhutan. Again, this is the second Lord. This is 16 minutes Lord. It's a very strong Lord, but the perfect match just to run away here from this Atlas.
Bangladesh, they have to again defend against a Lord and try and find the right team fight. They've been able to deny the pick of potential from Bhutan, but they can't deal with the DPS coming in from both the gold lane and the mid lane from the side of Bhutan, because it's a great mix of physical and magical damage. So now they need to weigh out their options. Do they go on the tank and not get picked off, or do they go on the back line to ensure that the DPS won't be an issue? Timing as well as positioning will be the key in the next team fight. Whoever comes out on top, I think, will have a very strong chance of ending the game right here, right now.
Yeah, because they cannot ignore the Sicilian, because the damage from Sicilian is very, very painful right now, and Lord is marching to the deep lane. Even the Iron Hook is connected to the X-Wave, but the Sandwich Cloud and the Battling connected. Only 2-1 heroes. Only Starborn is trying to follow up. One last Sex is using his mortality right now. Hercules is taken down, but Rius is JB for the trade.
Oh my god, they're still looking for more. The Lord is still there, and it will be done in the last second. But we are saying that actually it's 4 versus 4. What will happen next? The recall is there, but the damage that is given by Triple is pretty huge. Will they dash to the front? Flicker is out, And we are saying that actually the Sicilian is down in the hand of Bangladesh, while we are saying the minions is actually marching to the side of Bangladesh here. Bangladesh needs to hold up the situation because Bhutan is coming back on their feet and they want to aim for more. They want to take this 4th game and make it to the 5th game for this first match of the day. And I think right now Bangladesh, they are losing in terms of the discipline, while Bhutan, they're still looking for chances. I love how they are trying to get things. I love how they are like being objective towards the base, towards the turret, towards the turtle. But they really need to be careful over the team fight that can be brought by Bangladesh.
Bhutan here, it's a bit of a reverse situation. They are the ones that have to play chill because as long as PIS, the Sicilian, is just alive and well, they can do a lot of damage, as we saw in the previous team fight. With the Purify, he's able to escape from the Fatal Links. That was very critical in ensuring that they have even footing in that in the play. But Bangladesh right now, yes, again, going for use on that Franco. They will actually be able to take him out, but at what cost right now? Bhutan, they are not in position to try and counter, and so Bangladesh get the small victory there, having control, looking for more.
Yep. 21-11, 19 minutes inside of the land of dawn. Remember, at this rate, when somebody gets caught, somebody gets picked up, it's more than 50 seconds respawn time, plus the Lord. It's going to be super duper strong because it's already 19 minutes inside of the land of dawn. So they really need to be careful. The immortality, most of them are already being used in the previous war. ISA still have it, but some of them doesn't. Who will be picked up and who will have the better setup? We will see the Lord almost getting hard here, but what will happen to this Masha jumping in without anything, and the battling connects. Who will take this one? And we are saying actually the damage that is given by Triple is pretty huge using the Sicilian, and the hope is gone because Dope is also being picked up.
Wow, they took that fight and they didn't have their gold laner there, so Bhutan, that was a very costly mistake. Bangladesh getting 2 members down, being able to actually delete most of the front line. So now with that Lord, they can force a fight, they can force an engage because the Flicker is still available for Fuyo Hercules as well. We'll have to see, can Bhutan actually survive long enough and run the timers long enough for their members to respawn.
And do you see the strike position back on the team fight? If he committed, he can get perfect taken down because he finally joined in the game to aim the Marcia, and now still have Sicilian to get defensive on the base, but how they do it?
Okay, that's a big question right here. How are they gonna do it? Because we're saying that actually right now Tortoise free chance is being open. The Lord is still having 18,000 HP bar here, but the David ordered the chain connect. What will happen next? Because the Lord is focusing on the base while the rest of the player from Bangladesh need to go back as soon as possible because the bat impact is very painful. What will happen? The Sanguine Claws, the bat feast will be opened up. They will be focusing, but skill is free on the hand of Isas right now. Isas still have the opportunity to try to pick up the member from Bhutan, but the Thunderclap is going directly to Isas.
Exactly, and now Dendo's trying to get away from the situation, and then he will be able to do so. Great defense from the side of Bhutan, but the final turret here most likely will go down. Immortality no longer available for Isas, and that Sicilian is just a big problem. His Purify is still up, and he is looking out for blood. They are 1 man down, but that's not an issue when you have such good late game picks on the side of Bhutan.
Especially above 20 minutes right now. Sicilian is the rock star because he can give the damage, the high ground position to make it hard to get aimed by the Bangladesh. But it's the job of Bhutan teams to cover Sicilian very well. Now, Iron Hook.
It's connect and really having the bloody heart connect real well, but the battle leg getting real stun. Not only that, one last sack here, the main target, but Isas is down in the head of the Sicilian. Axwin will be down because of the bad impact and also the damage coming from Dome. They really need to run away. It's 3 versus 4, and the rest of the players from Bhutan still want for more, and Triple still giving so much damage to the side of this Sicilian. Needs to get back. What will happen? Wizard still dancing around. Perfect match. Try to run away, but the Lord is 14 seconds away, Arashi.
40 seconds away, but both teams don't really care. Bhutan looking for a chance to try and capitalize on the man advantage. No DPS, no Melissa for the side of Bangladesh, and Bhutan, finally, they let up. They want to make sure that they are in the right place at the right time for this Lord. 20 seconds, more than 20 seconds, are still on the death timers for 2 members on the side of Bangladesh. No retribution available to go for the steal. If they can pick off the Sicilian, this will be the critical moment. They go for it. Wizard trying his best, but he's getting chunked away. He almost is taken out. That will be him slain by the Sicilian. The Bloody Hunt being used as well. That will be the rest of the members following through. But look at the base. The minions are there, and Strive, he'll try and stop him. Won't be enough, fortunately. Endosh goes back, and that will be the Lord. Still available for both these teams as Strive is being chased by everyone, but the Torapart memory shuts him down.
Oh my god! And the rest of the player from Bhutan is now back. They want to aim for the Lord. This is their chance because it's only Axwin and also Isas that is still stand still inside of the land of Dawn. Or maybe with the waves that is coming to the mid lane of the side of Bhutan, they will have the chance to win this all. But I still feel like it's wiser for Bhutan going for the Lord instead of going for a war to the side of Bangladesh, because this Sicilian is already a monster. The damage from bad impact, fast freeze, along with the sanguine cloud is the key here from the side of Bhutan. And here you go, the Lord is there, but the wave management. You see the bottom and also the top lane. They really need to get back after this one and control it. If not, it's gonna be a huge problem.
I wonder if Bangladesh can go for a split push strategy here.
Yeah.
Because if Bhutan isn't careful and they're tunneling too far on winning the fights, on getting the Lord, Bangladesh, if there was one person with the minion wave in the top side, that would have been GG. So now Bhutan, they know that's a problem that needs to be focused on, but it's a 5v5 back to the original start. If the Sicilian gets taken out, that is the win condition for Bangladesh. With the Purify available though, they need to be very smart about it.
And Hercules will be the key to use the battling very, very well to make the fight get through. But now the base middle turret getting 8. Even the enhanced chain is not stopping Bhutan from there.
Exactly, Lord pushing in now, and Bhutan, they're stalking their play slowly but surely. They don't want to mess up here, it's way too costly. They go for the Iron Hook, but unfortunately it does not land just yet. There you go, the bad impact, chunking members to half.
By the leg!
Fatal Link is being used right here, but Bhutan, they're in the tough spot. The Valentina gets taken out by Dendok on that Masha, and just like that, Bangladesh starts falling apart. The Melissa is doing a lot of DPS, but will that be...
Wizard!
Oh, the last leg almost gets taken out. That's a monster kill for the Brody though. And now Bhutan still trying to do their best, but with the Sicilian alive, they can do whatever they want. The cards are in their hands.
Oh my god, the Lord. The wave of the minion is there, and it's creating so much strength here for Bangladesh. And they are on the struggle moment right here where we are saying this Sicilian is just jumping around. But oh, the chain connect, the battling as well. What will happen? There's no other follow-up that is given from the side of Bangladesh. And I think Bhutan will take this one because it's supposed to be wiped out. Even though that Axwin is no get back, the wave is still there. And look at that one. Axwin not focusing over the minion. And there you go. Bhutan taking the 4th game and will lead us to the 5th game inside of the Land of Dawn on the final stage of South Asia.
X-Men still have the immortal shield, right? So he still can defense or even push away the minion from the bottom lane. The second thing, when the minions come to the base, he's not trying to push away the minion, instead of trying to aim for the heroes.
It was just a very difficult situation there because for both teams, it really seems like it was make or break at every single second of the game. So they're just constantly pressured to make plays after plays, fights after fights. But when it comes to the late game, it does seem like the Sicilian is just doing way too much damage. And Isas, despite his best efforts, was unable to actually carry the team hard enough in that final fight of the game.
Okay. Is this the curse of Julian? 0% win rate. Still 0% win rate. But it's also because Sicilian for the late game. Who wants to jokes with Sicilian late game? 26 minutes inside of the Light of Dawn. Who wants to joke about it? I mean, like, the damage that can be given by the bad impact, bad face. It's so crazy.
Yeah, you can see that ZXCR also on that Brody doing a lot of damage too. So It's just the fact that they can't really take anyone easily in the side of Bhutan, especially when it comes to late game situations. I think the play for Bangladesh was to actually play for the macro game and manage the waves, because as we said earlier, there were risky moments for Bhutan as well, but unfortunately, they were just unable to do that.
Yeah, and we can see it from the highlight actually. Basically, Bangladesh is the one that winning in quite a huge aspect in the early game, how they are able to take over the objective games, like how they are able to pick off the members coming from Bhutan one by one even. But when they have the proper chance, like Bhutan always stop the movement coming from Bangladesh with the iron hook, along with the bloody hand that is given by this Franco, or maybe the torn apart memory coming from Brody, that penetrating the players coming from Bangladesh with the Malefic Roar and also the Hunter Strike. It's just creating so much problem. At first, it's still not been shown. Back again, they are still waiting for the perfect moment for this Sicilian to grow as painful as it needs to be, because this Sicilian with the Batfish is just like having so much damage, and I feel like there's some movement from Bangladesh that make a way for Bhutan to win this one.
I think both teams also being a bit more greedy in the late game. Yes, there's a lot more stakes, and a big victory in a fight will win that they will most likely take the game, but they need to be realistic with their expectations. We saw multiple times for both teams, right? They were all very low, and they still went and risked it, even though there's no real good chance for them to actually get the victory. Here, you can see that with the HP bars being so low, Bangladesh was a bit more confident. But there's plenty of times where Bangladesh, they were low on HP bars as well, but they said, you know, YOLO, let's try and gamble on this fight and see who comes out on top. And honestly, it's just too difficult to do. And when you default to that, it comes back down to game number one. The team that has the stronger late game, that can just wait and bide their time for that opportunity, will have the advantage. And unfortunately for Bangladesh, in this game, it is Bhutan with that Sicilian, with more range, with more burst damage as well. And finally, with the man advantage and the Lord, they were just able to get that decisive victory here. And I think the target selection from Isas here was a bit too difficult for him to actually deal with. He had to maneuver around all the crowd control, the Bloody Hunt, the Black Impact, as well as the possibility of one last sec just ramming him with the shield unity. So overall, it's just a great game plan from the side of Bhutan. It could be a lot neater though.
I mean, like the games that they've been shown in the fourth game is just like how they are able to be patient and be more like disciplined until the late game. I don't say that both of them are very disciplined, because actually there are plenty of mistakes that they are done inside of the fourth game. But yeah, I mean, like that's always happened. But yeah, later, final game. Finally, we are seeing the last game later by the fifth game after for the final stage of South Asia, Bangladesh versus Bhutan. But before we're jumping to the final game, we will take a short break. So stay tuned inside of Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. We will be back. Final stage here for the South Asia. Back again with us, Villa Lewis and also Arashi. Here, Bangladesh versus Bhutan. Match point for both of them. It's 2-2. We are going for the 5th game right here. What will happen for the 5th game?
Wow, one final game will be held right now with Bangladesh and Bhutan. We already see that Bangladesh is playing more aggressive in the early game. Of course, Bhutan too, but Bhutan works very well to cover their mistakes, especially on the game 3 and 4.
Yep.
Right, they're finally able to take it back to the final game, a best of one. Everything is reset now. So both teams, they have to actually maintain their improvements and also make sure that they're still adaptive enough to try and deal with whatever is thrown their way in this final match. Bhutan has done so well, adjusted so perfectly to the playstyle of Bangladesh, and they have to continue to do so in the final match, especially now starting from the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, like, right now, I feel like Bhutan have the upper hand because they're winning 2 games in a row. So they have like higher mental advantage here because they're like having like a higher possibility. But it depends back again to the ban and pick pace later on what kind of draft they will try to bring for the 5th game, because definitely in the 4th game we are seeing a different kind of play style that is being brought by the sides of Bhutan, and I feel like again this Julian still a 0% win rate, even though the Julian plays really well. The chain connects several times, how they are able to dive in, how they are able to give the advantage over the things, but we have not seen the result yet.
No offense, I think about the XP laner from the Bhutan, he didn't play very well, I think, because from game 1 to 4th, the movement, the initiation, I think it's not very good.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think it's absolutely, you can say it's a bit lackluster for sure, but of course, it's not that simple, right? I mean, there's a lot of other different factors playing around here. So I think given the circumstances, it's not bad, but I think it could be a lot better, because for a lot of teams, especially if you're going for, I don't know, if you want to go for a proper 5-man, everyone just having a lot of impact, the XP lane becomes so critical, especially when you're talking about that macro game, the map control, the pressure, right? Allowing your team to have a lot more space to actually move around and make plays happen. So I think, as Big Brother Leos has mentioned, a lot can be improved on. And I think not only for the XP lane, we see a lot of gambles, you would say?
Yeah.
Right, a lot of moments where it's just 50-50. And come on, in the highest level of competition, you have to make the odds tip in your favor by macro, by, I don't know, by smart fight decision making, by identifying your win conditions. Something needs to, they have to play a lot more intelligently, a lot cleaner, I think. And I think it's going to be better for both these teams if they are able to do so. Final game.
Passion is the key, I think. If they can get passion, waiting for the moment, the good moment to make it come true when it comes to the team fight, I think it can be better for both of them. Because if we see from the game 1 to 4, there's a lot of momentum that they are rushing to make it happen. Like, for example, the Fataling with no follow-ups, or even like the damage dealer is too free position and until he can give a lot of damage to the enemies.
Okay, but we will just jump to the final game. This is the final ban and pick phase here for Bhutan versus Bangladesh. Bhutan will be going for the first pick again. They're batting over the Digi, just like the 3rd game when they are getting that 1-1. Will now they be able to try to pick off somebody here as their draft here, maybe 1-1 again, because Bangladesh need to be careful over the ban and pick phase that they are gonna do next on.
I think there's one hero that Bangladesh need to respect is the Franco, because the Franco, even the accuracy is not perfect, but a lot of moment is created by the Franco Iron Hook itself.
I think so. I think you have to respect the potential playmaking. And if you can't draft to completely counter it, maybe with, for example, a Grok, that's a common counter we've seen being used a lot against the Franco due to the crowd control immunity. If you don't go for something like that, then it's probably wise to just ban it or even pick it for yourself. But of course, we have no idea how the hero pools of these players look right now. But we already see the Beatrix and the 1-1 won't be in the game. But now we have to see which team will come out on top. The team that wants to play for aggression or the team that wants to carry it all the way to the late game, because when both these teams are just trading blows, right, having a slugfest, the team with a stronger late game will inevitably have an advantage when the game drags on to that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, on the late game, dogfights, it's not very effective, I think.
It is. It is not. I mean, like, they need to have a proper setup for the war. They need to count how do we have enough damage or not to have a really good setup. But Akai is being banned directly, so they are still not letting go of this Akai. Meanwhile, we are still seeing Masha, Julian, Faramis now is apparently being banned, while Valentina supposed to be the first pick here for Bhutan side, unless they wanted to go to the Bangladesh side.
They can actually go for the Valentina here. It's still open. It's a very solid pick, and we saw actually Bangladesh was able to use it and was able to zone away the Sicilian. So you can see the impact that a Valentina has on a team for sure. So that's an option they go for directly, and Bangladesh goes for the first pick, Masha and the Baxia. So trying to use Bhutan's own strategy against them, it seems.
Yeah, the fourth game, Masha, Basha is the top priority in the previous game, so it's supposed to be like that. But if it's the same, Atlas and Esmeralda, it can be picked here by the side of Bhutan if they want to, or they are having a different kind of setup maybe that they can try to bring for this one. For instance, I'm not really seeing Lolita, what actually Lolita can be picked previously in the previous games. I mean, like, it's a possibility, but I haven't seen it as one of the heroes that have a very big AoE. I think it's supposed to be put inside of the options.
Not just Atlas. I think Ruby will be a good choice to face like a lot of melee heroes, because Don't Run Wolf game, I'm a Vandal, always can be a stomper for them. And look, Karina is getting picked by Bhutan.
It's a good pick. It used to be one of the main counters to a Baxia as well, doing a bit of true damage when the built into the kit as well. But right now it's a dive composition. It's a bit of a team fight as well, and Bhutan seems to be trying to go for a more balanced look. Now, if Bangladesh wants to go for a very solid backliner, they have to be worried constantly about the assassin just showing up. And I think that's the value of a balanced composition. No matter how the game goes on, there's always going to be options you can try and explore. But Bangladesh will be back on their comfort pick. That Clint will once again be showing up for the... Is it the third time of this match?
Yep, but Clint need to be careful.
It got banned once.
Yeah, but it's on the third game they are losing it, so it's fourth time.
On
the fourth game they are banning it.
Right, exactly. So it wasn't in the game; it was banned. So yeah, still counts, I guess. Well, Brody though will be banned by Bangladesh, so they still have a lot of options here. I think they want to use the Masha to deny the backline, and Brody is one of the more secure heroes that can kite back with his own stun against the Masha. So they made sure that Bhutan will not be able to have that option.
Or one more heroes. I think Cloud will be hard to get picked off to, because he have the battle mirror image that can be easily run away from Masha if the Masha is not correctly on the timing.
Right. I mean, the Popo and Koopa can also work. You can put traps to deter any kind of dive. You can knock people up around you if you have that ultimate ready. So a lot of options here for sure. And for Bhutan, they ban out that Savior though. It's been a hero that has fallen out of favor, kind of. A bit too one-dimensional in a way. And if you're going for an AoE, a combo, I guess there's potential for you to use the crowd control on multiple people. But for the most part, it just isn't as consistent. And as we mentioned, Bangladesh will ban out that Popo and Koopa as well. So trying to shut down that gold lane, ensuring that the Clint finds success here in the final game of the match.
But Sicilian is open.
Sicilian is open. And I still feel like Cloud is still a very good pick coming from Bhutan this time. So it's a huge possibility they're going to be focusing on that one. Or maybe Carry, because Carry is one of the hero that can try to drag Baxia down easily, despite they have Marshall with the thunderclap that can jump into the side of Bhutan. But I feel like Bhutan is really good with holding up the situation. So I think like late game potential is very huge to the side of Bhutan. But Sicilian is directly being banned here.
They'll ban it.
Yeah, it is banned here. They don't want it to be open and to be contested inside of the Land of Dawn. But this is orange and purple strategy coming from Bangladesh and also Bhutan.
And Lilia is open too, because Lilia will be a good option when Vataling comes up. He can use the black shoes.
Right.
Yep, to evade all the combo wombo from Bhutan right now. And we're gonna see one pick from Bangladesh. What is it?
Yif is still a very good option as well.
The IMU.
There is potential, but I mean, if the Yves is ahead enough, if they're able to abuse that Bagsha pick enough to actually get ahead, yeah, the Yves will do more damage than the Valentina, so that's still a very real option. But Mathilda is the option to go for here, most likely in the roam. So this hints that the Bagsha will be in the jungle, and potentially this is an EXP lane Masha. And if it's going full tank, I'm not sure how I like that. If he goes with a bit of damage, maybe it'll be a bit more of a deterrent in the late game. Early on, we saw that it got completely countered by a Uranus, so Bhutan has the option to make that happen here.
Yeah, and Matilda and Baxia is the popular meta around 6 months ago, if I'm not wrong, right?
Right, I think the previous season, over in our region here, I think it's good. It provides a lot of mobility, and you pour all your damage onto the Baxia, he gets out with a guiding wind, and Matilda comes back in with the circling eagle. It allows your team to also switch it up, engaging with the shield unity, or occasionally just going for that circling eagle. But with the Melissa here on the side of Bhutan, any kind of dive hero will find it quite difficult to get close, and the Paquito,
finally,
me and Big Bro Lius has been talking about, finally makes an appearance that will be most likely in the EXP lane.
Yeah, supposed to be like that, but two heroes, Melissa and Paquito, one of the strong contender here with the jab and also the heavy left punch coming from Paquito, can try to dive into the backside of Bangladesh. Who will be the last pick here coming from Bangladesh? Because right now they still need a magical damage. Lunox is still a possibility, but I feel like they really need a total burst hero for
Lilia?
this arena. Lilia for the team fight. It's good.
Team fight and security, because there's going to be a lot of threats. Atlas, Valentina, Karina, and Paquito. Every single one of these heroes, if you're too immobile, you will get bursted, but Bangladesh will try and, risk it going for that Yves pick. The IMU, as we mentioned, can be still used as well. So the early game, I think, will be so critical in deciding how effective this Yves will be for Bangladesh, because on the back foot, Yves is a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, it is.
That's why from Bhutan, early game is strong, but on the middle to late game is strong too, because they have Melissa too. And of course, Paquito on the middle to late game, from the knockout strike, jab, heavy left punch, it's already burst damage to take down one hero at least.
So who will take this fifth game? Is it gonna be Bhutan or is it gonna be Bangladesh? Everyone, please show your support for Bhutan and Bangladesh in the comment section below, because we will just jump into the last game of the first match here between Bangladesh versus Bhutan on the fifth game of Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2023.
Well, early on, we can already see the difference here, right? Very calculative chase coming in from both these teams, and a pause actually gets called out here. So we'll have to see what exactly is the main issue. More time for both these teams to discuss how exactly do they want to go about this, right? Because for Bangladesh and Bhutan, depending on where they put their efforts and their manpower to, they can get some snowball going on. It depends if the gold lane or the EXP lane is a priority, because usually we see that it's usually the gold lane, because in the current meta, the gold lane is just so critical, man. The main source of DPS in that mid to late game.
I do agree with that one. I mean, like, gold laner, if we know that actually we can bully the gold laner in the early game, I mean, like, we have the higher chance to win, because the gold laner will be the one who carry the game for the late game later on. But mid laner is also having a very huge aspect here. If the mid laner, just like the the third game, we mentioned, like, actually the clan unable to do much in the third game. We know that actually how he is being bullied, but we know that how the Cillian, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that carried the game so hard and actually winning the game for them. And it's actually, it's the Lunox who is actually carrying the game a lot.
With the burst damage, with the
burst damage and
quote-unquote DPS. It's just so much burst, it looks like DPS almost.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually things like that the one who brought things. So it depends on like gold lane and also mid laner. If they are having a very strong things, it's gonna really matter for them.
Yeah, and now we are back to land of down game with the Hercules is trying to play aggressively, trying to disturbing like for the Ryus and Karina to make sure he didn't farm very well.
Right, the Wiz in the early game here will do a lot of damage, but of course Hercules, he's used to a lot more of these engaged heroes. On a Matilda, will he find the same kind of success? Already pressuring here from the side of Bangladesh. The Clint pick, as we mentioned, is a bully pick, and with the Matilda, that's double the trouble. But of course, once it gets to level 4, there's a lot more risk of them getting comboed by the composition from Bhutan.
But we are seeing the top lane right up the perfect match connect to the Matilda and try to give some damage. The Melissa is also having a very good movement right there. Well, we see that actually in the first the early game, it's not too aggressive unless it's the one last sack that is jumping to the jungle of the side of Bangladesh. So they want to play aggressively on the side of the Karina. But I feel like right now, Bhutan need to play more aggressively compared to the Bangladesh.
Yeah, because he have Karina to make it like a snowballing play style. Even the Baxia having hard time right now to be got eaten by the Shadow Salt. And even Hercules trying to break up, but now 2 heroes is more than enough to bring Bangladesh if they are bravely playing, like aggressively playing to try to pressure Bhutan. They can be punished with the movement from Bhutan.
Exactly. Bhutan has a lot more aggression possible. And as you mentioned, level 4 combos available soon enough. The turtle though will be taken purely off the back of the wave pressure coming in from the side of Bhutan. That is already a small victory, but of course the game has only just begun. We are only 2 minutes in.
Yeah, 2 minutes in, so everything still can happen right now inside of the land of dawn. But right now we are seeing like more, I can say like more cautious about things that they need to do. They are more careful over the movement that they will try to give to the side of the opponent. But the gold above apparently being stolen by this Melissa from the side of Bhutan.
Great play by ZXCR for sure. He will need any kind of gold he can get there because he's being absolutely bullied here. Matilda and Clint, not a very fun combo to go up against. And Strife, I think it's gonna be, he has a big role to play in the early game by how far and how often he can roam and maybe get dives or kills with the real manipulation. But now Wizard being jumped on by the Paquito. And it's still very slow in the early game.
I mean, yeah, it is definitely. But yeah, I do like how Strife tried to bring the mystery shop inside of the magic worship because he wants to have more upper hand inside of the item so he can give more damage to the side of Bhutan because he knows that actually in the terms of EXP, definitely Valentina will be on the higher level compared to the Bangladesh side. So yeah, I feel like Bhutan right now is trying so hard to have the advantage over the movement that they can try to get inside of the land of down.
Yep, and the difference is when IMU is pop up right now, to copying the reward manipulation, the difference is Valentina didn't get more stacks like the Yip do. And now on the mid lane like Hercules, with Matilda on the side of Bangladesh, it can bring up more mobility to bring pressure to Bhutan.
Yeah. The issue right here is there's no Franco to be that X factor for the side of Bhutan. So they're having issues engaging, and later on it will be in the hands of Ryus to try and make that play happen. But of course, it's not nearly as dynamic as an Iron Hook or any other engage tool. It's very much a teamfight centric ultimate, and Bangladesh know that. They're trying to make sure they keep their distance, and they are pressuring again, trying to use their heroes to his maximum potential. And
Battling is going to block out the reward manipulation, 2 reward manipulation at the same time as Twitch. And Zeus is taken down. His task is cannot stand alone very well, and X-Win with the last bar, double kill is got by one last sec.
Oh!
Look at the Dendo. He's trying to dive in the outer middle tower to get the kill.
Oh my god, Dando is playing with really dope. Jumping in and trying to focus. It's counted as wipeout actually because it's 5 members down inside of Bangladesh side and Bhutan taking all of the advantage. I don't know why they are keep upgrading. They keep like stepping up their game. They know what they need to do and they are actually reading all of the movement coming from Bangladesh.
I wonder if it's just them feeling the pressure and like taking it more seriously. Because we see that they're taking less 50-50s. And right now, having that torpedo, this might be a secret pick they've been saving. Because you can see that Dendo is just doing so much better on it. He's still having the lane pressure as far as pushing goes. And he can roam and actually be a huge X factor in that mid lane as well. So for Bhutan, things are smooth sailing. But of course, they're only 2k gold ahead. They will try and increase that lead later on with their team fight advantage when it comes down to it.
Yep. But in the mid lane, we are seeing that actually real world manipulation being open. Try to push back the players coming from Bangladesh here. Because you know the Valentina will be always focused with the IMU to get over the real world manipulation because they have the Atlas. So with that real world manipulation, it's gonna help much for them. But you know, actually the position of the Eve and also Valentina will be mattered later on inside of the big team fight. But actually jumping with the Shield Unity, going to the top lane, perfect match as well, not getting anyone from the side of Bangladesh. I think they will try to disengage at this rate. They are not going to be focusing and forcing the war when they know it's not going to be advantage for them.
Seems like both teams are just going to wait for the objective to come up. And right here, yet another pause has been called out. Of course, this is a very important match. It is a very important game because it will decide the winner of the match. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just have to be patient.
That's true.
You know,
so before
fairness.
we're jumping to the game again, I want to remind everyone at home that you can get your ticket for Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022 in Bali later on December 2nd to 11 December 2022. Mark your dates, get your flight, go get the ticket directly to the www.garudaku.com/ticket. You can get a ticket directly. You can use the any kind of payment method right there, and you can get ticket as well in the venue later on.
Yep.
Because it's on the MERUSAKA Hotel in Bali.
So you can book the flight too. You can book for your stay. Is it a hotel or even a villa? Because Bali is famous with his the villa.
Bali is a great place, so you have all the options available, and you know you can pick your poison. What do you want to go for here? Because there's a lot, if you want to play the game, if you want to join the workshop, there's so much for you to just participate in. You don't have to be that hardcore of a esports enthusiast to get value out of this event.
That's
it's a
true.
festival, as
It's a festival.
Bella mentioned.
Yeah, we have tons of things, tons of activity. We have the tournament, which is the Bali 14 World Esports Championship. We have the Esports and Gaming Exhibition, along with the Esports and Gaming Festival, F&B Festival. We will be going for the F&B one, right?
Of
course.
Okay. And also esports workshop. So if you want to know more about esports or what is the career inside of that one, you can join them. So tons of activities, but also the uniqueness of this event is just like so crazy. I mean, like this is the first ever we are having esports festival next to the beach.
So take a moment, close your eyes, imagine it. Enjoy the beauty of the beach. Enjoy the esports festival with a lot of foods, with a lot of
good music as well.
Beautiful. Yeah. So come. We will wait for you at Bali later.
Yeah. Book your flight right now.
I heard the environment will be, I don't know, very festival-like, right? A big stage. It's outdoors, and you'll be there in the crowd, right? You know, enjoying the weather of
cheering
Bali.
together.
And cheering together for the team up on stage. I think it's a very cool experience, and it's very unique. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it.
With light stick or
personally
not?
hasn't.
Cheering with like stick or not?
At night?
Like stick.
In the morning?
No, at night,
At night,
definitely.
At night, I mean.
At night, definitely.
I've never been to anything like that, so I think it's very cool.
It is, because we have 6 games and 7 competition for this one. We have Tekken 7, DOTA 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, Efootball, and also CSGO for women as well, which is going to be crazy because they are competing $500,000 US. I want that for sure.
You want that?
I want that 500,000.
Same.
So you will be the player of the women's CSGO?
I'm not that pro. I'm just going to be the caster. Please hire me for the caster.
Coming up.
No, you know what? If I'm the player, I will be like feeding all the time.
Feeding all the time.
Feeding. all the-
Feed to win.
Oh.
Is this a big brain maneuver?
Oh. It's a possibility. I will just, okay. I will distract the opponent.
Stick around and find out, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, back to this game right now. It seems like Bangladesh is doing a lot better, but at the same time, this game is so painfully slow. We've
Yeah.
seen that in the previous games, one team has an advantage and they're pushing the tempo in the early game, and the other team is stuck surviving until, of course, they get their own advantage and their own momentum. But in this game, I guess it is the final game, so both teams are playing very, very carefully. Despite the fact that there's a Baxia, there's a Paquito, you really expect a lot more aggression coming in the first 10 minutes.
But it's not been shown yet. I think like they're back again. They want to be careful. They want to be cautious about what they want to do for this one. They don't want to do mistakes, just like what they did in the several games that is already happened. So yeah, they really count for every single movement that they want to do inside of the line of down. So basically, even though that they are having a very strong lineup that is coming from them, they're just gonna be take it slowly.
Yeah.
Take it slowly. Try to control every movement.
Because I was a coach from an esports team before, and just as sharing my humble opinion, like the final game is always like the biggest pressure from all the game.
Mentally.
Mentally.
Of course.
Because I need to be more careful. I need to like thinking like what's the best option. Because like for example for this match, they already have 4 games before. They already read a lot of things about their opponents. Now is the time, like the final time. There is no like additional life for them if they make a mistakes.
It is.
This is also, though, the perfect time to pull out like mind games, right?
Yeah.
There's been 4 games where your opponent has gotten used to your movements. If you do something completely different in the final game, that is absolutely going to throw them off.
Then take out the pocket strategy, right?
Pocket strategy, I don't know, lane swaps, or just switching up how you play, right? And maybe that's exactly what's going on. Bhutan usually playing super aggressive, so Bangladesh is respecting that, trying to play careful, but turns out they're just taking it slow.
Yeah, they counter-initiate actually. Bangladesh tried to open up the war before, but Bhutan was like, okay, hold up, we can do it. And they are actually getting a wipe out basically by 5 kills on the head of Bhutan. But we are back to the game here. And look at that one. This is only 6 minutes, but the mid lane turret is only one blow away to be taken down in the side of Bhutan's hand. But yeah, right now the turtle is on the head of Bhutan, but on the other side we are seeing that actually the Melissa is taken down and they are going to be focused to get over the purple buff on the side of Bangladesh. Even though that we are seeing that actually the turret is being taken about. Strive almost get caught here by Dome, but the real world manipulation and also with the flicker tried to run away, but the quick draw able to get 1 kill right here. Bhutan need to get back as soon as possible after taking 1 turret in the mid lane.
Overall, it becomes even, huh? Both teams lost their gold laners. I guess Bhutan got the purple buff on top of the tower as well. It's still pretty even, but Bhutan comes out slightly on top, and now they know they can't stick around too long after making a play because Bangladesh, they're gonna send their members to try and collapse onto the people overseas and just not respecting the potential from Bangladesh.
Yep. Because right now, like, they need to make Isas very, very bad to make a burst damage with his kid. Girl, even one last sec. You need to be careful to aim Isas very well because Isas will hiding in the back line, waiting for the moment to give a very, very big burst damage.
Will that happen soon though, because it's actually right now circling eagle to the front and aiming for the player of Bhutan. It will be fatally open, but the real world manipulation counter by another real world manipulation coming from Valentina. But the damage that is coming from Bangladesh is pretty huge to take 2 down and even 3 members down from the side of Bhutan. Bangladesh back to their feet. They want to aim for more. Wow, the Paquito is actually taking 1 turret in the bottom lane.
The revenge team fight is very, very good from Bangladesh because they can easily to get more outer middle turret again. And look at the items, Arashi.
Alright, we can see that the Genius one is completed for the Valentina. It's gonna ramp up the damage quite a bit, but on the other hand, Enchanted Tower and Ice one will allow Strife to actually be such a problem for Bhutan because they have limited engage. Once the Fatal Links is no longer available, they have to force through that real-world manipulation and the slow coming in from the Ice Queen's one. I think it's a very smart item choice for Bangladesh, and they are getting the advantage here as Strife, as you mentioned, gets jumped on.
But the gold on the hand of Glenn is just like so huge. He is able to not doing anything, and we are saying actually right now battling focus on one member. Oh, reward manipulation on the hand of Strife here, but one last second we'll try to run away as soon as possible, but it's not gonna happen for too long because one last second will be ground up by the player from Bangladesh. I think they are now playing with what they are doing just like the first game.
The XCR and Perfect doesn't enough to make a contest for the Lord itself, so it's gonna be a preload for Bangladesh. They need to like manage the minion very well because if they can do it, look at the drop from Bhutan. They don't have a very strong heroes to clear the minions so fast. Arashi. So if they can do it very well, they can get the base turret, at least one base turret.
That's true. But we're seeing here the damage that is given by the side of Bhutan is not enough yet. Is it because they are lacking in terms of item or because of the initiation that they've been brought by Bangladesh? The Lord is marching to the top place, they're throwing Eagle, and they will be able to take that Paquito down.
A very high tempo play coming in from the side of Bangladesh. Instead of the high ground possibility, everyone is still up and they are chunking down the members of Bhutan, forcing them back into their own base. And right now they are gunning for the power. Fatal Link is being popped up by the Atlas. Rural Manipulation is up as well, and that will be Bhutan actually falling into shambles. Bangladesh gets the advantage, but they don't get the power just yet. And now you can see one member stuck in the base, but they will be able to escape no problem at all.
Yeah, no problem at all. The reward manipulation is not being stolen yet by the side of this Valentina. Even Bangladesh want to play more early defense. They want to end the game, but look at that one. The jab is there and giving the damage that is enough to shut down the player from the side of Bangladesh. But the real world manipulation just being open to push back the players from Bangladesh. They are not taking anything actually. Not even trying to push them back because actually they are retreating after seeing Strife being picked up.
At least they get one base turret. Like I said before, if they manage the minion very well, like the top base turret is already destroyed. So Bangladesh have more advantage from one laning super minion.
I think it's very important for them to stay in control, especially when it comes down to the vision game, right? Because for Bhutan, they have a lot more burst damage. Bangladesh have damage for sure, but it's Clint, it's Yves, it does not come out very fast. Even the Baxia does very DPS-like damage. So if they can actually get vision, if they can be in control, they won't get caught out off guard because of course, as we can see, a well-timed Fatal Links can actually turn the course of the game. As now Hercules getting jumped on and he is going to flicker preemptively. That's really respecting the potential damage coming in from Bhutan.
It is.
Because maybe he is afraid of the potential of burst damage from Paquito, right? To knock out strike, the jet, it's still wait for... He need to wait for 120 seconds to make the flickers on again, so he can maybe dive in or even disengage from the Bhutan when the team fights happens. But now, like Rius is trying to use the perfect match to get in the formation of Bangladesh, but Bangladesh is still playing carefully, playing patiently, so they don't like make the same mistakes like the game 3 or 4.
Yeah. I think right now Bangladesh need to make a really good barrier for the rest of the player of Bhutan to not be able to cross the river and get close to the Lord side. But you know they're missing one ambush on the other side when we know that actually it's being reset. But the Atlas is being caught up here. The Circling Eagle is already being opened. They really need to run away. Wizard, why is going to that direction? He wants to jump out into that Melissa. But turns out this Melissa is prepared. Thundercraft, it's ready. Melissa is going to be down on the hand of Strife right there. And not only that, because they are aiming more real world manipulation. They run away, they flicker, but unstoppable for this Isas. And double kill even with the quick draw. And the Circling Eagle get one last sack. Aiming for what? Because he is going to the wrong direction. Triple kill, 4-member stun from the side of Bhutan.
It's gotta be disaster because the minion
Should
wave
they go
is
for the Lord?
coming from the top
They
lane.
can go for the end.
And only for the dome itself, trying to cover the base. Even like the Cross Strike didn't do anything much, and the base is getting hit by the Bangladesh. And now reverse sweep is only 3.
It's a very sweet dream for the side of Bhutan. Unfortunately, Bangladesh, they shape up in the final game and they will be the ones who succeed in the first match of today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isas back again as an MVP here with that. You know what? In the first, like, when the Malaysia is having like 5,300 gold, he's having 6.7. How he is having that huge difference? I mean, like, this Malaysia is also farms well. Like how he is free at first, and
Matilda.
the Matilda is just
Yeah.
like so crazy. Yeah, I mean, like the presence of the Matilda with the Soul Bloom and everything is just
Exactly, I think that just
Always
swings the
babysitting.
balance into the side of the Clint. And of course, it's a power pick. I guess the pattern is every time they got the Clint, they've been able to win. Is
Yeah.
that the case? All 3 games?
on only one game they are losing with the clan on their
Because
hand.
he's facing 1-1.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he's facing 1-1.
So for the most part, it does seem like their strategy really relies on that Clint as a power pick. But as we can see, it's very limited. Yes, the Valentina can steal and do a fake world manipulation, but overall, if the Yves isn't super behind, he can still do she can still do a lot more damage as well.
That's
so
true.
Bangladesh, they are very happy to just pitch 2 against each other. And for the most part, with more DPS options, with a bit more sustainability from the Matilda as well, they just were able to get the better team fights. The Fatal Links were just wasn't able to get towards the more prior heroes on the side of Bangladesh.
And I think like for the side of Bhutan, they play 4-1 for too long. I mean, like this Paquito plays. I mean, like they try to do the split push just when the time is not right. I mean, like they need this Paquito to stop the movement, maybe from the Yves with the jab and knockout strike to stop the real world manipulation, or maybe to stop the clan. Try to pick off somebody from the back line. That's the purpose for having the Paquito on their hand. But it's not happening because the Paquito most of the times are left behind because they are focusing towards the turrets or the other objective that should not be the focus at that moment.
You can see that Bhutan, they also lack a bit of coverage because in the final fight, the Melissa tried her best to try and escape, but they really chased her down and got her cornered against the wall even. So that was a tragic fate for the Melissa.
Yeah.
But again, congratulations to Bangladesh.
Yep.
And honestly, for
Congratulations.
Bhutan, that was a very nice try. Almost
Yes.
a reverse sweep, coming in from 0-2 all the way to 2-2. But unfortunately, there needs to be a winner and there needs to be a loser. So it is what it is.
It is
Yeah.
what it is.
And
but
Bangladesh is not like go through the Bali. So Bangladesh need to wait for the other result from like
Right,
the West
yes.
Asia final stage and the Southeast Asia final stage.
The tiebreaker.
But just what we have mentioned before, the bar is being set too high by Uzbekistan right there. Less than 30 minutes match, not game match. When we know it's actually pretty hard for Bangladesh, but yeah, still they are representative here for the South Asia qualifier for Bangladesh itself. But we are about to jump to the West Asia, which is gonna be Syria versus Uni Arab Emirates. Who gonna be the winner? Are they gonna be able to beat the odds here against one of the highest standard that been brought by Uzbekistan? Less than 30 minutes games. We will witness it later, but before we're jumping to the next match, we will take a short break, so everyone stay tuned inside of the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. We are all gonna be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. Here we are coming for the final stage of West Asia. After seeing and witnessing final stage of South Asia, which is going to be 3-2 for the Bangladesh side after a very long game apparently. But we are coming for the West Asia, Syria versus UAE for the second match. Still with me, Village Eve.
Holius?
And Arashi.
Yeah, we're back here, still on the caster table right here for the second match of the day. But before we jump into the match, therefore, we are still gonna let you know that you can book your ticket right now for Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022 inside of www.garudaku.com/tickets. Go grab it now.
Yep, because the event gonna start on 2nd December until 11th of December. So we're gonna see you there at Bali.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Mr. Wim. Hello. Can we go for that? But yeah, actually, without any further ado, we will just just jump into the ban and pick phase actually for Syria versus United Arab Emirates for this first match. This is going to be best of 5 series still. And remember, the bar that being set by Uzbekistan is still very high. So Syria, United Arab Emirates, are they going to be able to beat the odds?
Maybe we are familiar with the United Arab Emirates because they are
On the MENA?
compete on the MPL MENA and of course the M3,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think so. So, a familiar face, kind of. But for the most part, we're still very curious to see how exactly are these two teams going to try and have their compositions, because in the previous match we did see a lot of flexibility, a lot of aggressiveness, but also a lot of late game compositions. So far we see that the Masha here, so far in this tournament, from what I've seen, has been very popular to be banned or picked.
Yeah,
and of
it
course
is.
Faramis and Valentina should follow through, but Akai will show up first.
Even Pakito is only shown at game 5th, number 54.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Even
Yeah.
though that it's been banned on the 4th game previously,
It
but
didn't
yeah.
win either, by the way.
Huh?
Maybe they just realized after, oh yeah, there is Pakito.
Oh, we forgot about this guy.
After several games, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Masha, Akai, Valentina, Varamis are still a very popular, but Beatrix and 1-1. Top
Right.
2 marksman, top 2 gold laner, still available. Are they going to be banning over that one? Or are they going to be contesting both of that heroes?
That's the main question here for sure, because we've seen that with the 1-1, it's almost with the Beaches or 1-1, even if you have your comfort heroes, these are heroes with the power, the ability to swing tides in your favor. We saw it in match number 1, and right now Beatrix will be banned out as well. So we have to see if the 1-1 will actually escape the clutches of the ban phase.
Yep. Maybe if 1-1 is not banned by United Arab Emirates, maybe Syria will get it first on the first pick. But there is Julian here, and of course, I didn't see Vanny on the
Vanny?
last match.
Yeah.
Because Vanny is quite popular on Indonesia competitive
Yes.
scene.
It is. It
In our
is.
region, I think a lot of players, especially the assassins, right?
Yeah.
The crazy fast hand players, they all really enjoy playing with Fanny. The potential to actually do burst damage, but at the same time, you can do enough damage to even burst down tanks. So it's very flexible, and you're also very mobile. Everything you need in a great assassin. So we'll see if we actually see more Fannies, but for now, we'll see what the first pick is, because options are always there. Paquito, as you mentioned, has been very scarce, and now it's going to be the Esmeralda, not that Paquito.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've played in the server of the UAE and also Syria before, and I think, like, right there, they are just, like, more focused into, like, having, like, close combat kind of situation based on the environment right there, along with the healer. I feel like they are more into the healer, just like a Philippines.
Right.
Just like a Philippines, they really love to have healer on their side. So we will see later on, will they be able to have that one? Because Esmeralda is already being
Wow.
picked and directly countered, actually. This is legit draft coming from UAE, even though that is only one hero that being revealed after seeing Esmeralda. Close combat hero, both of them.
And Direct is a flexible pick too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be jungler, it can be XP laner, and follow up is Julian for the UAE.
And same flexibility here for both of the heroes that UAE have at the moment is actually crazy. Coming from the United Arab Emirates, but still they still need over the mid laner that is still like the I think like the least heroes to be picked as the mid laner right now, right? It's like we only see several options.
Right, there's very little diversity in the mid lane. We've seen a Lunox, a Yves. Well, we did see a Sicilian, but that's very rare, I feel
Yeah.
like, in this day and age. But the Clint, though,
Yeah.
we've seen it picked or banned, actually, in the previous match, and now it appears again for the side of Syria. And the Lunox, as we just mentioned, very, very swift drafting here for the side of Syria. And for the UAE, I'm not quite sure what they want to do here, honestly, because usually a lot of teams like to go for flex picks initially and then confuse the opponents, especially for that second phase of the drafting phase when the bans come through. But they seem to be just content showing exactly what they want, when they want. Popo and Koopa drafted to go against up the Clint.
Yeah, I mean, like, they already have two flexible heroes. I think, like, they still want to play with that one coming up to the second banning phase, so they want to play around with the Dyrot. Along with the Julian, that still can be an XP laner, and also for mid lane, and also the jungler for the Julian itself. I mean, like, for the Direct, it can be the XP laner or the jungler.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities can be played by UAE, but in my humble opinion, they need the crowd control, they need the sustained hero, because Julian and Direct is not very tanky when they are facing the enemies. But it's gonna be different stories if the Julian using the Demon Slayer emblem and using a tanky
With full
items.
tank, right? As we see in the previous match as well. What's interesting though, in our region, specifically I think, the Esmeralda occasionally can play in the jungle, but of course that's not something you would expect to be normal. And now, with both teams showing their cards in the first phase, 2 more bans here. Lolita as well as Atlas. Very heavy emphasis on the roamer. It is a very important part, especially when you don't know what to expect from your opponents. Having a solid roamer that can, you know, capitalize on opportunities, as well as force your opponents to do things they don't want to do. I think it's very valuable to have. So, good choice for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you see both of the roamers have a very good crowd control along with the skills that can actually create a chaos over the maybe initiation that you can try to bring here. So that's why they are trying so hard to eliminate. But I was like thinking UAE want to play early game just because they are having like this Ling and also this Lolita ban on their hand. They want to play it earlier with the Tyra, Julian, and also Popol and Kupa. I think like it's a high possibility for them to try to push it back, because remember, Esmeralda is one of a monster in the XP laner as a tanky hero to be inside of the late game later if they are able to go for it. But yeah, one last ban coming from Syria after seeing Ling to be banned from the side of UAE. What are you going to try to ban here? They're still going to be able to ban over the maybe XP laner or maybe the other thing.
I feel like they would be trying to ban out some wave clear, because for the side of Syria right now, they seem to want to last longer in the early game for the Esmeralda and the Lunas to start scaling. But if UAE, if they can get rolling, they have more wave clear, more pressure, they can gank around with the and abuse the Daira, the Julian, and the Popo and Koopa to set up the ganks, and afterwards, they can take a lot of turrets down on that Popo and Koopa. So, to avoid that, Syria needs to make sure that they can match the pressure, at least if not in kill pressure, in the lane equilibrium, right? If they can keep pushing, they'll be really good, but UAE, they go for the Luo Yi.
Nice one here. Actually, it's confusing for the Syria what kind of hero that will be put where. I think like the Julian and also the Daira still can be the XP and also for the jungler. So they still not know. It's gonna be the last pick that is determining where is this player gonna go. So yeah,
The roamer, I think they didn't get the roamer, or maybe they can use it, the Popo Koopa, as the roamer.
back again to the old kind of things is still a possibility.
If they want to do the pressure on the mid lane, especially Popo Koopa is the best option, but Leomord is come to land of down.
Ooh. Wow. I haven't seen this hero in a very, very long time. And along with that, they go for the Grok.
Yeah.
You can check for information a lot more safely, and also you can have that wave clear that we talked about. So already, very intelligent drafts coming from both these teams. The fact that the UAE went for the Luo Yi though hints to me like they want to do some macro stuff, right? Take a lot of towers, teleport, take more towers. That might really come to fruition here, especially if Syria just takes a bit too long to get online.
Yeah. But with the damage that they have in the early game, I feel like UAE with the Kufra right here have a lot of possibility. I was thinking about the other things actually. I was thinking about, to be honest, Astas to be picked on the side of UAE. But Kufra is one of a really good CC to be brought by UAE later on. Okay, the drop is very unique from both of the sides. Yeah. It's very good coming from both of the sides. What is gonna be happening right here? Is it gonna be early game or late game? That's my question.
For Syria, I think they need to play until late game because most of the heroes are scaling heroes, so they need the items, they need the level. But it's gonna be different story for the United Arab Emirates that they can play more aggressively in the early game. What do you think, Arashi?
For sure, more crowd control, more combos, and of course the Popo and Koopa able to be abused to take down those structures. So I think if Syria wants to take it to the late game, the Emirates are the ones that have to try and force their hand and try and pressure them as much as possible, especially when they have so much more mobility and they have the teleport, right? The relocation to try and make insane macro plays with.
Yeah, so here we go. This is the first game of the second match of the day. This is gonna be the UAE versus Syria in the first game of Best of 5 series. still with me, Villajev, Arashi, and Leo's here to accompany you guys for this match. And Red Panda right here trying to know where's all of the position of the player coming from UAE to know actually what can we do about that one. But you know what? This Kufra knows how to control the movement coming from the ground. And the power of nature, will they be able to secure that one? No, it's not. But this Red Panda will be the first slot for Bulex.
This is the disaster if you're using Luoyi to facing melee heroes like Grub or even Hilda. They cannot run away using the dispersion and the rotation. It keep hold them, and look, Yame. Now, it's very, very dangerous with one last bar, so he need to flick out and recall right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a very, very bad situation, actually. One first spot at UAE got what they want. I mean, like the early game, Arashi.
It's very, very strong, especially with the Kufra reliable as a dynamic engage tool. It's just very difficult for Syria to just, wait and look for info like this. I was thinking it doesn't really counter a lot, the Kufra pick, but that long-range engage, I think, is just very, very valuable. And with that, they're still pushing the tempo, although Syria is still able to find resources somewhere else. So UAE, they have to try and figure out a game plan here. Set up a dive, perhaps, for the members of Syria.
Yeah, we are saying that actually. I was like really seeing the dispersion and rotation coming from Bulex. It's just gonna be creating so much trouble, but Kufra almost get caught here. Phantom Stood here chasing over this one, and he go. Leomord got what they want, what he wants, but he will be chased by two members from the side of UAE. Will he able to survive because he won't be able to run from the chain coming from Julian? And here you go, it's jumped by the Tyrant. I was like very confused. Who is Julian? Who is Tyrant? Because actually they look pretty much the same when they are walking, but here you go, the chain, double chain even. Yame will die, and Red Panda will be next because they will hunt him down. Power of Nature, Walters as well, but you see that actually Jet is being taken down. The relocation, they want to chase for this player coming from Syria. Will they be able to do that? Because Phantom, oh my god, the damage coming from Leomord is enough to take him down.
I think they doing overcommit right there because there is a turtle. If they don't want to chase the other heroes and try to start the turtle, maybe they can get more objective. But Iron Rage is going to pop out to the Red Panda, but Red Panda still survive. Even the Brilliance of Order trying to stop the wave of minions right now.
Right, both teams are still trying their best to try and get a foothold in this early stage of the game. But for the most part, UAE, they have more tools to actually play around with, but Syria, on the back of that Leomord, they're able to actually buy a lot of time, or at least make it very difficult for UAE to get a very secure victory. But just as you see that, the dive orchestrated by the Popo and Koopa, very, very effective. Can they translate that to a lane advantage though, as in the mid side, more fights just keep breaking out.
Luoyi trying to do the dispersion and the rotation. Even Esmeralda need to run away because the HP bar is no longer seen. But 7 minutes down. Trying to go recall, and the point kill is on. Red Panda is taken down.
Almost taking Yame down. Snake Yame almost get caught right here, but Jet will be chaining this Leomord. Leomord. Without any retribution, they will try to get for this turtle. Will they be able to do that? Because actually Leomord will call for the horse here. Phantom Steed is not being called yet, but you get that one. The damage from this Lui is so painful. Who will get this turtle? That's the biggest question that I can have. And Leomord steal it and kill his spree for the hat of Jet, but not stopping there because Bulex is actually giving so much damage. Close combat situation, and Red Panda almost getting down right here, but the rest of the player from UAE decide to get back after losing the combat in the tournament.
They went for the turtle, but it doesn't really pay off for them. I mean, it got stolen away by the Leomord. It's traded for his life. But I think early on, with how UAE wants to actually play out the early game, it might be better to go for more kills before actually going for those objectives. Use it to actually bait out the members instead of actually going for it purely for the sake of having that neutral objective.
Yup. And it's 5 minutes left inside the left. Arrow Rage didn't really hit anyone right there. Bouncing ball tried to stop the movement coming from Syria, and Syria, 2 members will be down. Not only that, because actually Red Panda, even though that he is on the position, but the rest of the player coming from United Arab Emirates is very low, so I think they will try to retreat first. But this is 5 minutes, and Arce US already getting the blend of this player.
And Green Like Maru already pop up the Purify at the perfect timing because he can dodge the Tyrant Rage. But look, And the top lane, Weird, is gonna be punished with the damage of very, very high.
Honestly, it seems a bit equal, but at the same time, you know that the Arab Emirates, they want to go for that early game playstyle, but they are not winning in terms of the objectives. So later on, it's going to be very difficult for them to abuse that vision to try and get anything extra. Now with 4 members on the bot side, Syria looking to make a play onto the bottom side, but unfortunately everyone backs away. It's just both teams trying to maneuver around each other, and I must say, considering the drafts, it seems like Syria is getting the better of the United Arab Emirates.
Yep. And now the outer bottom turret is going to be targeted by Syria. Ooh. Trying to get in. Babuya is coming up, trying to hit, but do it like Maru, taken down with Red Panda.
Wow.
But Bullet is shutting down and double kill got by Do It Like Fail.
But you know what? It's triple kill even for this Leomord with the killing spree. He's gonna be trying so hard to chain the connect. And look at that Jet with the damage. It's stopping this Leomord. And I think they will try to take over the objective here because the turtle is almost getting hot.
They're just
I think
trading kills left and right.
UAE always try to fight even though that they are having low HP. I think that's the one that they need to control. I think they should know when to disengage and try to engage.
Right, they need to assess exactly if they have the advantage or not, because if they don't, engaging really isn't the best option, because Syria has shown that they are able to actually hold their own in a fight. Of course, the mid tower is already gone, so UAE, they can try invade and make plays inside the jungle, but here we go, engage coming in, Tyrant's Revenge combo being used by 7M Dan, but so far, again, not enough follow-up, even though the members of Syria are taken very, very low. Will this be a dive? You can see here, the burst damage already coming in, and there you go, the power chain will be able to take out a member from the side of Syria.
I feel like this Leomord really need to be dragged into the late game. And I think this Julian with the mystery shop is better. Oh, but the Terror Rage actually not hitting anyone from the side of Syria right now. From the side of United Arab Emirates, they're having 2,000 leads here.
But
it's not too far.
Yep, it's too far, and UAE, they have a ball in Kuba, but they didn't convert it to the objective very well. And Tyrant Revenge missed their target, and Do It Like Rio already taken down on the mid lane.
Sure seems like Bulex is one of the main core
It is.
picks for the side of the United Arab Emirates. They've been having a lot of success, provided that the skills coming from the low you can actually do a lot of damage just like that. So, Syria knowing that, maybe they can try and set up a play to try and take Bulex out, because he's only been taken out one time during this whole game, not nearly enough to ensure that it won't be a problem.
Actually, it's very hard because I feel like no one can get close to Bulex, but Red Panda right now will be the target with the terrorist and Terror Revenge. But not only that, because the rest of the player coming from United Arab Emirates will try to disengage after seeing the presence from the side of Leomord. They don't want to fight with this Leomord because they know the power with the Phantom Steed and also Phantom Suit that can be brought by these Leomord. But yeah, I think it's very hard to get close to Louis. How can they try to dive in? I mean, they can try to use Esmeralda, but you know what?
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
To catch Snake now and using the Brilliance of Order to escape some of the mobilities using, but Lord is trying to get stealed, but Wild Charge is failed to get it. And Bulex is taken down with the Leomord trying to get more because Do It Like Maru already got one more point and got but shutdown is for the Julian right now. 7-minute Dan is trying to get up but cannot do it. Snake trying to run away now. Weird. What a juke from Weird.
Yeah, I mean Weird still tried to be chased here, but losing 4 members only to get the lure. And it's because the presence that's been brought by the wild charts of that Panda along with the Phantom Steed. I think it's the only thing that creating that kind of trouble from the side of United Arab Emirates.
Again, I don't see why they're so pressured to go for the objectives and actually go and take it, because they can pressure Syria to come towards them, and they have the burst damage available to try and take out the members from the side of Syria. There, they go for the Lord, and they get punished very, very hard on the teamfight department, and now the gold lead is back to a very small amount. I'm not sure if that's the best option for the UAE, but of course, they still have options to play around with right here. I think it comes down to the side, maybe split push.
Is it because the positioning of the Louis, they really need to have very good position of that one, because the longest range that they have is only on Popol and Kupa. Aside of that one, it's close combat basically. Because
Everyone else-
Louis is also
yeah.
close, even though that it's a range hero, right?
Yep.
It's close to mid-range, I would say.
Yeah.
But facing like almost 4 melee heroes here because Lunok's range is not too far away. Roy can get more advantage if he get position to 3 hit. But look, Phantom Save is on.
They're chasing over 7-minute dam here. But 7 minutes that is not main target. Calling Simon to the front, have Rage focusing on one member, but Phantom Seed is being called. But what will happen next? Oh, the barrier is actually closing the gates here, but the damage that is given by Jet is enough to shut him down. But jumping to the front, Weird trying to give the damage to the side of Syria. Double kill, triple kill even on the head of Jet. 2 versus 5 basically. UAE want to push it back to the side of Syria. Will Syria be able to hold it because the catapult is there? They want to play objectively towards the turrets, and they are still going to be able to do that for the next 10 seconds because the catapult is still there. Popol and Koopa is still there, and they're going to be focusing over that one. Wild charge just to stop the movement from the Koopa, but it's not enough, and I think they will still lose the mid lane base turret. Phantom Seed going to the front, but the terror, the deficit is given! Do it like it's down, and the Lunox jumping to the front, try to give the damage, even though that the Popol and Koopa is down on the hand of Syria.
That's a very back and forth set of events here. Syria just using all the resources to try and get a kill onto a Koopa of all things, and then overextending and then getting jumped on by the UAE instead. That's definitely not how they want to end out that fight. They did get a bit of an exchange afterwards because the UAE overextended, overstayed their welcome. But overall, they still came out on top. They got the base turret and they got the orange buff as well from the jungle of Syria. So UAE having an advantage, but they need to play a lot cleaner because right now they're getting advantages purely because Syria are making unwise decisions in this game.
But it's actually UAE always winning over the team fight, right?
For now, because
For now, yeah.
yeah, for now, because if you look at the Syria, when the Leomord jump into the Gabriel, that's gonna be nightmare. If
That's the thing.
yeah, if on the late game because it's more sustainable, and now they didn't care about the enemies. They trying to do engagement for the Lord itself.
Phantom State, and we are saying who gonna be trying to take over the Lord. The Lord is there, and it's almost being taken. And Jet got it after taking 2 members. The chain connect, double kill. It's gonna be triple kill because we can see that actually the Koopa will be chasing him down. Triple kill for Jet, but not only that, because Weird is trying so hard to close the gap here with the Lunox that try to run away. Oh, dispersion rotation. That is not enough. Even the flicker. Oh, Bullets, you need to be careful. The minion is there. The
Might be
catapult
over.
is there, and it is over because the Popol and Koopa United Arab Emirates and the game quiet fast right now.
Well.
The first game actually looking good for UAE.
That's it's such a back and forth game. It's almost surprising.
is.
At one point, you do see that the UAE was having so much success, and then out of nowhere, Syria just struck back and they got an advantage, and then they fall to the aggressive engage yet again. I think it just comes down to the fact that there's very different win conditions for both these teams, and yet they just seem to be playing aggressively at every stage of the game, back and forth again and again. Not the cleanest of games, but I guess for the UAE, they got the job done, so everything is good and well.
Is it because I feel like Syria doesn't have enough sustainability, but when I can see the item, it's because Leomord going for damage, same with Esmeralda.
Yeah.
So both of them going for the damage and only relying to Grog. When we know Grog is being nerfed quite a lot based on the sustain. That's why from the side of UAE, they are able to jump and to give the damage, especially with 2 penetration items coming from Louis and also 1 from the Julian.
And if I'm not mistaken, you see 16 kills on that Julian. So we talked about the tank Julian. Not really. I don't like it so much. It doesn't seem to have a lot of effect. But here, this is a full damage Julian. And you can see, that's a lot of impact, man. Obviously, it's back and forth. But overall, that was a great performance on Jet from UAE.
Yeah.
And I think that's just really, really good. And if you don't respect the engage potential, the crowd control and the counter engage, it's just a bit too difficult for you to come out on top in this kind of game.
We can see that actually they are showing a really good potential, just like what we have mentioned before. I mean, like, Syria always have the chance to pick off the players coming from UAE because they are not really sustained. I mean, like, who is the front runner? It's only Kufra. The rest of it is not too tanky. Though there is a direct. But it's not too tanky, right? And like Phantom Stood, they can stop all of the movement. That's why Syria most of the times able to pick off the members coming from UAE. But Jet, just like what you've mentioned, he is crazily good for giving damage to the side of Syria. 16 kills?
16 kills.
16
and
kills.
A very low amount of deaths as well. Honestly, I do feel like Syria could have played it better. They know they are the composition that needs to scale more into the late game, and yet they were still trying to go toe-to-toe against the UAE all the way since the early game. I feel like that's a bit too risky, but of course, sometimes it pays off. Early on when the UAE, maybe they were predicting that Syria wouldn't dare contest them in the jungle. They went for the Lord, they got extremely punished for it, and that is where Syria could have actually taken advantage of the tempo. But instead, they just kept fighting. So I think the decisions here are a bit questionable. But of course, it's only game one. Both these teams are just now trying to feel each other out, trying to see how they usually play out. And I think we're going to see a lot more cleaner performances in the next few games.
Of course, because like you said before, Arashi, like for the first game, maybe Syria is trying to look at their opponent, trying to read their habits, their gameplay, even the hero pools that maybe the UAE can use. But on the second game, we're gonna see again, like, are the Syria have the chance to win this match, because it's a very important match to go to Bali later.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, like, you have one chance to get closer, even though that aside of the qualifier, we still have the wild card and also representative of the federation in their country. So if they register themselves to the federation as to be the representative of their country, they can try to fight for a slot later for the play-ins inside of the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. They still have the chance, but definitely they want to get it to the main event directly by having this qualifier slot, right? Because
I mean, why not?
why not? It's easier. You don't need to play on the play-ins.
At least if you qualify from this phase, that you can save your energy, you can save your
data as well.
mentality. Yeah, you can
Exactly.
watch the other match to learn about your opponent very well later on Bali.
And you can hide your own strategies as well, right? Because you
That's
can
true.
keep all those pocket picks, all those cheese strats that you can have in your pocket, and just wait until it's a very critical moment. So the pressure game, I think, is very important, and both these teams definitely want to move forward with success here in this phase of the tournament.
Who doesn't want it? I mean, honestly, I want to go to the main event even directly. But yeah, I want to mention a bit for these two matches inside of this today's match. I do realize that we barely see assassin. It's only tanky hero or fighter inside of
Karina?
Karina we saw once, but for the most part, it's even used to counter that Baxia. So
I mean, like, we don't see Ling, we don't see Hayabusa, Lancelot.
well, we see Julian technically.
Yeah, we basically see
You
Julian.
can say it's an assassin. It's a lot of burst damage, but yes, not a lot of mobility heroes, not a lot of crazy mechanical outplays, because we come to
Fanny.
expect that coming in from our region, right? Over here in Indonesia, that is very much the way to go. Right, in the jungle, having high mechanics, having high kill pressure, and then using that to just take control of the game
Yeah.
and the neutral objectives.
But we don't. So I'm expecting something here for the second game, because we, just like what you guys have mentioned before, they might be hiding something for this one. They want to prove it later on in the second game, maybe what kind of thing that they can try to bring. Because Syria actually with the Leomord is also creating so much chaotic moment for UAE. Even UAE having like several times hard time to try to counter back the positions that is given by Syria. But yeah, it's still a possibility as well that UAE already, Syria is playing like this, so I want to control it more, so we will have like better drafting or maybe better positioning later inside of the land of down to give the presence. But picking up for Louis is actually a very good pick coming from UAE in my opinion, because it's a very close combat kind of situation.
But so far we already see like two unique heroes being used today. First
Okay.
of all is Clint.
Okay.
Like,
Right.
Yeah, because usually we see like the priority of Wan, Cloud, or even the Beatrix. But on the
Or
first
even the
match we
Irrital.
see Clint. But now on the second match we see Leomord.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we said the Loyi as well. It's
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
less common right now.
Yep.
So that's what we're talking about, right? It's so fun. It's so interesting to see how these other regions have developed a meta of their own. And who knows? There might be strong meta picks that we are not respecting over in our own
Yeah.
region. That is one of the coolest parts
Or we
of
don't
having
realize.
a global scene. Exactly. We might not realize the full potential.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing. Gatot Kaca.
Gatot
Gatot
Kaca.
Gatot Kaca. I almost forgot.
I mean, like from the previous day matches, we are seeing tons of new thing. I mean, it's like Mia. Lastly, what is the other thing? Moskov, if I'm not mistaken, we are seeing Moskov
Yep,
as well.
yep.
So yeah, we have tons of interesting things that being brought by them. But yeah, today, I mean, like we are barely seeing that. Leo mode, and now it's back, and actually it's very painful with the killing spree. But what if before they were using Demon Slayer inside of the killing spree? That's the question. I mean, like it's still a possibility, but yeah, I think like we need to a little bit move on from the previous game because we will just jump to the second game for Pan and Pick Pace right now.
Ooh, we gotta see UAE is switching side from the Syria. So UAE got the first pick right now. What are they want to play to the second game? What do you think, Arashi? Are UAE gonna play aggressively like for on the game one or even the Syria? Are they have the potential to play aggressively too?
I think UAE wants to be very aggressive. You can see for how they're moving and how what they try and look for in the game. They seem to be going very much for that aggressive playstyle. So Syria, if they want to match that, they better have the right tools. Crowd control, burst damage. We talked about the lack of assassins in the jungle. Why not go for something that's like the best of both worlds? Someone tanky, someone that can still have a lot of mobility and do burst damage. The Paquito we've been talking about can fill in that role very well. It's a great first pick because it's flexible, going into the XP lane as well. I think that's something that the UAE can take to full advantage, provided nothing more priority is left open in this banning phase, because Beatrix is out of the way, but 1-1 as far as Claude, Valentina, as well as the Faramis, everything is still up on the table right now.
Yeah, I mean like the Beatrix being banned on the second side. I mean like it's on the red side. Usually it's on the blue side, right? It means that they will have something else to be left open at this rate because Faramis, Valentina, 1-1 is still there. It's 3 heroes. Based on the heroes that we are seeing, Julian is the one that's getting banned. When we know that actually in the previous match, we don't see that happen. We don't see that happen. So
Well-
definitely they're going to be contesting several heroes. They might be opening up more than one from the Valentina, 1-1, along with the Faramis. If it's Faramis, please show me Faramis plus Astas. Please, I'm begging you guys.
That sounds like overkill. Faramis and Estes.
I mean, like, I will just go for Bruno. Like, Bruno, Faramis, Astas. Let's go, bro.
You can go Irrital as well if you want. So a lot of possibilities there. We can see that for the UAE, they have left open. They just go for the tankier band.
Oh.
So maybe
Syria
going
must
for
choose right now because he need like ban Faramis or ban Valentina. One is getting banned. So if
I'm
I'm
begging
the
you.
United Arab Emirates, maybe I will pick Valentina because
Valentina.
I can use IMU to steal the altar from the Faramis.
right. That's a solid
Thank you.
situation. But no, they go for the Faramis straight away. So Syria now will have the option of countering with the Valentina
I do
and
agree.
another priority pick.
Oh, do you remember the match on Indonesia before when Alter Ego they facing Faramis, they pick Yin to counter
Yes.
Faramis.
It's a very great game. So
Yeah.
knowing that, okay, they have a cult altar, it requires everyone to fight together. They go for the yin and make sure that at least one guy gets destroyed in that 1v1. Of course, Slutty Boy was able to use high mechanical prowess to make it work. But for Syria right now, they seem to be a lot more adaptive. They go for the Valentina, and I wonder if they're going to go for that Leo Mort again. Because
No, I don't think so.
it looks pretty good in the beginning, but they take the Clint.
I'm so happy right now just because of the Faramis big pick, you know? It makes me so happy. But yeah, what kind of hero? Oh, Cloud
I think
here.
Claude and Karina will be good because with Faramis, they can play more aggressively, try to dive in the turret,
I do agree.
try to looking for the head of the enemies.
The issue right now is that Faramis can actually be flex still. It can be a roamer, it can be a mid laner as well.
Yep.
So Syria will have to think extra hard about this. What exactly do they think is going to happen? The Dairoth gets picked, even though no Esmeralda is here. So it seems like it's just a comfort hero. It is very good. It provides a lot of burst damage, and the UAE we have seen enjoys going for those very aggressive plays.
Yeah, because
think-
Direct is zoning out the clean from the team fight.
Ha!
Right?
It's getting interesting, you know. They're fighting for close combat hero, like Valentina again, along with the Thomas presence. I feel like the close combat battle is getting there, along with the United Arab Emirates that is going for Faramis, Cloud, and also Dairat, which is gonna be very good for the close combat as well. Plus the blazing duet later on. But remember, this is Cloud. Cloud needs times for the 2 core items that he needs, which is gonna be Golden Soft and again Demon Hunter Sword. I won't get tired to remind you over that one, but we're coming for the second banning phase here. So still, this Faramis can go as a roamer, can go as a mid laner. It's still a flexible pick. Same with this Dairat that can go for the jungle or maybe can go for the XP laner. So for Syria, what kind of ban? It's actually the roamer.
It's actually the roamer, but here, if the UAE reveal that it's a roaming Faramis instead, these bans really won't be meaning anything. This is the power of flexible picks in the first phase of the drafting phase. With the Thamus though, they're going for lane domination, but going up against most likely the Dairoth, that's a tall order, man. Thamus was nerfed in the last patch as well, so it might be a bit difficult unless he goes for a bit more damage, because of course, with the ultimate popped, Thamus has the potential to do a lot of damage, even though now it's more popular to just go with a more tanky build for the Thamus.
And using the Vengeance battle spell, right?
Yes.
The more popular from Thames, but we see the Lolita is getting banned too by
But-
UAE because maybe Lolita can counter Faramis and Cloud
Cloud,
using
yes.
Yeah.
the Guardians of Bulwark. So we're gonna see like one last ban from Syria because United Arab Emirates right now
Ooh.
didn't have the jungle or even the roamer or mid lane, but Digi is the option. Why? Because there's not a lot of crowd control being picked by Syria. So
Maybe-
Digi is not threat for them.
Maybe they want to prove something here. Maybe they want to give surprises for the last 2 picks that there's gonna be brought later on. Maybe they will try to pick over the jungler, or maybe the XP laner, or maybe the roamer that have a really good CC. I mean, like what's left right now is actually another. I was about to mention Atlas, but Atlas is getting
They
banned.
already think about it.
Yeah, they already think about
Yeah.
it because of the Digi ban. I mean, like they will. Oh, what kind of hero
course.
that will surprise us? I mean, like there's a lot of possibility here. Tigreal, it's not really likely to be picked, but this time was actually a very flexible pick as well, right? It can still go to the jungle. Is it gonna be good for going to the jungle instead of going for the XP laner?
After the last patch, I think it's not good
Okay.
enough to go to.
It's not as good anymore.
Jungler,
But here
yeah.
we go. Syria with the Grok, so the wild charge engage. I think we saw it in the first game.
Yep.
There were moments of brilliance, but of course the follow-up is the question, right?
Yep.
What can they do after the wild charge connects? And can they even match the damage potential? Or can they even do enough damage knowing that there's a cult altar involved?
And Wild Charge can cancel Blazing Duet from Ground.
Right.
If he use it on the
Oh.
right moment.
Are they gonna try to pick over the assassin from the Syria side? Because Digi is also one of the threat for the assassins. I mean, like it can with the Reaper's Time and also the Alarm Bomb is actually creating so much things for them. I'm not really sure about that one, but we will just see United Arab Emirates what kind of hero that they will try to pick over this one. I still feel like Yves is a very good options if they are going for the mid laner. But if they don't want it, they can still go for something else. But it's actually a Karina with what? With what? What is the other one? I'm really curious. What is the other
Roamer or mid
one?
lane?
It's
Kufra.
Kufra.
All right, the same idea. They wanted Kufra. It seems to be a comfort pick. It is dynamic engage, and now it is supplemented by the Faramis. So I guess they are bet on like predicting that the UAE are using the Faramis in the mid lane has definitely paid off. But now they have the last pick to try and throw a wrench in the plans from the UAE. So a bit more crowd control can work as well, or they can go for a side lane dominant hero. They can just pull away all the attention and force the UAE to split apart and not go for that strong 5-man team fight, because Blazing Duet and Cold Altar, those are a lot of tools that the UAE can use.
One last Ruby here, which is going to be very good to contest this Varamis, even the Dairat and also Karina, which is going to be very interesting here as the roamer.
Yeah, who's roaming on the side of Syria? That's the real question. right?
Ruby, it's supposed to be Ruby in my opinion. So
Wow.
the jungler is gonna be Thomas.
Yep,
Or Grok
Thomas,
is the
Thomas.
one.
Because
Ah.
from the draft itself, Syria have 3 sustainable hero, but it's gonna be different story with the UAE because they gonna play more aggressively than the game 1 with Karina, with Faramis, because they can do the rotation very quickly. The mobility is very high.
Yeah. And I feel like the Kufra need to adapt well for the second game, because in the first game we are seeing a lot of miss from the Terror and Terror Revenge, but we will just witness it inside of the game. What will happen between UAE versus Syria for the second game on the match for the final stage of West Asia. Syria and UAE, first point is being held by UAE. What will happen for the second game?
You never know.
Yeah.
Definitely, if we know is actually we are actually the future leader. But yeah, Bulex with this Faramis. I mean, like, Faramis is a very strong hero at the moment. So actually the advantage on the side of UAE is pretty huge.
You can see that the Thamus has the Demon Slayer emblem here, so very much objective orientated. But of course, on the flip side, the Karina actually isn't going for that. And already you can see the signature early game aggression coming in from the UAE. But, you know, will that be enough? They are going for the kill right here. Whoa, there you go. Sticker play being made, but it won't be successful. That is very unfortunate.
Sadly, it's not able to get the first slot yet, but Red Panda having a struggle here to just get close to the member of United Arab Emirates just because of the damage that they are giving. Actually, it's very interesting. You know that actually Grok play aggressively because they have like this power of nature and also the barrier, but it's not that strong right now.
That's the advantage of using Grok as the roamer, because it can help the mid lane clear wave very quickly. Like Arcan Shade, even like they can leave the minion to start doing the rotation. But mid lane, Yame need to going back. Even the Red Panda is back to mid lane again after C. His friend is annoyed.
I mean, like, Jet is very aggressive, right? Rashi?
Very aggressive. And now, since Syria is returning the favor, they go for that aggressive play, and it's the Thamus picking up that first blood. Already looking a lot better here from Do It Like
Fail.
Do It Like Feo. That's, you know, very similar names here. It's a bit confusing sometimes.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, the Thomas is doing pretty well, especially because he's getting the Demon Slayer. So obviously on the EXP, it's definitely higher on the side of Thomas compared to the Karina. But remember, this Karina will go for full damage if I can see it. But look at that one. Actually, Jet is trying to focus on the Red Panda. We're getting it down. But 3 members focusing inside of the altar, which is not a really good fight for the side of Syria itself. We need to get back as soon as possible, but the damage is there yet. But the Snake able to shut him down, and Jet is gonna be chased by the player from the side of UAE, and Jet is done. If despite that, Thamus will be chasing everyone down. And look at that one, the Terror Rage, it's still gonna be having a hard time for this Ruby to get the kill. Bulex!
Oh! Okay, he used the Flicker to get the kill points, but now Red Panda is trying to aim Bulex. Now, with one last bar, and I'm a Panda out double kill get by Bulex, but Bulex is taken down with Red Panda. The GED UAE trying to get more retribution being popped up, and now the Panda is taken down.
This is a crazy game, and both teams just losing members left and right.
Yeah, but one more thing, do you realize that Bulex is not using the altar? The altar. On the last team fight.
It was used before, it's on a cooldown.
I think they both use it at the same time, so it was very... blink and you'll miss it, man. There's so much action in the game right now. My god, I think Syria is doing a good job of matching the aggression coming in from UAE, but overall, it really seems like the UAE, they get a small advantage and they refuse to go back and capitalize on it. They just keep going for the fights, and this is allowing Syria to get some fights with a bit of advantage when the UAE is no longer ready.
But the Rage connect to members down, but the altar is being popped again. They're fighting under the altar, and definitely they want to run away from it, but Syria wants to get the kill towards United Arab Emirates, but the turtle is being initiated. Snake is going back, but Jet aiming for that one. I'm offended, getting 2 members from the side of UAE, but look at that one jumping back. Weird! able to get one down. Bulex is the one that's getting Ruby down, and Bulex is owning actually with 3-1 and 2. And Bulex still trying to rebuild the position from the side of Syria. And the objective is actually the main concern here from Jack.
Look, the retribution is on cooldown, and this is the chance for Druid like Foul to steal the turtle. Yes, turtle is got by Syria, and now UAE need to go back again, need to set up again before the Syria get more kills, and they can lead the points or the pressure.
That's exactly it, man. I think setup is the right word here because for UAE, they have all the tools available, but they're entering these fights very, very messily, and Syria is absolutely capitalizing on it. You can see it. Whenever the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo come out from the Kufra, it just doesn't have the right kind of follow-up because he's way too far from the rest of his teammates. So I think if they can come in together, they have a good chance of just wiping out Syria, considering the choices in the hero.
Usually we are seeing that actually X-Laner is the one that getting like very free on the laning because they are gonna be like mirroring one to each other. But right now it's happening on the Clint and also the Cloud. Like they are trying to farm really well while the rest of the player playing 4-1 formation right here, and Syria trying to push it back more to the side of United Arab Emirates. And in the bottom lane, we are seeing that actually Weird playing really good with the objective. Finally, they convert their power to the objective tower. But in the top lane, we are seeing as well that Juliet like Maru is the main target from the side of UAE. Will they be able to try to pick over something? But Snake is being refilled, and I think it's going to be killed for the side of Jack.
Just like that though, there's a mirror attempt being done by Syria on the other side of the map. It might be too much though. They won't be able to actually get the play happening down there. And for the both teams again, UAE trying to overstay their 2v3, going for the combo, and that will be burst damage coming in. Clint won't be in the picture any longer. They go for the turret immediately though. Ooh, this is dangerous. Conceal is forced to be used as Syria is forced to back away, not trading for anything else.
Because the objective is got by the UAE right now, but Syria doesn't getting anything. Even the turtle gonna be spawned later in 5 seconds. How United Arab Emirates can make it efficiently, like maybe can get the turtle and do the team fight to get the outer middle turret, because it's the most important thing right now. If the outer middle turret getting destroyed, they can like easily dive in or just invading the jungle.
Oh, I really wonder why did Ruby going directly for a half score rather than going for anything else aside of that one. I mean, like, look at the thing. I mean, like, they don't go for the dominance eyes of or everything for preventing the movement coming from Pyramids. But here you go, Weird taking another turret. So they are converting 3 turrets already on behalf of UAE. I mean, like, in the early stage like this, they're having so much advantage. Yeah, the Terror Rage, the Revenge, along with the altar itself, helping UAE to control the movement. And Jet, he is scaling pretty well here with 4-1 and 2 and Genius 1 on his hand after having the Calamity Reaper as well. Full damage.
Full damage, and he has a lot of penetration right now. So even the tankiest of members from the side of Syria doesn't have nearly enough magical defense to survive here. But just like that, Cold Altar is being used, and now it's a fight being initiated by the UAE, and it seems like it's a back and forth endeavor, but with the tower helping them out, UAE are able to take one more kill away from Syria. That was a desperate attempt, and they get punished in the mid lane as well. And they're not done. They're going deep into the second tower, but the wall will be enough to finally let them off the hook.
But Jet will not let this Ruby go easily. He wants to take him down, but Red Panda is there to back him up. So yeah, I think like Bulex and the rest of the player coming from United Arab Emirates, we're still gonna go for it, and Weird is coming to the right way here. They are going for the purple buff, and they stole it really well, but Weird is there, and I feel like Weird is one of the heroes that they need so bad inside of the clash. I mean, like, with having Weird, damage gonna be amplifying so much. I mean, like, the burst damage coming from Tyrant is just so huge, and even though the Inferno is one of a good skill coming from Thomas, but I don't think it's gonna sustain for too long. While Syria, to be honest, lacking in terms of damage, in my opinion.
Exactly, they don't have enough damage right now because they are behind for sure. With the Blazing Duet here, that will yet be another kill for Duet like Rio. He has been pressured a lot, and he is very, very squishy right now. And in the mid side, with 4 people, they were unable to secure the kill in exchange. So Syria is absolutely on the back foot. They need to try and trade objectives here. The Lord is being pressured by the UAE, and Syria, they can't possibly hope to contest this.
Yeah, 6,000 leads on the hand of UAE. They want to contest over the Lord, but look at that one. This Grok will be the main target. Oh, not getting anyone on the hand of this Kuvra, and they are retreating after seeing and witnessing the power from the side of UAE. But look at on the top lane, we are seeing Weird actually doing some split push. We know that actually this Cloud already getting 2 core items that he needs. He might be going for the Wind of Nature as well, but Ruby dropping his HP and might be going for more because he is using the Flicker to just go back and try to be sustained after some of the damage given from the UAE side.
Because Ruby with Cloud and lack of defensive item will be a good sitting duck for the United Arab Emirates. And now they're trying to get the Lord. Even the Red Panda is getting chased by 3 heroes, but they don't want to like wasting the time because the Lord is still engaged by them.
The Blazing Wave will be open like that, and the Altar as well. Mega kill for Jet. Not only that, the Terror Rage is actually getting the double kill for Jet. And Thomas jumping to the front. Is it a good option? Because actually, he will be chased out. Triple kill. Is it going to be the Maniac? It's going to be Maniac, and they are looking for Savage right now because this Samus will be the main target. Cyclone Eye, I think he will try to not giving the Savage. He doesn't want it to happen, bro. So it's better to be shut down by the turret instead of giving in the Savage to the Karina.
It's going to get taken out fast there as well, because if you just buy time like that, you risk not being up along with the rest of the team once the death timer finally takes down. With that wipeout though, the UAE, they are looking to end the game yet again. The aggression is paying off right here, and Syria, they're just not finding the kind of success they want. If they scale later into the game, it's possible that they can turn this around. But with everyone being so strong on the side of UAE, they can just abuse the Cult Altar and even end the game without relying on the Lord.
Look at that Cloud. Even he is brave enough to facing like 4 heroes there. He's not afraid by being flickering and do some of the crowd control from the Syria.
But we are saying 17 to the 4 in the 11th minute instead of the let off down. 10,000 gold. And Hotel Rage will not hit anyone from the side of Syria, but the damage will be huge and the altar is already being opened. So they are not having enough resource for doing the fight. That's why they try to retreat, I guess.
I think the UAE need to be patient again, need to set up again, because with Ruby, if anything happened, then Ruby got the momentum to get like the ammo bandit for more than 2 heroes. It's gonna be disaster because Syria can do the follow-up by using the snake or even the damage from Do It Like Maru. Even the score right now is 0-0, but the items and the emblem he is using is the Weapon Master, right?
Yep.
Because, so the damage will be very painful from Do It Like Maru.
I feel like the options of making the Haas Cloud instead of getting or the Dominance Eyes or maybe the other thing is the main problem for the Ruby itself.
It's the old style of Ruby.
Yeah, it's old style, but it doesn't work like that anymore. Okay, the IMU taking over the altar here from the side of Varames. Will they be able to open up the ward? That's the question here. Will they be able to do it? Because they don't have enough damage to even shut down one player from the side of UAE.
So it's quite the same with the game one before, right? But
Yeah.
Esmeralda, you build the damage item.
Right, I'm about to be used by Do It Like Rio there. He is very squishy and he is not serving as a very strong front laner at all. When he is supposed to be the tankiest member, Thanos will be taking over and he will have to focus on protecting his carry because, again, maybe do it like Maru will actually do a lot of damage, but when you have a very, very strong Karina on the other side of the field, it's going to be very scary. You can get taken out in less than 2 seconds, man.
But Jet, facing for members directly in the bottom lane. He will be shut down. That is the moment here from Syria. Taking a very good gold swing here. It's going to be like 500 to 600 gold swing to the side of Syria itself. But we're still on the top lane right now. They are going to be trying to contest this Lord. It is going to be a long battle because you know what?
Whoa.
This Bullets is there.
A lot of damage.
Cloud is giving so much damage with the Blazing Wedge. Shake and name is going to be taken down maybe, but the altar is being opened. Not only that, the IMU and the knock-up coming from the Lord, helping 7-minute dam to take the double kill. It's going to be even triple kill perhaps because this Thomas will be thrown in the hand of this Cloud. Cloud, 3 members from Syria is down and United Arab Emirates will be going for the Lord.
Ooh, and that will be the Ruby taken out as well. 4-0 on the side of the UAE. It was so messy in the beginning. The fight began without a proper engage and the proper Cult Altar. But it seems like they will take the Lord. We will wait to make a decisive fight after this, setting up the ways for success with the next Lord push.
Yeah, I mean, like, they already take the bottom lane, and right now they will be trying to go for the top lane along with the mid lane. I mean, like, they want to play more safely right now. They want to go and aim for it, but the Power Rage coming in, but not having anyone on the hand of Syria right now. They really need to be careful because Jad is just going to the top lane along with the Lord that is marching and giving all of the wave. But yeah, the Cloud is staying in the bottom lane, but with Battle Mirror image, I think like it's going to be very fast for Cloud to join all of the players in the top lane.
Yep, that's why Cloud is going to the bottom lane, maybe clear some waves and can enter to the base if the Lord comes on the right moment, because right now the Lord is enhanced, so Lord's gonna use the charge, but the base top turret already destroyed first, and they are aiming for the mid base turret right now, so already destroyed all of it. But UAE didn't want to get last again. He need to wait all the minions come in, even they still have the Lord.
Weird, waiting. But yeah, they don't have a proper setup. Why they are not trying to engage right now? Because they're actually having the advantage. They try to drag this game again when they are having a very good opportunity to try to contest. But maybe they want to play it more safe because they know there is space. They don't want to get caught with the I am offended coming from Ruby. Or maybe because of Snake that actually stealing the altar, so they don't want to fight with that one, and they want to wait for another minute until the Lord is respawning to the land of Dawn. And we are seeing that actually it's 16 minutes inside of the game. It's 21 to the 5. Yeah.
You know what, Fel?
Yeah.
UAE is love to be played on Land of Dawn. He didn't want to separate with Land of Dawn very quickly.
I mean, they have all the advantage here, 21-5, and they are not going for decisive end. The longer they drag this game out, the longer the gold difference will start to
climbing up.
Fading.
Yeah, it will fade away. It will start to matter less and less. And Syria, by all means, they can have a chance to get a huge combo and end the game. So I don't know what risk United Arab Emirates are actually so concerned about. But if they just push all together and use the cult altar to make sure that everybody can stay long enough to actually hit the base, they can end the game there. But no, they respect the potential from Syria somehow, and they will wait for the next Lord.
Okay, maybe respect is the right words right now, because they need to wait again for the Lord to be spawned on Land of Dawn, and maybe it got contested by Syria. And if the Lord is killed, there will be disaster for UAE.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at that one, the opening coming from this Kufra, but they don't have a really good potential. 8 seconds for the next lot to open up and coming to the Land of Dawn. I mean, like, they try to freeze the lane here, and I think they will be focused to get over the Lord. Right now, they want to go for it, and the barrier is being opened by the side of UAE. But I feel like Jad have enough damage to do the solo Lord. They're gonna go for it. They want to have a really good opener. Will they go for it? What we are seeing actually conceal. They are not trying to contest the movement from the side of Syria, so they want to go for more. But the damage coming from Paramis is actually very burst to the side of Clan, but they are also very cautious about their movement. They don't want to go for the Lord directly when they can try to win it by contesting that one.
Well, they're now fainting a lot for Syria, and you can see that the effect is very apparent. Syria has no idea if the UAE is doing the Lord right now or just waiting for them to walk into a trap. You saw though, they just crossed paths in the jungle, and that's just so weird to see. And here we go though, the idiot coming in. Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge, actually not being used just yet. But for the most part, the UAE are happy to back away and then re-engage, getting the very clean pick-off. And here the altars are popped from both teams. But look at the AoE damage difference. The UAE doing a lot more damage, but backing away. They will go for the Lord here and perhaps bait the members of Syria into yet a more difficult fight in the long run.
Yeah, but we are seeing that actually the wave management from the side of UAE is coming really good. They are forcing Syria to stay inside of the base while they are taking the free Lord right now. And I think it's gonna be without contest unless they want to reset it, which is, I don't know why.
What is going on here?
They do reset it. They do reset it. Why? When they have the full potential to get over the Lord. I don't get it. I don't get it. To be honest, that is so weird.
Alright, I think at this point we have to admit that I think the UAE is just playing around. There's no way they're doing this intentionally. This doesn't make any sense at all. There's no logical backing. And now the conceal coming in from the Grok, but he's only alone. He needs a lot more backup. And here we go, Tyrant's Revenge being used, Tyrant's Rage as well. and the fight begun, but
Oh,
there'll be a
Snake.
clean pickoff. Altar is being taken, and the Lord finally falls. But now, without the altar to use for the side of Syria, the UAE have an overwhelming advantage. The Faramis picks up a kill, but then everyone comes into the blazing duet as well from the Clods. Everyone is way too low, and they flicker even, just going very dominantly towards the side of Syria. And they're locked inside their own base. The minion waves are not at the base yet, but the UAE don't really care. They want to go for more and more kills, showing their dominance, breaking the spirit of the players from the side of Syria. They are still not focusing the base just yet, going for the kills all the way up till this point. But now, one of the members, the Immortal, pops up for the Claude, and that will be the Cooper picking up the final kill. This is just the UAE asserting dominance over Syria.
Yeah, 20 minutes game, and it's actually 2-0 for UAE for after Syria. We're seeing that actually the second game took longer rather than before. First game, it was like 12 minutes, but second game, it's going to the 20 minutes when we know that actually the bar that being set by Uzbekistan is actually less than 30 minutes. So at this point, I don't think it's going to be a very good options for UAE, because if they can go for a shorter game, it's supposed to be good. I mean, like they are actually able to get like 10 minutes, because the winning team will be decided by following for each team. The total match time of their victories will be subtracted from the total match time of their losses. If not applicable, most towers destroyed in the final match, and also if it's not applicable, it's total kills of the final match series. I mean, like, I do get it that they want to have the total kills, but you know what? The first one on the list is actually the match time.
Exactly. So you have to question if the UAE understands that. They spend way too much time, from the looks of it, just toying around with the members from Syria. And okay, you can show your dominance, but if it's gonna end up with you not making the cut, right, in this stage of the tournament, they're gonna regret this a lot, man. This is not the wise choice to be making.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. I mean, like, they're spending so much time when they are actually in this like 14 minutes, they will be able to end the game after taking several players from Syria, because they're winning the conditions so huge. I mean, like, with the Cloud Altar over and over again, they taking down the Stumblers. Actually, at this moment, they can try to push in the bottom lane and try to end the game directly, but no, they're waiting for another Lord, and when they have the chance to take over the Lord, they're waiting again for the rest of the player from Syria to do the contest and to do the war, which is not wise, because they're dragging that one for like another 7 minutes, which is like, it took longer time for them to try to initiate the war and end the game wisely from the side of UAE. I know they want to play safely, but not too much.
Maybe if I'm trying to think more positively on the UAE sides, maybe they want to wait until their Lord is evolved so they can securely save the game, so they can securely win the game. But there's a lot of momentum, a lot of chances to UAE end the game very fast.
Yeah, I mean, like, they are having a very huge lead
Especially
already.
on the 14 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, they're having so much lead already, right? And at that moment, so
13,000 goal difference.
13 to
13,000.
15, if I'm not mistaken. It's so crazy. The huge difference is just like so good coming from the side of UAE. But that is the second game. I mean, like, second game, we can say that actually they are spending more likely into like 32 until 33 minutes for finishing the 2 games in a row. We are not sure about the third game later on. I mean, like, what will happen?
Well, both teams have been playing very, very aggressively since the beginning, so we are trying to think positively about it, but seeing that the UAE suddenly just became passive, I don't know, man. It's a bit of it's not a good look for the UAE, to be to be completely fair.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's like UAE is disrespect their opponent, right?
Exactly, and as we
Exactly.
mentioned, this due to the unique rule set on this tournament right now, that might come back to bite them in the back later on. So we'll just have to see. There's one more game here to decide who's going to come out on top. And considering that Syria is, from the looks of it, being underestimated, they still have a chance. Remember, the match earlier, it also began with a 2-0.
From Bhutan.
And then Bhutan was able to actually mount a comeback and were almost successful. So
Yeah.
the UAE, they need to be very, very careful. It's never over till it's over. You do not count teams out before it's actually the end of the game.
Yeah, it might be a diesel machine that need times to get heated. Maybe Syria is that kind of team. But yeah, we will witness the third game later after taking a short break. So for everyone, don't go anywhere, because we will be back very, very soon. Yeah,
Ladies
welcome
and
back.
gentlemen, welcome back again to the Asia Regional Qualifiers Bali 14th World Esports Championship 2002 Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, we are back here for the third game of the day here for the second match between Syria versus UAE. Currently, UAE is having the upper hand because this is match point for them.
Yep.
It's going to be determining, is it going to be Syria dragging this game to the fourth or fifth game, or maybe UAE will try to finish the match with 3-0.
Because if we look at the first match, Bhutan, almost got
And
the reverse
Bangladesh.
sweep, but they cannot do it.
Very close. So will history repeat itself? That is the main question we're going to try and answer. Looking into game number 3 here between the UAE as well as Syria. And if we look at how the first 2 games have went, UAE have an overwhelming dominance. But at the same time, you can tell that maybe in the mental game, they might be underestimating Syria. And that is where you are most vulnerable. When you are not ready for the challenges, Syria has a good chance of turning it around.
Especially when the gap is very, very close, Syria can seize the moment and to the fight back to the UAE. But we're gonna see later because UAE have the strong point for playing aggressively in the early game, especially for the aggressive draft. Like for example, we already see some of the heroes that they picked before.
Yeah, but we just for information, we already have 2 winners from each place here. From Central Asia, we have Uzbekistan here with less than 30-minute total match. Second one, we already have the one winner coming from South Asia, which is Bangladesh after having like a very tough battle with Bhutan. We are currently on the match of West Asia, which is Syria versus UAE, and later on we will have the final stage of Southeast Asia, which is going to be Myanmar versus Malaysia. And still in the best of 5 series, just for information for you guys, don't forget to directly book the tickets here for the final later for the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. You can go directly to www.garudaku.com/ticket to get your ticket later because it will be held on the 2nd until 11th of December 2022.
Yeah, please mark your date because it's gonna be held on MERUSAKA Hotel. Later on, you can enjoy the festival of esports on the beach. Wow.
Yeah.
On the beach, and you get the Bali scenery, the environment, the atmosphere, man. You're there with the fans watching esports competitions. Where else do you get that kind of experience, guys? So don't miss it. Make sure you actually make it to the venue. Check your calendars. Make sure you don't forget and regret it on the day.
Definitely, and with 6 games that will be compete inside of the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022 Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, Efootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, and CSGO Women here. This event held by PBESI and also ISF and also organized by Garudaku.
And of course, we would like to say thank you to our sponsor like the Taiwan Excellence, High Grounds, and our hotel's partner, MERUSAKA Hotel.
Yeah, the activity that will be held in Bali later, we will have Bali 14th World Esports Championship as the first main event, and also we have Esports and Gaming Exhibition, Esports and Gaming Festival. We will have Food and Beverage Festival along with Esports Workshop. So it will be a lot of things that can happen, and also the stage. Like we will have 5 stages right in MERUSAKA Hotel later with the fire, earth, air, water, and also ice stage.
So it's very element based, and it's going to be a very exciting tournament. And now we'll take a look at a video showing again the format of this tournament. It's been a long journey, but there's still so long to go. So ladies and gentlemen, check it out.
Yeah. that's it. That's all of the details for the event. So for you guys, you see the social media, go directly follow the Instagram, the Facebook, the Twitter, the TikTok, Garudaku.esi, and the other platform. You can also follow Indonesia Esports Summit because that's going to be the annually tournament that will be held by Indonesia Esports Summit, and go for the ticket. Boom.
Yeah.
www.garudaku.com/ticket. And if you guys want to be the partner, the sponsor or exhibitor, you can go directly contact us on abdul.rauf@garudaku.com, or you can go through the WhatsApp +62 888 10 45 398.
Well, that's it.
That's it.
If you're interested, do contact. Because, this is a great opportunity, man.
It is.
I'm already feeling very honored to be able to take part in such... I feel like it's such a monumental event, There's a lot of, barriers being broken by such a large-scale event. A lot of things are being done for the first time. So I would be very interested to try and participate somehow. So...
Yeah. I feel like very grateful as well because we are the host for today's this year's event. I mean, we have the PUBG Mobile along with the Mobile Legends actually to be part of ISF, because usually it's more into the PC and also console game. But because we know how popular is mobile games right now, we are putting 2 other games to be part of ISF, a Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022, and gaining so much potential actually from the countries, from the MENA, from the South Asia, Central Asia. We are seeing West Asia. We are seeing and witnessing a lot of things to be brought here. So yeah, I'm really happy that actually our esports generation is just growing up every single year.
Yeah, like Vela mentioned before, Mobile Legends and PUBG Mobile is the most played game every day at Indonesia right now. And I think, look at the other countries who are competing right now. They are very, very up to date with the meta. They are very strong when they are playing the game. So I think it's gonna be interesting because right now, for the international tournament, that there will be a lot of challenges, a lot of more fun match to watch.
Absolutely. Especially once the meta starts shifting, right?
Yeah.
The tournament is taking part over a course of such a long period of time, so there is a very real chance that the current meta we're seeing will change mid-tournament. That is where you're going to see the adaptation, the evolution, of course, the ingenuity of the other teams to find new heroes, new picks, new strategies that can just work in the right circumstances.
Yeah, especially there will be a big update later for Mobile Legends Bang Bang at 20th September. I think it's 2 more days.
2 more days.
Yeah, from now.
How interesting. So later in the final moment for the Bali 14 World Esports Championship, we will see a new kind of meta perhaps, or maybe strategy and tactics that can be brought inside of the game. But yeah, that's it for all of the information for you guys, because we are jumping directly to the ban and peak pace right now for the 3rd game. Currently, UAE once again having the upper hand by 2-0 against Syria, and we are witnessing right now Masha Dairot even is directly being banned, and also no longer Faramis. You let go in the previous game, and we are the one who take the advantage of it, but we don't want you to use it.
But now 1-1 in Beatrix still open, still have the chance to be used on this 3rd game. So we gonna see, are Syria gonna let it go? They are banning the other heroes, for example Julian, to make UAE choose between 1-1 and Beatrix.
1-1 or the Beatrix. Honestly, looking at the Dairath ban, right, I'm wondering if Syria is a bit too...
Esmeralda, or maybe?
Well, maybe they want to play Esmeralda, but it just seems like they're adapting a bit too much. A lot of respect bans happen earlier in game number 1 and game number 2. So you have to wonder if adjusting too much, too fast, is going to be an issue, because right now, they banned the Dairath out, so it might play out well for them, but the Beatrix and the 1-1 both are still open. There's a real chance that for both these teams, they're just going to trade marksman here, and I think the one that gets the Beatrix has an advantage.
I think, well, what do you think? Do you prefer 1-1 or Beatrix if you got this chance? Like my previous question after you watch all the game today.
Especially because the Digi is being banned.
Exactly. Yeah. Nah, I think Beatrix is just a lot more flexible, and 1-1, you have to be really good at the 1-1, or the team needs to be very suitable for that 1-1 game. But neither is going to be picked by Syria. It is going to be the Julian. And in a way, it makes sense, right? If they think that for sure the UAE is going to pick one, it makes sense that they'll pick something more flexible first, and so they can adjust and they'll be able to secure one of those 2 prior marksmen afterwards anyways.
But you let go one of the strongest. I mean, like, you can choose, right? If you are the first pick, you can choose between Beatrix or 1-1.
Maybe they don't care.
Perhaps.
Or do you remember that Beatrix can play on the mid lane too?
Oh, hang on.
Right?
You're
so
right.
they can try to pick over the jungler magical damage. So they just need 2 other tanky hero, but no, they are going for Sicilian.
Yeah,
and
because
1-1.
1-1 biggest nightmare is Sicilian, especially on the late game. One bad impact can take down 1-1 immediately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, on the flip side though, one runner shot with full items from a Beatrix can delete the 1-1 as well.
but
But hang on. It's gonna be the Balman for now. Come on, please tell me the Beatrix is gonna get selected.
Yeah,
Because it's gonna get banned
if not-
afterwards.
It got banned. Yeah.
If not, it will be very weird actually if they are gonna be doing that. But I feel like no.
Oh
my
God.
But Cloud have a strong point facing against Sicilian because he can do the battle mirror image to dive into the formation of UAE and do the blessing duet. But looks Atlas is there because if he do it the blessing duet too fast, Atlas will just cancel it with the Fataling.
Yep. This is just so surprising coming from Syria. They're more into the AoE rather than going for potential heroes such as like Beatrix. I was thinking about like Franco Beatrix combo because we know that actually it's really good with the Iron
Or
Hook,
Johnson
Bloody
Beatrix.
Han. Oh?
Johnson Beatrix, do you know it?
Yeah.
Johnson
Johnson
Beatrix.
Beatrix is
It's
also
a
good.
classic combo, but it works.
It
is.
works. I've seen it. It's
It
pretty
is.
brutal when it actually gets rolling, for sure. But now for the side of the UAE, they banned the Esmeralda, knowing that the Daiwath is not in the equation.
But Taos is also being banned.
Exactly. So I'm not sure about the whole marksman situation, man. If Syria wants to go for the Claude, I really feel I felt that maybe if they ban both, they will still be able to get the Claude anyway. So letting go both the marksmen and then picking a marksman that's not contested like that, it's a bit weird from the side of Syria.
Hold on, what if they are trying to put the Julian as the mid laner? And no, as the
Balman as the
jungler.
jungler.
Balman going to the XP laner. Cloud on the gold lane, Beatrix on the mid lane. It's too greedy, yeah. It's
I
too
think
greedy,
that's
right?
way too greedy.
I think it's too
Yeah,
greedy.
it needs the scales too much because they need the items. So obvious is the counter of 1-1 is getting banned by the UAE. So we're gonna see like 1 heroes from the UAE side. Are they gonna pick for the jungler or the XP lane? Because to facing Julian and Balman, maybe
They're banning all XP laner right now.
yeah, because there's no Esmeralda, no Toms, no Uranus, no Mobius.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even the Balmon is being picked along with the Julian, so the options is like very limited right now.
Yusong?
But the Yusong is still there. But I do feel like they need more someone.
Pakito?
Pakito's still
yeah,
very
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Pakito
It's
is
right there. Man, we
or the
talk-
Cho actually, because I feel like the Cloud is gonna be countered by the presence of the Cho, and here you go,
There you
Cho.
go. Good call, Vela. We talked about how the Pakito, when it's not picked, we expect it to be in the bans, but no, it's actually available. So Syria can still make this work.
It's still possible for this Cho to go for the jungle because
Yes,
we see that
still,
actually
of
the
course.
Balmon
Because
on the
Absolutely
side of
possible.
Syria. Yeah.
Cho is the counter of jungler Balman
Yeah.
that can do like for example the Wild Dragon to kick away Balman, and he cannot do the lethal counter and retribution
I do like
on the
it.
objective like Turtle or Lord.
Yeah, I don't like
Exactly.
this one. I don't like this one. Unless they're having a surprises here. Okay, Julian mid lane, XP later, Balmon. So we counter this with the presence of the Cho, but later it back again. Like Cho is very flexible. They can put it inside of the XP lane or the jungle. Depends how Syria gonna try to make it. But by the presence of this Franco, the roamer is being spun. Roger.
As the
Because Cho-
Filipino casters would say,
Yeah.
"Grr, it's the Roger coming in."
Because,
Wow.
Like Roger have the Lycan pounds that he will get the immunity from 1-1 to open the weaknesses, and he can chase 1-1 very very good if he has successfully get the snowballing at the early game.
My question right now, are they gonna still let the Cho go through the jungle or XP laner?
We'll have to see, because right now, even for the side of Syria, there's a lot of flexible picks here. Roger, Balmond, and Julian can all go into the jungle, so it just goes down to where they want to put these heroes. Who is going to be in the mid? This is mid Julian, gold lane Claude, jungle Roger, and XP Balmond.
Yeah, I do think it's gonna be like that.
That is quite confusing for us in the desk, especially. I think even the members of the UAE are kind of taken aback here, like, whoa, where's everyone going?
Yeah.
They go for the Karina though, knowing
But I
that they
feel
might
like
be dealing with a tankier jungle.
The potential of Roger, you don't want to let it go to the XP laner when you know the potential is gonna be very good inside of the jungle. Even though it's been a long time ago since I saw jungle Roger. I mean, like, it's
Roger
been a
at
while.
all.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
But Roger, if he got the snowballing point, like I mentioned before,
Yes.
gonna be a nightmare for the UAE. So
Yeah.
they need to make sure, Syria need to make sure that Roger get the kills point every time on the early game.
Yeah, so we will see what will happen. What is actually the Roger gonna do? Because we will just jump into the third game here between Uni Arab Emirates, and also Syria for the third game between the second match here of the day between Syria and also United Arab Emirates. Still with me, Volajev, Arashi, and also Leos that is gonna be accompanying you guys.
And now, if we gonna see at the matchup of every jungle, like the Karina and Balmond. Okay, Balmond is gonna be the jungler, fella Jeff. Yeah, like we mentioned before, so Roger is gonna be the XP lane.
What?
So it's gonna be
This
different
is
play
unique.
style because Karina is gonna be like chasing for the kills points, and Balmond maybe more like objective game, like for example, chasing for the turtle or even look. Balmond is invading the jungle.
It's juking. It's juking the Cho. The Cho is supposed to be on the jungle, but because of the presence of Roger, they make it like confusing for United Arab Emirates and actually putting Karina instead of the jungle at this time.
So they won in the juke and the mind game department.
Yeah.
But can they execute well enough? Look at the Roger right now. Going up against the Cho, it's definitely a bit of a difficult matchup because Cho is a lot more mobile. He can punish those gold laners, or in this case, I guess EXP laners, a lot easier compared to other fighters. So now, with that advantage though, the UAE is still making moves around, trying to actually exert their dominance in the jungle.
But it's not looking good for Jet because Jet is actually gonna be the first blood. Actually, it's not really wise because Jet haven't got the level 4 even, and jumping to the orange bomb when they know there's a Franco that is following him is actually not really wise coming from the back. This Franco is just like giving so much presence towards United Arab Emirates, and they really need to be careful over this one.
The jump, the mobility coming in from the 1-1 is just a bit too much. And right now, it seems like Syria is having a lot more momentum. Can they actually maintain this pressure for much longer though? Because once the...
almost.
Very close. But again, once that Atlas has level 4, it's already a completely different fight. But of course, in the early game, with a Sicilian, with a 1-1, they're going to have a bit less aggression available in their kit.
But look at now, and how Change going to bullet with one last SP, trying to get chased by Red Panda, but they are going back. Now the Turtle, the Way of Dragon, using by Weird, and do it like Foul, still very, very sustainable. But the Turtle is got by the Weird, and the lethal counter is and Jet life.
But the Iron Hook connect right here, Weird still able to use the flicker to run away after Syria taking 2-0 over United Arab Emirates. Actually, the lead is still there. It's 1,000 gold lead here in the side of Syria. Somehow, they are very, very strong in the early game because of the presence coming from the Franco. I'm like, look at that Franco with the Iron Hook and everything. It's just giving so much threats to the side of UAE, and they are playing more into like slower tempo. And Jet, I don't know why, but Jet playing differently rather than the previous game. Like, I don't know, is it because of only the presence coming from the Roger or also the Franco, but also like, I don't know, there is some things different with him.
Well, he's playing very much aggressive, and I think it's partially to relieve pressure from the rest of the laners. The bottom side is the Blazing Duet being popped up, but that could be a mistake. He almost gets taken out, and here we go. That's a dive attempt, but it's just so half-hearted from the side of Syria. They're not getting a lot of success in this early game, and if you look at the composition, we've mentioned it already. The UAE, they will scale much better in the late game, so Syria should be winning a lot harder right now.
Especially Jet already taken them twice on the early game, so Jet needs to be careful again. And look, Red Panda is more confident to do the invasion for stealing the purple buff. Even the Bullets is very hard to get into position, and Bloody Hunt and the Bullets life.
But the cyclone sweep right here going for Jet. Actually, the exchange of role from Red Panda and also do it like Pharaoh here is actually giving surprises here. Red Panda is more aggressive with this kind of jungler, but look at that one, cyclone sweep again, taking Axe. Buzz is down right here, and the bottom gold shield kind of will be the one that is the main target for this Cloud, and this Cloud is actually with the far lane trying to get somebody else, but the double kill is being on the hand of this Balman.
Gets smacked with the lethal counter right there. 7M Dan, he tries his best to try and defend the turret, but it will be for nothing. Right now, the Claude is getting a lot of gold right here. He has the Vengeance spell as well, so later on, that will be a big problem. The Roger here on the top side, though, will be able to try and turn it around. Where the Dragon is being used, but it might be an outplay here. 1v2 so far, 1v3. Will he be able to do anything? Nah, that is just a bit too much pressure, and the UAE gets some success, but the Franco comes in too little, too late. The Iron Hook will not land, and that is a small victory for the UAE. But Syria is still maintaining pressure, especially in the gold lane, especially in the neutral objective game.
But
6 to the 1 here in the first 5 minutes. And also we are saying Red Panda with level 9, while Jet is only level 5, level 6. 3 levels gap here is a huge gap for the jungler, because Jazz has been shut down for 2 times, where for Red Panda, he's claiming 3 kills and also 1 assist, but Bloody Hunt chasing over Jet, and it's a solo kill for this Franco.
Yep. Now the Emirates are up. They are having a nightmare because Syria doesn't stop there. They are trying to get more heads because on the top lane, Iron Hook is connected to the Weird. Weird is using the flicker to run away, but look, on the behind, Roger, why don't you go aim for the Weird?
Maybe because he wants to focus more over the range of the lane.
Turret objective, maybe.
Yeah, they want to go for the directly to the turrets. They want to play more objective rather than the one that they are doing before. But one battling will cause so much trouble. He is going for different direction. Like a punch, it's not being open yet for this Roger. But look at that one, battling connects towards this Roger, and it's being carried by the battling. But look at that one, Cyclone sweep here by the side of Balmont, and they run away after losing one moment. But the Iron Hook connects again, and the little counter is there.
Jet is not having a good time at all in this game. How many deaths? 4 so far in 6-7 minutes. That is not ideal at all. It's the opposite of ideal. And the UAE trying their best to still be aggressive, to still have the upper hand. But so far, the composition just isn't allowing them to. The Atlas is moving in again, but it's 3 members available. The Cho and the Atlas against the world. 1 down, 2 down. Syria strikes back.
Yeah. They are just like a diesel machine. They are just getting warmed up in the first 2 games, and they are very strong currently. This Franco is one of the biggest aspects, but look at that one. Snake Yami is being taken down, and like a punch towards that 1-1. 1-1 is down, and even not able to do anything else. Like a punch along with 1 Iron Hook. Actually, this is just a very strong coming up from Syria towards UAE. It's 13 to the 3, and it's 8,000 in the first 7 minutes inside of the land of that, and they are not stopping there. Look at this one, Syria going for another objective. This Roger is also very big disturbance. Are they going to use the battling towards this Roger?
Yep,
Only to do battling, but will they be having enough damage to end them all? Bad freeze, bad impact, but Red Panda just dancing around and go away after that.
Yep, still no damage because it's still 7 minutes in game, and now 7 minutes down, cannot do anything because 4 heroes aim for hit, and the Lord is gonna spawn in 1 second.
How to shut down Red Panda?
Right, they're both just going at each other. It's a bit of a fiesta here. But of course, the longer the game goes, the team with the better late game will have a bit more of an advantage. So both teams are obviously working against the clock. For Syria, their team isn't exactly bad in the late game, but Jet needs to try and do something different, man. He is becoming more and more irrelevant. He is level 7. He is getting out-leveled soon by 7M Dan.
Yeah, 160 is not a bad score. It's a bad score for Karina itself because it's already 8 minutes and Karina cannot do anything. And now the weakness is open. Or you gonna attack?
It's not a bad score. It's horrible.
A bad score. Yeah.
It's even worse than bad. This is not what you want. The jungle is so critical in the early game,
Especially
and now
Karina.
exactly going up against a Bauman as well. This guarantees that Syria will have the priority when it comes to those mutual objectives. And Syria is still going in as 7M Dan tries to make the play. Are they underestimating it? Four-man, Cradle Link and the Iron Hook as well. Here we go, double kill taken up by the Roger. Just like that, triple. Is it gonna be another Maniac? Lycan Pound coming in. It's taken away from him, unfortunately. Bullock's the only one left to try and defend this. The Lord finally gets taken out. But boom,
Lycan
Pound, Iron Hook.
Wipeout.
That is a wipeout.
That is a wipeout, and everyone from Syria will be marching to the side of United Arab Emirates. They want to win the game, and the Roger plus this Balmon is just legit like that, but the Iron Hook connects one more time along with that level counter that is totally lethal towards the UAE side, and the 1-1 unable to do anything, killing 3. Another Iron Hook connect. Weird will be taken down one more time from the hand of the Franco, and the base is way open. Snake tries to run away, but that vengeance not gonna help this Cloud to survive, and especially the base is being open, and here you go, Syria directly at the game. They are taking the 3rd game of the day here.
I'm sorry to say, but this is the price if you disrespect your opponent.
Exactly. UAE, it seems like they thought, oh, it's gonna be an easy game. The first 2 were pretty simple. But no, this is exactly what happens. You underestimate it, you lose control, and before you know it, you're just way too behind to even try and make anything happen. The combos were there, the plays were being made, the damage was nowhere even close. When your jungler is 1 and 7 with less, he has almost the same amount of gold as the roamer. Look at that. No way, dude. There's no way you have enough damage. You have to start respecting your opponents, man. Syria strikes back.
Yeah, I mean, if I can peep a little bit here for the tiebreakers rules, is for each team, the total match time of their victories will be subtracted for the total match time of their losses if not applicable.
So
it's like 10 minutes game here for Syria. It's very strong.
But the chance to either Syria or the UAE going to the next stage is already over, right? Because the score is to what?
2-1.
Yep.
Currently,
because of the total match.
Yeah.
Before the Uzbekistan
was having
just
3-0. Yeah, but you know what? This is just like very unique. I was not expecting the Roger to go for the later for the XP later, but turns out it's looking, yeah. And it's actually maybe the one thing that disturbing the UAE as well. They were expecting this Roger to be going to the jungle. Yeah, that's why they're putting the Cho XP later. But turns out the mind games work really well, just like what Arashi have mentioned. And this Balmon with the lethal counter, with the cyclone sweep, and also a big shout out for this Franco. I mean, like, how many % we are seeing the Iron Hook connect?
Quite a bit. I mean, you have to respect it, man. Syria, they're not out of the game yet. As you mentioned, the Balmon was just so dominant. It guarantees every single objective is going to be taken by that lethal counter retribution combo. So now, Syria with 1 point on the board. Will the UAE shape up? Will they actually seal the deal? Or will Syria actually attempt to stage a comeback victory, reverse sweeping the UAE?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the biggest question right here. We are going for the 4th game. We will witness what is actually going to happen for both of the teams that is competing for the West Asia qualifier for the final stage of West Asia itself. I mean, like, so far we are seeing Syria in the 3rd game. You guys coming really strong. I mean, like, maybe with this kind of draft that you are having, cheesy strat sometimes really works. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And this time with the Roger, the mind games, and also the teasy, and also like very variative kind of draft, it's looking good.
And for the mind games itself, I think it's not just the Syria who wants to play it. Like, for example, they are picking Roger, right? But maybe the UAE do the same, but like for holding the game at the game 2. So they're trying to do the mind game, but it's a very dangerous mind game because
It is.
now Syria is very, very angry, and look what they done. on the
Exactly.
game 3.
Mental warfare can absolutely backfire if you don't really know who you're dealing with. And obviously, the UAE learned the hard way. They lose 1 point right here, so that's very unfortunate for them. But of course, fans of Syria must be delighted. This is
Definitely.
you know,
Definitely.
Got
Sweet
revenge.
justice.
Revenge is very sweet.
Definitely.
But
I mean,
yeah,
like, it's 10 minutes game.
Yeah, we cannot say like Syria going like win this match. Of course, it's
Not
a best
yet.
of 5 series, so we're gonna see like on the game 4th and the 5th game. So what's gonna happen if
Yeah.
the game still goes on?
I mean, like, I do love how they are, like, after having a short break, they are stepping up their game. Not only stepping up, they're like, I'm gonna slay this
Evolve.
game. And they
Evolve.
they do. It's 10 minutes game. They're playing a very aggressive, every aspect of the objective. They got it. I mean, like the turrets, the turtles, the everything, even the kills, that they converted pretty well as well. Like, after taking the kills, they know how to maintain their gold lead as the result. I mean, like, taking over the turrets, taking over the other kills, or maybe taking over the turtles, which is going to be very good. They maximize the potential of the gold that they are having.
You know what, Arashi fella? I already feel the heat of the Asia qualifier. I cannot wait to see it on Bali later because look at the competitiveness.
Yeah.
Look at how they want to win this game. So I think on Bali later, there will be a lot of cheers, a lot of passions going out on the stage.
Woo!
the atmosphere, right? When there's
Yeah,
an
the
audience
atmosphere.
in attendance, it's going to be a whole different story. And you can see the crazy strats. I haven't seen a Roger since
I don't know.
like a
it's
year or
still-
two.
Been a long
You
time
know,
ago.
Roger, it's on the meta, on the Land of Dawn with the Yesansen.
Yeah, when it's still
Yeah.
marksman in the
Yeah.
jungle, essentially.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
way too long ago. but
Oh,
here we go.
Roger is quite popular on the lady scene.
But no, not. It's been a while since
Stacy
we.
from Alter Ego.
Yeah, but it's been a while since we see that one, Ryan.
well, but we have seen it, but of course,
6 months.
it's been a very long time. So we
Yeah.
were not sure what to expect. But of course, Syria had a plan. They made it work.
Yeah.
I want
I'm
to
on the
see more
opinion-
in the 4th game later.
Exactly, because I'm on the opinion that almost every hero can work given the right circumstances.
I do agree.
Even the most off-meta hero with the right composition against the right composition has a place.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, just like what I've mentioned on the previous day, it's more balanced inside of the Mobile Legends.
Yes.
Like every hero can be picked, even Argus, even Alucard. I want to see both
Oh,
of that
maybe Freya.
hero. That
Bellaric.
yeah, Bellaric actually is very good against Gold Laner, which is marksman, right? But I don't know, like it depends on just what, like you've mentioned, the strategy, the tactics, how they are gonna be having a really good composition, how they are gonna be able to beat the odds against the one who plays like that, and just. Because of this kind of ISL tournament with the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022, we will see a lot of it. We were witnessing Mia, we were witnessing lastly Leomor, and right now the Roger. I want to see more.
I think we can all agree that there's nothing, when you can't predict what's gonna happen, that is where the games become very exciting.
It
Right? So I
is.
think none of us are complaining. Roger, Leslie, whoever, like bring it.
I
we
want
wanna see it.
Layla.
Yeah, even we are trying to analyze like what is the potential if they used Roger? What is the potential if they use like the unpopular hero?
Like Sicilian, like the rest of the guys. It's just so many unique picks. And considering the amount of heroes available in the Land of Dawn, there's still so many more combinations. We can't wait to
116.
see.
116 right now.
That's a lot.
116 and
You can
still
only
coming
ban
up.
10.
Yep.
So like
Then.
106.
106 combinations, kind of. Pick your poison, man.
Woo. It's a long thing. But I really want
Wow.
to see Fredrin again, or maybe Bruno to be back inside
Oh,
of the
even
land.
Hanabi.
No,
Hanabi,
Wow,
Chang'e.
I know
Moa
Moa
don't.
so well.
Moa,
Moa would love
Please
it.
don't come here with your drama, Moa. Please, God, no.
Fun fact though, sometimes messing around like that has great potential because Omawa is famous, or you can say infamous, for going with the Ruby in the jungle. And at first you're like, what the heck, why, right? But now it can kind of gank, it has quite a good sustain, And since Amon is actually kind of in the meta, actually Ruby becomes a very good counter pick. So before you know it, a troll pick becomes legit. So you can't count it out yet, guys. I mean, in the right circumstances, it has its place.
Just wait it on a competitive scene, so maybe later you're gonna see Ruby jungler, or even I just remember that Omawa said Fail jungler is good too. Do you remember?
Veil jungle.
Owawa usually is a very, very futuristic person. So
Yes.
he predict for another like 4 months later. So he always been like that. In the previous season, in like several previous season, he was like mentioning something, and after 2 seasons, he was like, "Oh, shoot, it's really happening. The heroes is actually being paid."
He's living in the future. guys.
Yeah, he
always
is.
like my old friend Folfa. God, I miss him. Really.
Oh,
because
that's Esmeralda
he's
jungler?
always trying to do some research for what kind of heroes that he can be used to. But now we are going to the ban and pick again on the 4th game between United Arab Emirates versus Syria.
Yeah.
Just like that, no Balmond, please. Banned completely from the side of Syria. And for Syria, considering they had such a great performance in the last game, will they go for the same exact strategy, right? Because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's a motto that a lot of teams follow religiously, so we'll just have to see.
It is. They
Okay.
follow it religiously. But yeah, Syria, there's a lot of options to be banned here. Remember, previous game we are seeing and witnessing Beatrix getting ignored totally inside of the Land of Dawn. That is the first, actually. But yeah, Farami is not being let go by the hand of Syria. Masha as well. Valentina is still there though. And 1-1 is actually the one that being... It's actually very fast ban coming from Syria and also UAE.
They can't wait, man. Syria can't wait to just upset the UAE. The UAE, they want to get in and just end this because it's been going on for too long. They really, I think they really wanted to end the game at 3-0. Unfortunately, though, this is what happens. This is why the competitive scene is just so good. You never really know what's gonna happen.
That's true. That's true.
Akai, though, as we all know, will not be in the Land of Dawn.
Because it's still
Beatrix,
SS,
Valentina-
right? The rank of Aka is still SS.
I think so. It depends on what kind of strategy they want to play,
Yes.
because Akai is a very, very good option if they want to play it on jungle side. So Akai can get more objective like the Turtle or the Lord. And now Julian is getting banned, so Beatrix is open without
Along.
Masha. What do you think?
Oh my god.
Ooh, well, they go for the Valentina here because that's also very expensive. But if Syria goes for the Beatrix, I guess the UAE can go for the Claude. But of course, the difference in flexibility is what matters here. Claude is very short range, he's very burst orientated. The Beatrix can do both, can do a lot of different things.
Yep, that's why I think if, like, for example, they pick in Beatrix and the Paquito, it will be a sweet drop because Cloud
Agreed.
will be cancelled with the knockout strike.
What if they are not the player of Beatrix? So they're gonna ignore the Beatrix, taking the Esmeralda plus the Yi perhaps on the hand of Syria, which is gonna be a
Maybe.
very good draft. Or maybe they will try to go over Thomas.
What? Oh, hang on, hang on.
It's
Hang on.
the Wesker from Beatrix can get a lot of damage facing against Toms and Esmeralda.
If they add a Daira to the equation, that's a lot of damage, my friends. It's short range, but against melee heroes, not really an issue. We were talking earlier about how both teams were respecting the Beatrix, respecting the 1-1, but now, when it's actually open, they don't go for it. So, it doesn't make sense. If we assume that they just don't play the Beatrix, then why were they banning it in the first place? Or just following the trend?
Oh.
Man, again, as I said,
Oh.
the Beatrix and the Dairoth, this is an absolutely deadly combo. My friend Mirko, the guy who was here before, he has a clip saved on his phone. He likes showing it off. He is going with the Beatrix, with the Wesker, and the Dairoth lowers the physical defense of a full-built late-game Akai and deletes him just like that, 1 second. All right, so the Dairoth combo with the Beatrix, this is,
Lethal.
it's illogical. It shouldn't be legal.
Shouldn't be legal. That's a harsh word, actually.
No.
Yeah, but like
It's not fair.
it is not fair. But I feel like Syria want to play. I don't know, like the Esmeralda and Thomas with the Dyrot that is actually countering the Esmeralda, and the Beatrix with the Wesker. They still can go for the Franco though, for the side of UAE if they want to go for it. It depends how Syria gonna be doing it. But actually, Lolita is supposed to be taken on the hand of Syria instead of banning it, because you know, you're facing Patrix. You need to hold off the damage that can be given by Patrix. Or maybe you need to pick something. You need to take care of this Patrix. If not, this Patrix just gonna jump around, just gonna dancing around, giving the damage that he can give with the Nibiru, with the Wasker, with the Renner, every single thing. I mean, like in the early stage as well, maybe Patrix will be having a quite hard time just because of the Koopa's presence. But aside of that one, I feel like the clearing of the minions and everything is still on the upper hand of Beatrix itself.
If they want to play it to late game, Syria maybe can considering about Kagura. Because Kagura have the burst damage from the Yin Yang overturn to instant kill the Beatrix on the team fight. But it's gonna be challenging because if we look at the drop, Valentina and Giroud, like UAE doesn't want to make this game to the late game.
Well, we're on the topic of off-meta picks, right? A lot of times, especially in the previous seasons, we've seen that whenever there's a very strong, very vulnerable as well, high DPS but low HP hero, like a marksman, like a Beatrix, for example, or I guess like the Melissa, you know, these high damage, low health marksmen, the long-range artillery mages usually becomes the solution. And back then it was the Farsa and the Yve. Both now haven't been as strong in the meta, but we've seen the Farsa being used to counter because, again, it only takes 2 hits from the Feather Airstrike to make sure that if you don't get the kill, it at least will get them out of the fight, and that's most times enough.
Yeah, because like Beatrix and Melissa have the attributes of the glass cannon, right?
Yes.
They have a big damage but low sustainability.
What if it's a Chang'e? Is it going to be a very good one with the Meteor Shower? Because we know that actually it's like they have like 2 frontliner coming from Tamus and also the Esmeralda. They can open up, and the Chang'e is actually directly being countered by the presence of Lolita. So, but it's actually taking longer time. But it's actually Kadita, so close range battle, and actually it's going to be a surprise if the Beatrix is there. The Breath of Ocean along with the Rogue Waves definitely going to shut him down easily.
The UAE though, they go for more of a combo situation. If there's a fatal links into the physical defense reduction into a, let's say, Nibiru's Passion, that's game over for the side of Syria. But of course, with a Kadita, with a Popo and Koopa, they have a lot of tools available to try and deny that problem, so we'll just have to see. In the late game, the Kadita can absolutely one-shot the Beatrix, but it requires a lot of setup. So we'll see if this is a roam Kadita or is this a mid lane Kadita, because we've seen it being played in the mid lane earlier.
And now Paquita's got picked up because
As a jungler or
it have
as
the
what?
burst damage. Maybe have. I think it's
jungle.
gonna be jungle. So Dura's
dangerous,
gonna
man.
go on XP lane. If I'm playing as the Syria player, maybe I will change like Tams go on XP lane and Esmeralda on
Going
the
for jungle?
Yep, because you better lose one lane
Better than 2.
both of it.
Exactly, it's just a different situation. And as you mentioned, Vela, the Chang'e comes in. I feel like personally, since it's very frontal, right? The Meteor Shower comes in from the front and that's it. It's a lot less versatile, a lot less surprising to deal with if you're a marksman. But of course, if it's going to be a big combo situation, that Meteor Shower will be able to actually stop the engage, because everyone else trying to follow up on the Fatal Links, maybe will have second thoughts seeing the amount of stars flying around.
And remember, there will be Radiant armor to be built from the UAE.
Definitely,
so
definitely.
The damage cannot have the maximum output because Chang'e need to build, like for example, the glowing one or even the
Ice Queen
Divine
one.
Gleam.
I feel like Ice Queen 1, Genius 1 is needed by the side of Chang'e, but yeah, it depends on... I feel like the only advantage that they have with the Chang'e is only like clearing of the wave of the minion, which is going to be very fast, but we will just witness the 4th game right here between UAE versus Syria inside of the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. We will just jump and witness it. Who will be taking this one? Is it going to be Syria taking the 2nd point, or United Arab Emirates will be finishing this one with 3-1?
After that, you can see it's always contesting the clear in the mid lane, right? But just like that, already aggressive moves being made from both these teams. And whoever gets the advantage here will be able to roam a lot better. With that blessing though, the Kadita will be able to sustain a lot better. This is what makes this hero so underappreciated.
And for the matchup itself, like Chang'e plus Kadita to be on the mid lane, it's gonna be very, very fast clear lane, so they can like one shot more easily to do the rotation.
Yeah. And remember, Atlas is not too tanky. I mean, like, it's a sustained hero, but not too tanky, because I think like the base health is being reduced before. So I feel like Atlas needs a proper setup. If the setup is not there and it's being poked by the damage given by the breed of Ocean or maybe the Ocean Oddity, and also with the Star Moon coming from Red Panda that is going for the mid lane, is another exchange of the role again coming.
Oh, yeah.
Because the jungler is actually doing it like fair again, while the roamer is actually Snake Yam. So they keep changing their role. They want to find something suitable for Syria because they're giving surprises over surprises to the side of United Arab Emirates.
How crazy would it be if the whole time Syria was looking kind of shaky because they were not in their original roles?
Possibly,
That's
possibly.
That's a movie anime maneuver, but right now it's working really well. Syria is having a lot of pressure, but unfortunately the first blood, the 2 kills picked up by the UAE, that's a lot of early game damage. The Paquito in the jungle, knocking people out as expected.
It's a bad news because the first start ball going up from land of down, and I think UAE will get it for free.
Yep. So yeah, with this kind of movement, I feel like they really depend on Esmeralda plus the Thomas later on from the Syria side, but United Arab Emirates, they're taking a lot of advantage. Oh, but the Mirror Station, one more hit, and here you go, the Purple and Kupa is gone in the hand of this Beatrix, and it's even a solo kill. It's a solo kill. I mean, like the advantage from the United Arab Emirates is just so huge, but the battling connected the 2 members, Rollways trying to save himself, but no, Red Panda is down.
The fake rock wave.
Yeah, the fake rock waves
Got
apparently.
the heroes there on the mid lane. It's very painful, and now even the knockout strike. Look, Tams is a sustainable hero, but 1 HP bar.
Because it's a
lost.
killing spree assassin's emblem.
Yep.
I mean, like, it's very painful.
It's a Paquito, especially once the Hunter Strike is completed. There's gonna be a lot of damage, man. 2 jabs most of the time is enough to shut down someone, and just like that,
Ooh.
they just have to respect the potential for someone to get absolutely deleted.
But look at that one, 7-minute down here, almost getting caught. But look at the Red Panda. Oh, the damage that is given by Weird is just so huge, and they are still aiming for more this Thomas with the Inverno. But look at that. Actually, they are the one who is disengaged after the dive coming from UAE. UAE looking very strong, but they really need to convert it into something because they win the war with a 6-0 so far, but they don't have anything. I mean, like, they don't have even turret. Another point kill, but what's the thing? What's the objective that they can try to get it at this time?
And even like Purple and Kupa is using the flick out, even Snake and trying to cover it, and Syria need to destroy the tempo that United Arab Emirates have. If not, Syria will go down.
Syria will also have to pick which lane do they want to sacrifice at this point, because UAE they have too many tools. Every single member on their team have burst damage, so if they want to save a lane and use that lane to try and make plays off, it makes more sense than to actually match the UAE and lose on multiple lanes at the same time.
Remember, don't drag this game to the late game because Syria have a very good high grounds defense here with the Falling Samoon, with the Meteor Shower that actually going to be having a hard time for United Arab Emirates to dive in easily later in the high ground. So they really need to keep doing the pick off, but back again, they really need to convert it into something because right now, they're going to be going for the turtle, which is a very good one. After taking this turtle with the shield on their hand, they're supposed to have move around and try to get something. One jab here, petrify with the breed of ocean and rock waves. It's not enough damage to take down this jab.
Because of the level difference and the item difference, and look, the perfect match trying to get it.
Always.
Killing spree got it by Weird, and Battling connects to 1 hero, and do it like Maru is taken down.
If you notice the Beatrix, she's not playing with the usual style we've been expecting. Again, the Paquito with the plays right here. With the Hunter Strike as well now, that's going to be even more damage, even more pickup potential. But as I was saying, the Beatrix going with the Nibiru and not going with the Wesker and the Renner. So no snipes and no shotgun plays coming in. We'll have to see if that's effective enough going up against the UAE. So far, not so much.
Maybe because they are going for the Demon Hunter Sword instead of the other thing. Because usually when it's going for the Wesker, it can be going for the Hunter Strike and then go to Malefic Roar. But another point kill here on the hand of Axe Buaz here. But chasing over the Thomas, running away. And it's 3 members chasing him down. 2 turrets. Oh, but how many seconds is that one? The Purple and Kupa is gone in 1 second, and the burst damage that is coming from United Arab Emirates is just so huge. Even Bullets haven't used the rock waves yet, waiting for the perfect moment. Maybe the battling combo with the rock waves later on will be shown.
Well, at this point, it's the not so rough waves. People are not actually getting picked off by it, so he is struggling. the Kadita pick is supposed to actually supplement the wave tier and also do a lot of burst damage, but right now the UAE are the ones superior, and just like that, as we're talking about it, the Rough Waves will take out that Atlas. That was an interesting play there. No follow-up on the Fatal Links.
I think like the Chang'e will be the key for Syria to like prolong the game.
That's
he needs
true.
to sustain
That's
the game. Oh, Rough Wave, go to the Red Panda, and Red Panda is taken down.
That's the rough waves I'm mentioning. I mean, like, the rough waves coming from this Valentina is just going to be a full potential for United Arab Emirates. And oh, they're going to be going for the mid lane. Oh, it's very painful. The damage that is given by this Beatrix. I don't know what kind of item that he built already.
Hunter Strike is available for the Beatrix for sure. So I think the burst damage is there for sure. I think coming in that they'll go with the BOD as well as the Maleficor just for maximum burst potential, especially on that Wesker.
Yep. Going in already. They want to jump in perfect match. Will they be going? Oh, the true man by the leg with the mirror station. But that will be done. But at what cost? They are taking 3 members from the side of Syria. Meteor Shower, unable to put back United Arab Emirates that is trying so hard to push it towards Syria. It's 7 minutes game, and they are gonna be trying to end it up pretty early, I guess, because they keep trying to push in the top lane and also in the bottom lane.
Even the Renner Apathy takes half HP from Chang'e.
Yeah,
very painful. And we are even. He didn't join the team fight now, and later if he gotta join the team fight, I think it's gonna be nightmare because like the Blade of Despair just gets secured by Jet.
Usually, Blade of Despair is not the item for Paquito jungler, right?
Usually it's the Hunter Strike into something like a Bloodlust Axe or a War Axe. But no, we're doing so well. There's not a lot of tanky members on the side of Syria that he specifically needs to target, so BOD it is. More burst damage.
True.
I think there's going to be a lot of one-shots in the next few minutes.
And I think it's because they know they are having a very huge advantage. They don't want to lose the chance. I mean, like, Blade of Despair all the way to try to burst down the rest of the player coming from Syria. But yeah, it's 11,000 difference from the 8 minutes. And Bullek's already finishing the concentrate energy. Imagine, with that magical damage from Bullek's that is going for the Falling Salmon at the moment, it's gonna be very tanky for the Valentina later facing Syria, and the level gap is just too far. It's 3 levels minimum. The differences between them, and the method is not really working. Even though, despite they are still having like very good high ground at the moment, but it depends how United Arab Emirates dive into the side of Syria.
For now, at least, the range is too short. And the duration, it just takes a bit too long for the damage from the Meteor Shower to actually pose a threat to the members of the UAE. The Chang'e will get stunned or, worse, one shot before the damage can even come through. So for the UAE, they're just playing it out right now. If they don't make a huge blunder and maybe lose, 4 members for no reason, I think it's going to be very difficult for Syria to try and force them into an unfamiliar location.
But there's a lot of heroes to get it shut down, like for Jet, Easy, Weird, and the Bulleks. If they can take down that 4 heroes, I think that will be a huge goal to be get by Syria.
That's true. I mean, like, one shot down will, like, dragging 600 golds. Imagine they have like 1 or 2 in their hands. So the gold difference will be like, actually it's gonna be like swapping a little bit, and the minion waves push. This is the advantage of having the Red Panda Chang'e. I mean, like, the presence of the Meteor Shower will be clearing the minion very fast. And Ice Queen 1 is there, but they still need penetration. Divine Cleave,
Genius
Glowing Wand, Genius Wand, a lot of things. Will they be able to do that? Because actually the Esmeralda will be taken down that fast.
That's not a tank.
That's not a tank.
It's Esmeralda. She's supposed to last a bit longer, but not against the UAE with 17 kills right now. 1 second and you're gone.
Oh my god, Jet is full level already.
He is full level and he has a lot of items. He has the Bloodlust Axe as well right now, so he is also going to be sustainable on top of actually doing a ton of damage. So the UAE, they can do whatever they want at this point as long as they don't give away the kills, but they seem to be taking it slow yet again. Is this going to be a mistake?
Is it going to be like that? 6 levels gap to the Kadita, to the 5 levels to the side of this Popol and Kupa. A lot of different things. But Malefic Roar on the hand of Weird already. Will they try to go over to Lord because they have the chance to do it? I mean, like, look at the AoE that they have. They have a very big one. Just put 7-minute stand to the ambush and try to get and pick up the players coming from Syria. It's still a very huge possibility, but no, they're trying to put all of the waves first to the side of Syria. They want to do the wave management, but they also like freezing the lane. So I'm very confused of what kind of situation they try to get here. Are they gonna be forcing Syria to do the war first before going over the war?
Well, that is ideally what they can do, but right now, it just seems like just taking it easy. They're taking away all the buffs.
Yep.
They're leaving the Lord just standing there, waiting for something. Maybe they're gonna wait till it evolves, and then they'll try and go for it. But honestly, I think at this point, if you just brute force the fight onto Syria, there's not much they can do. The gold difference is at 15,000 almost. And I think they are just planning on making it worse and worse for the side of Syria.
Just they trying to farm the kill points right now.
Whoa!
Yep.
Yikes.
Yeah.
The damage is huge.
I think huge is an understatement right there. Right now, though, Syria, they're getting caught off.
Uh-oh,
Fatal Links onto the majority with the Nibiru's Passion behind it. Double kill secured, and they will still be going on into the Meteor Shower. They don't care about the damage coming in. Even the Beatrix just stands in the middle of it, and it doesn't matter. She doesn't care.
Yeah, go back, guys. Until 15 kill points, it's very far away. You cannot end it too fast. But again, because the kill points is gonna be calculated on the tiebreakers rules, right?
Yeah.
That's why I've said it. So
Yeah. But yeah, you know, they're supposed to go for the Lord because there's 2 heroes that is down from the side of Syria, but no, it's not.
no, they don't want it.
They don't want it. They just want to wait for another kill that they can try to take here from the side of Syria. But back again, I mean, like, this is Chang'e. If you are unable to dive in, the Chang'e will just open up the Meteor Shower, and the level gap is catching up. I mean, like, if they keep doing that, it's not really good.
Yeah, legit. FYI, the Lord on 60 minutes will be very strong.
Okay.
So
Wow.
maybe they were gonna wait for it.
Wow! Sniper here from this Beatrix. Kill this Popol and Kupa.
Now you see him, now you don't. That's the magician coming in from the UAE. Popol and Kupa gone just like that. And if you look at the items, it's so desperate for the side of Syria. The Kadita is forced to itemize with a Dominance Ice.
Oh, no!
Not ideal at all. And if you take a look, Immortal is done for Jed on the UAE side, so he can actually do whatever he wants. If he gets taken down, there's no guarantee that Syria can take away his second HP as well. The Wind of Nature is also completed for the Beatrix, so relatively a lot of respect built, even though there's not a lot of physical damage on the side of Syria.
I don't know why this Esmeralda going for the magical, I mean, like, for the damage instead of taking care of the Maybe Blade armor or anything to prevent the damage given by the Beatrix. I mean, like, the itemization needs to be right here because they need Esmeralda and also Thomas to tank the damage. They have a proper damage already by the presence of Red Panda and also Snake Yim. I feel like they are lacking of the defensive here. I know they are
the
having
physical
like,
defense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially for the physical
Like,
defense.
for example, the Antiquiras or even the Blade Armor. Ooh, Rainer Sapati is going cancelled.
The damage is not there to
It's-
the side of the...
Right, the Blessing of the Ocean for the Kadita. That's what's so annoying, right? You can get her so low, and then everything just comes back. That is why it's so difficult. If the Kadita can, trade 1 for 1, but then regen all that back, that is how it gets unfair for your team in that situation.
Yeah.
The UAE, though, again, denying buffs, trying to make the gold lead even more significant at this point, but it's gonna hit a limit sooner or later. What is the plan here, man? They're just waiting around in the jungle.
I mean,
They're
they're
camping.
supposed to go for the Lord
20
because
kills.
Syria cannot get out. But look at that one, Breath of the Ocean, wrong ways. Try to get over this fake Kadita, but they are not going to be able to do it.
Yep, the damage is not there because
20,000
Yeah,
gold.
20,000.
like freezing the lane so they can get more advantage if Syria is going out from their turtling mode, so they will get killed.
Yeah, but they're supposed to go for the Lord. I mean, like, they have tons of chances to do it. they have plenty of time to do it as well, because the Syria won't go to check it. They don't have the courage to do it, because they must. If I were Syria, I will just stand for the high ground, because despite the Lord is going to be very cool to be put inside of that, but I still have meteor shower to clear it.
And
but
remember, they have Popol and Kupa.
that's true.
So if UAE got a mistakes there will be one straight push.
Exactly. The one straight push is a big factor. But the same can be said about Syria. They have to be worried about the Beatrix using the Wesker and just two-shotting their base anyways. So, I feel like at this point, the UAE have all the cards. They're just, I don't know, maybe they haven't had bonding time, so they're camping in the jungle, right? Having a good time, just waiting for victims to just walk in right now. Honestly, for the most part, they don't have to do anything much. So, they steal away the meteor shower right here, trying to poke and harass the members of Syria in their own base. Look at that. It's a lot of pain, and that's the final links, and that will be the follow-up.
Yo ho ho, 1 point kill here to the side of United Arab Emirates. Will they be going for the Lord this time? Because this is enough moment already. Bullets already poking for it. I'm hoping they're gonna go for it, but no, they're not. They're gonna wait for another minutes, maybe inside of the Land of Dawn, to check if they're gonna be able to claim up the items that they need. I feel like the items supposed to be on their hand already. I mean, like, it's more than 10,000 golds for each player. Bullets giving quite a huge damage, but it's the Khadija still have the thalassophobia, so I think like it's still gonna be very okay for them. But one, right? Boop, boop, boop. It's not being open. No, it's not gonna be like that, Coleus. It's not gonna be one shot, one kill.
Well, it might be, so we're just waiting for the right moment right here. The UAE definitely is trying to make sure that they get at least the Chang'e, Red Panda now with the Divine Glaive, so...
Oh no, this is not looking good for United Arab Emirates.
Exactly, the damage is only gonna get higher and higher. And of course, you can do a lot of damage, but if you're a Beatrix, right now he has the Wind of Nature as well, so no protection against the magical burst coming in.
That's true.
If a Khadija can coordinate with the Chang'e and do burst damage, they can take him out. And as Big Brother Leos just said, the Popol and Kupa can facilitate that one straight push all the way towards the base.
Yep.
So we just have to see.
So the time bomb is ticking right now for the UAE. But the problem is, are the bomb gonna explode?
That's the thing. Are they gonna explode? Because actually Khadija is also catching up about the items like the lightning truncheon just now after Clock of Destiny, and also Dominance Ice that is forced to be made because of the damage that is given from United Arab Emirates. But look at that one. Actually, the damage from Bullets is very huge, but forcing the rest of the player coming from Syria to get back after losing Snake Game. But again, Lord is way open. Way open. To be honest, at this rate, I don't even know why they are not going for it.
Yeah, we can go maybe into a player interview and we can ask them directly. So what's the issue here? What's wrong with the Lord? You know?
Yeah. Maybe it's like the
Lord
Mobile
phobia?
Legends. No. The Mobile Legends on 2017. Because back on the 2017, Lord didn't give you any big things, I think. Just
Right,
the
so
gold and everything.
maybe they're just not informed of the new meta in the current situation.
It's 5 years
out of
ago.
Out of curiosity.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
now,
5 years ago.
Yeah, they trying to.
They haven't moved on yet. They're still living in 5 years ago. They haven't moved on yet, maybe, perhaps.
But look at this one. Actually, the Python Kupa is being opened directly to the side of United Arab Emirates, but they don't have enough damage. They keep freezing the lane and make Syria having a hard time over and over again. Do they want to make the difference of the gold reaching like 30,000? That's why they try to drag this game longer. Because even look at that one, Atlas with Enchanted Talisman. That is very interesting. He wants to have the cooldown reduction, actually.
He wants to have the mana available to just stay out here and move around like this again and again. Fatal Links is being used only onto one person. Look at that burst coming in though. But with the thalassophobia, won't be an issue. And they go back to the status quo. Maybe they're trying to raise awareness about something by, you know, maybe there's a message hidden here in the gameplay of the UAE. Unfortunately, we are not aware of any such thing. So if you guys know anything, do mention it.
Yeah.
But right now, we're just waiting.
From my experience, like the longest game I ever casted is 57 minutes.
57.
What about you?
I think there was a game like 2-3 seasons ago, I think. I believe it got above 60, but I might be mistaken.
Above 60?
I think so. I might be mistaken though. Again, it's been a long time. I'm I'm quite of age at this point, so my memory isn't that good.
Okay, but for me, it's 128 minutes, but it's for Dota too. But yeah, that is
not
so
Mobile
crazy,
Legends.
I know, right? But yeah, here you go, finally connects and taking down Popol and Koopa. Just like that. But on the other side, we are seeing the jab is being punched back here. That's Mirolda. Will go back as soon as possible, but 7 minutes then is just gonna go back. They're just gonna drag this game. I don't know for how long, but again, the bomb is ticking. The bomb is ticking. I know how strong Chang'e for the late game. We can underestimate it in the early game, but later on, it's not gonna be that easy with the Divine Glaive. It might be like, it's like, at least the minion waves will be cleared so easily. So United Arab Emirates won't be very easy to end the game. They have the tons of chances to do it. They have tons of chances to go for the Lord, but they don't.
The Lord already waving his hand. Hello, I'm here. But the Paquito is still ignoring him. Wow.
That's the thing. I mean, like, what's the purpose of this one? If they have a purpose, it's gonna be very good. I mean, like, they're winning in every aspect already, but they don't want to end the game.
Unless they're doing something out of the game, I have no idea. Maybe they're trying to raise, again, awareness about some issue in their own country.
Maybe they're trying to break the Guinness World Record for the longest game on mobile game ever.
Oh, this is not good.
Yep.
Look at that, what shutdown happens. But the Kadita will be taken down in the hand of Weird. But a shutdown, a very big shutdown even for Syria to catch up the difference right here. I mean, like a solo kill.
26k.
26, 25k more or less. I don't know. So if this happens, right, a shutdown will actually swing the gold back. So for the side of Syria, soon they'll try and do something. And again, I have no idea. This is a very confusing situation. I'm pretty sure most of us we just want some answers, man. If you guys in the comment section have any information, we are all ears right here in the caster desk. As that's gonna be the unstoppable. But at this point, it's like, okay, now what?
Now what? The split push will happen from the side of Syria to clear out the wave of the minion, but the Beatrix will be trying so hard to chase this Chang'e, but this Chang'e doesn't have any escape mechanism at this rate. He just wants to go for the base right now. Jump around using the Ice Queen Ward, and here you go. At least he got 2 turrets, you know? Like, Syria have some movement, apparently.
Yep. I just remember the Chang'e hero catchphrase, run, Roger is coming, but there's no Roger there.
Yeah, Roger is in the previous game.
Yeah, on the previous game. And back again on the status quo.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, like, I mean, like, the step up of the movement that is given by Syria is looking good. I mean, like, it's a step up for Syria. At least they are getting 2 turrets on their hands, so it's a very good movement. If United Arab Emirates, again, not trying to add a game as soon as possible, they might keep losing this. I mean, like, Red Panda gonna be back in like 15 seconds, and they're not even poking the Lord. Finally, after a good, I think like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I don't even know. Finally, they're poking the Lord right now inside of the Land of Dawn. And this is gonna be the first Lord even inside of this game.
Yeah, it's about time. But right now, again, there's a pick-off. Nothing new there at this point.
Yep.
Finally, the Lord is taken. It's a 24-minute game. Is this the longest game in the tournament so far?
No, it
They
was like
already bought it,
26
maybe?
minutes before. We were having 26 minutes.
26 minutes. All right.
26 in the previous match between the Bangladesh versus
you're right.
Bhutan. But right now, Demon Hunter Sword in the hand of Popol and Koopa, and the wave of the minion keep coming back and forth here from the side of UAE towards the Syria, and they keep trying so hard to push the lane, but you know what? This is just like so crazy coming from United Arab Emirates. They just like want to wait for the roar to come, and actually they're gonna be trying so hard to push it.
Right,
Yeah,
Finally.
the base is open right now. Are they gonna end it because Meteor Shower is done to be falls out and battling? Try to do the perfect match there. One hero is going in the air and the base is open. The UAE didn't want to hit it, but the Lord will end the game. So UAE, congratulations.
Right, I mean, it took you 24 minutes, UAE, but you finally did it. What an impressive performance.
Yeah.
Definitely took no time at all.
Yo, what a really nice performance coming from UAE right now. They're securing 3-1 here with tons of kills, apparently 30 to the 3. And we are saying that actually the Beatrix having 11, 0, and 5. The gold difference reaching like 30,000 gold difference. Almost giving the time for this Red Panda to grow up and giving some damage. But it's not enough because, yeah.
The audience just said they play classic dollar. Do you remember about that rules?
It's an unspoken rule here. If you're playing
unspoken
classic,
rules on the classic games.
you can't try hard, so you don't take the Lord.
Yeah.
I will take the Lord if I play classic.
The thing is, they can end this game without going for the Lord, though. They were that far ahead. So,
Yeah.
they took the Lord anyways in the end. So, I mean, like,
But
okay, they broke the rules, though.
But I mean, like, it's after like 15 minutes giving no chance. I mean, like, they're giving chances for Syria for another 15 minutes to grow up. I mean, like, in 8 minutes, we are seeing the difference already. We are seeing.
No. I'm not agree if you are saying that they are giving chances to Syria to grow up because they freeze the lane. If they giving chances for Syria, maybe they not.
But they
freeze the
doesn't
lane.
need much. I mean, like, the meteor shower from this Chang'e clearing the waves, even though that is very far away. I mean, like, after they're taking Lord, which is can be brought by 15 minutes ago,
Yeah, so
they can end it in like less than 10 minutes.
maybe them knowing that at the end of the day, we talk about the tiebreaker rules, right? Your winning time subtracted by your losing game
Yeah.
time, right? Maybe they figured, okay, we can't really match up to the very high bar that has been
just
set.
like
Let's
we're
go the
gonna-
exact opposite direction. Let's take it
Yeah.
as long as possible and try and achieve something else.
Yeah, if you look at the comment section, that a lot of audience is getting angry right now. So chill down. The game is over. So we're gonna move on to the Malaysia and Myanmar
Well,
later.
thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I mean, like, after this, we will have a very, very strong movement here because this is going to be the final stage of Southeast Asia. Everyone's been waiting for this because this is going to be Malaysia versus Myanmar. For who you guys that is curious about the match, please stay tuned because we will be back for Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022 for the match between Malaysia and Myanmar.
Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods. 2022. Are you ready to win?
Yeah. Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, into the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. Here we are coming for the final stage of Southeast Asia, which is going to be Malaysia versus Myanmar. Still with me, Velajave.
Colius.
And Arashi.
We are back here for the caster desk for our final match of the day after witnessing several matches. Previous days ago, we have like Central Asia's match, which is Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, and it's 3-0 directly for Uzbekistan. But today we also have the final stage of South Asia, which is win by Bangladesh versus Bhutan, and also final stage of West Asia between Syria and UAE, that is on the side of UAE 3-1.
Yep. So we're gonna be the witnesses to see what team or what country are going to Bali from this Asia qualifier. What do you think, Arashi? Because from all of the team, like Myanmar is very strong because lastly on the qualifier they beat Philippines 2-0.
Absolutely. That's a surprising conclusion. I think a lot of people are expecting the Philippines, the powerhouse region right now, to actually do much better. But you never know what's going on, right? They might have, a secret ploy, a secret trick. But as we can see, this is a lot more in line with what we are familiar with. The Fanny getting banned out, Faramis and Valentina just like that. And of course, the Akai.
Yep, because like the meta from Myanmar and Malaysia, it's not too far or not too different from our meta on Indonesia. That's why Vani, we already talking about it before, a very strong hero on the early game because using the steel cable and the cutthroat, she can kill she can get the instant kill to if she aimed the mid laner or the gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, like Fanny is just like a total chaotic early game with the steel cable, cutthroat, easily to take somebody in the mid lane. It's like coming in, especially because like Fanny right now, it's just like very easy to be used. I mean, like they just can go in, not really necessary to play 4 cables of the steel cable. Only 1 or 2 will be nice to just jump in and take somebody. But yeah, Julian and 1-1 is directly getting banned. But first pick over Paquito. This is what you guys have been discussed about.
Yep, Paquito, Masha and Dietrich is free right now, so maybe Myanmar want to get it because Masha and Dietrich is very expensive during the early draft.
Well, the Beatrix is such a prior pick right now, and for Myanmar though, they go for the Grok, which hints like they are gonna go for perhaps a double roam strategy. We've seen this being popular in both Indonesia and the Philippines. They go for a very strong burst hero like a Kadita, like a Selena, and complement that with wave clear, like the Grok.
Yeah. Do you remember that Grok and Selena?
Yes.
Yeah, the double roam strategy. Maybe Myanmar want to use it because Selena can easily get try to pick off the enemies. That's why Malaysia is prevented using Cho because Cho have the Shunpo to immune the crowd control effect.
That's true. Like Selena is not really likely to be picked, but with the Grok on the list of the Myanmar, it's a huge possibility because of the power of nature coming from Grok. It's helping the Selena to clear off the waves. But who is going for the jungle? Is it Paquito? Because we have the Yu Zhong as well here to be picked by the side of Malaysia. 3 tanky hero, 3 resourceful hero with the Yu Zhong, with the Cho, with the
if we
Paquito.
Think about it like mainstreamly. Paquito will be the jungler, Cho will be the roamer, and Yu Zhong will be the XP laner. But it's still flexible So they can still change it, but Uranus.
Okay.
Got it
Some
before.
Arasi got something to say, I suppose.
I am suspecting a gold lane Yuzong here. We have seen it
Gold lane
before,
Yuzong.
and it's a very strong solution to try and crush strong marksmen in the early
I'd
game.
agree.
Of course, it's very dangerous, but you have a Paquito, you have a Cho as well. All the crowd control and the dive needed to make sure that the gold laner does not even see the mid game. If they can end the game before the Beatrix has any items, they can absolutely destroy Myanmar before they can even get anything going.
The crowd control is more than enough to
Yeah.
stop Beatrix as long as they can do the mobility or even the rotation.
That's true,
That's
that's
why I think maybe they need like more mobility heroes like Matilda.
Matilda.
It will be a good option, but please remember if they pick Matilda for the roamer, they need to be careful about the damage output.
It's very interesting, actually. Lunox is the one that being banned from the side of Malaysia. Remembering, Uranus is the one that being picked by Myanmar, but both of the sides doesn't have the mage yet. So I was expecting that actually Malaysia want to have the close combat kind of situation. So Alui is still a big possibility. I was thinking about the Eve as well, but the Selena directly being banned, just like what you guys have discussed before, because it's actually going to be very, very aggressive. But right now, I was like thinking with this show, with this Paquito, a lot of things to be shown, but Lilia is the one that is being the option here for Myanmar. I was thinking about Digi, to be honest, because with the CZ that they have, I mean, like Digi is just going to be very good for them. But no, they're going for more damage hero. But Nathan!
Oh, yeah.
What is going on?
Please remember, Nathan have the skills of penetration too. So it's gonna be a good option to facing Uranus or even the Grok. But if we're talking about the range, of course, the range from Winner, from Matrix is more good to facing Nathan on the laning phase.
Oh,
wow.
But
These picks, man.
yeah, 4 fighters. Can you imagine it? It's gonna be
giving me
disaster.
flashbacks to can I mention it, like MPLID season 7, season 8,
Yep.
where it's very commonplace to have all these fighters playing aggressively, and how they deal with the late game damage, they just destroy the marksman in those dive scenarios. And they have the Yuzong, which is a very strong counter. For the side of Myanmar here, they need some kind of solution, some kind of security. Maybe they are the ones who want to go
Wait.
with the...
Belmont.
Wait.
Yeah,
Who is going to be the
I
mid
was-
laner?
Huh?
Who is going to be the mid laner for Malaysia? Is it going to be Cho?
I think Esmeralda or
Nathan.
Nathan will be a good option.
Could be Nathan.
Yep.
Who will go to jungle then?
Paquito.
Paquito.
Paquito or Cho? Here's the difficult part.
It's too flexible.
Cho
I
and
think.
Paquito, we've seen this actually trending right now in Indonesia. It's so good because both are so flexible. Because Cho, in extreme circumstances, you can put him in the mid lane for a pseudo dual roam strategy.
Yeah.
And if you build full damage, let's say you're up against a Beatrix, you can one-shot the Beatrix once the fight begins.
That's
and just
true.
take him completely out of the equation. So the flexibility from Malaysia is very impressive. But of course, Myanmar, they seem completely unfazed. They just locked in their picks, and I think they have a solution thought up for the Malaysian
But-
strategy.
Yeah,
Yep,
we will
yep,
just
yep.
witness what is actually going to happen. Who will be going for the jungle? Put the hashtag in the comment section below if you are the supporter of Malaysia and also Myanmar, because this is the first game of Best of 5 series. This is the final stage for the Southeast Asia qualifier for Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022.
Well,
Okay.
we're getting into it right now, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the mid lane is going to be so critical because the roam-heavy style from both these regions is already well known. It's infamous in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and Myanmar with Lilia must be smart enough. But look, the Cyclone Sweep do a lot of damage to the Chu on the mid lane.
And actually, it's Nathan mid lane, so it's gonna be giving so
Yep.
much damage later on. But yeah, we will see what is actually gonna happen later, because this is a very unique draft coming from Malaysia and also Myanmar. Remember, this is gonna be a rival using that Paquito jungler with the killing spree, so he doesn't want to jump in with the high and dry, because usually when we see Paquito, usually it's going for the high and dry to pick off over the backline, but they have a lot of resource to be used inside of the land of dawn to try to pick off the players coming from Myanmar with the Black Dragon form, with the Way of Dragon, jab, knockout strike. I cannot even mention all of it.
I'm fully expecting Malaysia to actually pass towards the top side, and a full Yutong combo with the Petrify, followed up by a Paquito, that is more than enough to make sure that Juno will get absolutely taken out. We'll see if they have countermeasures for that expectation though. In the bottom side, a lot of fights happening from both these teams trying to fight for control since the neutral objective is spawning very, very spoon.
With Balman on Malaysia's side, I think, Myanmar's side, I think they will play more objectively to aim for the target right now. But look, PX7 is going for the target now, and first blood got by Revo. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, both Mill. It's gonna be hard time to facing Abechiku and Formix.
Yep. And right now, 1-0 in the first 2 minutes is just a very good movement coming from Malaysia here. Is this kind of full time of team product, if I can mention that, from the side of Malaysia? Because I see that actually there is kills, there is Abechiku and everyone. Well, and I think like this is VNH Junior coming from Myanmar, so it's looking very, very solid from both of the sides here, from both of the country. And right now from the top lane, we are seeing that actually Nibiru's patient being open just to clear the wave of the minion. But Momo actually gonna be like very, very patient first to just like clear the minions, because he just needs one moment to dive in with the Furious Dive along maybe with the Blade.
The mid lane Cyclone Ship is going to be wiped out, and Knockout Strike didn't take down the Fade yet. But look, the Black Dragon form trying to chase the Balmon here with the Furious Dive and even the Dragon Tail. Balmon is taken down.
Early on, Myanmar was able to secure the turtle, abusing that Demon Slayer Balman. But Malaysia, man, they have so much aggression right here. And their late game guarantee, I think it's not as solid as Myanmar, but Nathan can definitely do a lot of DPS. And for so far, at least, 3 minutes into the game, Malaysia is doing very, very well.
Yeah, it is like a 2-0 with the lead that they have. I mean, like, it's not too far based on the lead that they are having right now. It's only like 500 so far. So I think like Myanmar still can be able to try to catch up. They just need to wait for like the lectures of the Lilia will be the most interesting part. But the wild chart Simple will be able to survive that kind of condition.
And then Juno is missing the target because Juno still survive right now. But meanwhile, the mid lane, I think PX7 gonna be facing a hard time because Warmaze is going to disturb PX7 using the Stardust Dance.
Yeah, he is. Another exchange in the top lane. We are seeing actually the throw is done. The power of nature, the barrier is being opened. Momo tried to run away, but still able to use the Furious Dive to just go to the back line of the side of Malaysia. But look at that one. Momo will be trying to use the passive, but it's not really working. He's the one that's being caught up here. And the turtle, Myanmar really want to take over this one. Will they be able to do it? Because Malaysia will not try to contest it for too long because the turtle is down along with Rival here.
I think Rival should let it go because it's very, very dangerous there. That Myanmar got the turtle and 1 kill point. So it's gonna be advantage for Myanmar right now. Even the purple buff got stolen by Myanmar.
To make things worse, Malaysia right now, their top lane is not winning. When Beatrix is having more advantage against the Yutong, it's not good news at all. If this Beatrix gets rolling, we can see that Beatrix with the Wesker can deal with these fighter heroes, bursting them down. With the BOD completed right now, that's even more and more of a risk unless Malaysia can do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, Malaysia just need a proper time to do something. I mean, like, they have a lot of research, just like what I've mentioned before. They have Yutong, they have Esmeralda. For the late game wise, I feel like they have a lot of potential to do it. They have plenty of resource, but it depends how Myanmar try to kite it back with the Uranus. Remember, this is Uranus along with Grok, but look at that one. 3 heroes in the bottom lane coming from Malaysia. Try to rush it towards the Myanmar side, and I think they really want to focus to take over the objective, which is very good because in the top lane, we are seeing another mirroring happen from the Myanmar side, so they're just gonna exchange it.
Right, trades and objectives for sure, and then afterwards it comes down back to the mid lane. Can Malaysia get a pick-off? Because the pick-off strategy is what they have in advantage with that Cho, but he's almost out of the equation. He dodges from that Renner shot, the snipe coming in from Juno. And Myanmar, they're back to the drawing board. They're just waiting for an opportunity. They have the pressure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at the position of Myanmar right now. Even they are trying to like get ready for the next startle because they are holding the bush right now, waiting for Malaysia. If the team Malaysia is like going through the bush, of course they will do the pick-off strategy.
Yeah. And Boss Milk is already finishing the Adjacent Talisman, so it's just gonna be using the Ionic Age, Transcendent Ward, along with the Consecration more freely, especially in the bottom lane, because as we all know, it's gonna be like stone versus stone battle. I mean, like they're just gonna exchange damage along with shield and then regeneration. So let's just forget them, because in the mid lane we are seeing a movement that is being brought by Yums here, but unable to pick off somebody with the Way of Dragon. They just gonna be try to chill down a little bit, but Falling Star Moon is being opened in the bottom lane. Uranus try to dodge it back using the Ionic Age and also Transcendent Ward. Will they be try to force it towards the side of 4 Maze here? Yums really trying so hard to get over the Lilia, but Grok is just there.
Yeah, Grok is trying to zoning out the enemies right now, and I just got taught by the audience that Abe means big brother or Abang in Malaysia.
I see.
So the
Alright.
nickname of
Abang
Abe
Chiku.
Chiku's brother Chiku. That now look at the knockout strike, trying to aim for the Uranus, and Boss Milk is taken down.
Boss Milk was taken down, but on the other side, Momo needs to be very, very careful here. It seems like Myanmar is making a play. They go for the tower even. And right now it's so difficult because Malaysia can contest the neutral objectives due to the Balman, and they're not winning in the pick-off department either. The tower barely survives here. It doesn't matter though. Myanmar is still having control, especially in the mid-game, mid-lane skirmish.
Yep.
Yeah, and right now it's 8 minutes inside of the Light of Dawn. The gold difference is on the hand of Myanmar. Actually, Myanmar is the one that is leading for 3,000 gold so far. And look at that, the movement from Momo. Actually, it's level 9 Momo, where we see that actually Juno is already reaching level 10. It's a very huge advantage on the side of this Beatrix. And purple buff, who is actually getting it? Because I don't think Malaysia got it.
I think Fei Yan was able to steal it away, and just like that, Black Shoes is forced to be used by the side of Malaysia, and we are back to just waiting for a next advantage. Because for Myanmar, the objective game is where it's at, and they can just use the Grok as a counter-engage in case Malaysia feels like making a bit of a play of their own.
And yep, with Balmon, with Myanmar's side, they are fairly bravely to start the Lord right now.
Boss Milk.
And Boss Milk is taking too much damage, so he needs to go back a little bit to use the Concentrate, waiting for the regeneration. And the Lord, the HP is low. And look, the lethal counter and the Lord by Myanmar, and Simple right now is taken down.
Yeah, but we're seeing another movement coming from this Momo. But Fei Yan just want to be the front leader here for Myanmar's side. They are just trying so hard to push it back. But Simple in exchange of rival. It's a huge win for Myanmar. And they are not stopping there. They still want to get over the objective gaming. That's why they force the players coming from Myanmar, Malaysia here. Myanmar still playing with the Ionic Age, and the turret is the main target. Abe Chiku, will he be able to survive the movement? Sadly the Redder is not hitting yet, but throw at least down in the hand of Boss Milk's hand.
Myanmar just pushing the tempo again right here. They're still going. They don't have to actually go back because for the most part, the ultimates, they pick off potential from Malaysia is greatly reduced without their ultimates. So Malaysia needs to be very, very careful in how they want to approach this fight. Myanmar, they're just content baiting out the ultimates first and then going for the fight once they know that Juno, for the most part, is just clear.
Yeah.
And Malaysia need to seize the moment, wait for the moment, because 5,000 gold difference only can be like reverse if they won one momentum team fight. And look, Myanmar doesn't rush. They don't want to aim for the base turret yet, so they are going back and do the reset up game.
Yeah, and it's 5-4 right here for the 10 minutes inside of Land of Dawn, and it's 6,000 leads in the hand of Myanmar. And we can see that actually they are converting their goals really well to the turrets, which is a very good one. But in the bottom lane, we're seeing the Black Shoes being used here for Maze, using the Falling Star mode, not hitting anyone from the side of Myanmar. And I think they still want to go for more. The level counter is being opened, but no one's on the hand. Well, Momo is on the down here because of Beatrix damage that is coming really huge. The kiting from Myanmar is just like so good.
With 4 melee heroes, I think the Wesker from Beatrix gonna be a nightmare for Malaysia, so they need to do the back and forth playstyle if they want to face it directly. And look, Myanmar is trying to set up on the mid lane. Web Dragon pop out to the Boss Milk, but Fei Yan trying to cover it using the Cyclone Ship, but Yum still survive, and Renner Sepeti headshot to the toe.
Look at the damage on Juno though. There is still damage available from Malaysia. But as you mentioned, Colius, having to go back and forth right there, it's very difficult for Malaysia because they're dependent on having that Black Dragon form. But here we go, Furious Dive into Petrify combo. No follow-up though, and Juno will make it out alive. You can see that Momo gets taken down. Juno's trying to heal up because the fight just isn't over. But the flank coming in, Black Shoes has already been used, and this is where Malaysia strikes back.
Ooh.
The Snipes comes in for the side of Myanmar. It won't be enough to take out any member though, and it's a small victory for Malaysia, trading 2 for 1.
2 for 1 right now, trying to catch up all of the defenses and the wave of the media that come into the top lane. From the side of Myanmar, they really need to take care of that one. But the Lord is already respawning inside of the land of Dawn, so it's also a huge threat. But Web Dragon will be go directly to the Fei Yan, and Fei Yan will be the main target. No one's back him up. He still tried to run away. Retribution is being offered. Falling Starwood as well. But the contest is there. Yams is still trying to give something here, but the Lord is still there. The Falling Star, the Stardust Dance, the Frostmourne Shields. Who will be taking the Lord? Who will be taking the Lord? Black Dragon 4, and here you go. The Lord is still on the hand of Malaysia, but mega kill for this Bauman, and even they are going for Conceal. They want to chase for Maze or maybe Abe Chiku, but no, they cannot go for too long.
What a disciplined gameplay from Malaysia right now. Even the Lord has spawned. They need to wait. They need to do some refreshment on the base because there will be a big team fight. It's the calm before the storm. Even the Lord is trying to get down by Myanmar.
Myanmar has a lot of damage available though, so they take out that Lord immediately. Now Malaysia, that was a great play by them, but they have to try and do it again and again. And Myanmar, now they know what to expect. They saw the zoning potential by the Black Dragon form. They will be ready for it next time. And you can bet that Juno, he has that Wind of Nature now. That is a huge outplay tool he can use to outplay the majority of the burst from Malaysia. Because the only source of magical damage, at least when it comes to burst, is Abichu, and Formace just doesn't do enough on that Esmeralda.
Yeah. From the item, we can see that actually the Beatrix going for a full penetration item with the Malefic Roar, with the Hunter Strike, with the Blade of Despair, along with the Wind of Nature. They are respecting the damage that can be given by Malaysia. I think this Beatrix also needs to go for the House Claw because he needs that lifesteal to be able to survive, because Malaysia definitely want to target him down. But the Black Shield is already being opened by PX7, and he won't be able to sustain for long because he is the main target. The will come into the front right here. The knock up here coming by the Furious Dive, but Momo will be the main target for Fei Yan. Good level counter being opened, but Malaysia they need to get back. They are losing Momo, one of the damage dealer from the side of Malaysia.
They need to be patient because like the damage dealer is the Abe Chiku. The highest DPS that Malaysia have need to be covered. If they don't have Momo, who's got the Black Dragon form, I think there will be no heroes who trying to aim the backline of Myanmar. What do you think, Arashi?
Well, Rival can actually try and help in that endeavor, but unfortunately for Malaysia there, the Furious Dive combo got cancelled. That would have sealed the deal for them and took Juno out of the picture, and this is the power of a full fighter composition. You dive in, you're hard to deal with. If you get the main damage dealers, you can essentially whittle down the rest of the members because they are relying on that backline being critical to dealing that DPS. We saw that PX7, he was taken out earlier in that fight, and knowing that, if Juno wasn't there, there's no DPS available left for Myanmar.
Yep. Right now, the goal difference is 6,000 in the hand of Myanmar. It's 10-7 right here. 15 minutes going for the 16, 13 seconds before Lord coming to the land of Dawn. What will happen to this Lord? Will they try to contest this one? Because Myanmar already got one Lord and Malaysia is also one here. So this is going to be the third Lord inside of the land of Dawn. But we are seeing that actually Yams here trying so hard to get close to the player. And here you go, Wave Dragon. Simple going with the wall charge, running away with the flicker apparently to just disengage from that kind of situation. And they are going for the Lord right here.
Trying to engage to the Lord, but Rival is going to be back, but Yams is going to be targeted by Myanmar, and Abechiku got the free position, trying to hit it, and Momo with the Furious Dive, Dragon Tail, like to connect to 3 heroes, and now Momo is taken down, but Juno is shut down by Momo. PX7 in dangerous position, and PX7 is taken down too. Boss Milk is trying to be targeted by the next, but simple.
Wow.
The stone be a tofu right now.
Exactly. Abe Chiku now just doing a lot of damage. Falling Star Moon right here.
Uh-oh.
And they want to actually clean
Disaster.
up the house. That is the way of the
Fei Yan!
dragon. But you can see that Fei Yan is still alive. His immortality is going to be popped
Yes.
now. The tower and him. He goes for the way the truncheon. He'll get shut down though. It's only Boss Milk left alive. They can go for the turret here and actually ignore him. Unless they will have a different plan for the side of Malaysia.
Abe Chico is very low. They need to get back as soon as possible because Yams is also having the same kind of situation. But 2 base turret is down, so it's a huge chance for
Yep.
Malaysia to get something. But you know what? The goal difference is not too far. Same goes with the turret. I mean, like,
Yep.
they got 2 base turrets, but it doesn't mean that Malaysia and Myanmar cannot turn back the table because it's only base turrets left from the side of Malaysia. Right now.
If we look back at the team fight before that, Momo have the biggest points that he can make.
Exactly.
Because using the Black Dragon form, connected, using the Furious Death to 3 heroes, and then the Myanmar.
And flanking too.
They need to go back first and look how Malaysia converted to the objective like the Lord and 2 base turret right now.
That's what you have to do when you're up against a strong backline. You make the fight messy and you approach from multiple directions, and Momo for sure has the most credit in the previous fight. According to Simon right here though, Malaysia wants to try and get something of value, but with the base behind them, it's hard for Malaysia to get a good dive on towards Juno. The Lord is cleared up, but 3 base turrets already taken away by the Malaysians. They will most likely back away from this. They really can't afford to make a mistake right here, right now. But the Falling Star Moon is used. The Black Dragon form is popped as well. Malaysia going in very aggressively as Abe Chiku doing a lot of damage from the back. Nobody's targeting him. That will be 1. 2 will follow. The third
The base, look at the base, it's actually being targeted by Malaysia, and they got the first game right here with a very, very strong movement from both of the sides. I mean, like, there's like back and forth situation coming from Malaysia along with Myanmar. They try so hard to win this game, but I feel like the CC that is coming from the Malaysian side is just like so huge, and the positioning coming from Abe Chiku is just like super, super good.
Yep, and look at Abe Chiku. Yep, like Fela mentioned before, 0 taken down, so he successfully trying to keep his position to give biggest damage to Myanmar. Even like the 4 mace, he always trying to zoning out the backline for Juno because Juno is having a hard time to facing Momo and 4 mace on the team fight.
Yep.
It's just such a creative draft that I haven't seen, again, for so long, so many seasons ago. This is exactly what a lot of teams used to do, going up against backline, going up against a strong marksman.
Yeah.
They go for the Black Dragon form, and essentially, if you misstep just a bit, that's a lot of CC, and with a Paquito, with a Cho available, Juno was just in such a tough spot. Usually we see Beatrix a lot more dominant, but when everyone just dives at you like this, you need some actual hardcore support to actually survive that kind of aggression.
I feel like
example Diggy, right?
Like a Diggy, that can work, like a Rafaela maybe, or an Estes, but since the Myanmars actually go
Already pick
for the Grok, yeah, they have the wild charge, but that can only stop the first part of the aggression. Malaysia, as Kolius mentioned here, very good at going back and forth with the aggression. So Myanmar are constantly kept guessing. Is it time to pop our safety measures now, or do we wait for the next card? Do we save our skills for the Yuzong or the Paquito? You know,
Yeah.
so many issues that they have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like the Lilia cannot really work well for this game. I feel like if they are picking over Louis, I think it's gonna be so much better because of the presence from the Malaysia. They keep trying so hard to play close combat. They try so hard to get close to the players of Myanmar, but Myanmar, like just like Arashi have mentioned before, it's having a hard time to just like determine are they gonna be going all in for the game or they just gonna try to drag it for a while, because Malaysia always try to play tricky with the timing and also with the war condition. But yeah, back and forth movement, Myanmar was having advantage at this moment. But you know what? That is the power of having like 4 CC's hero coming from the side of Malaysia.
And not to mention, these days, the meta here for the Beatrix is to go with the Wesker and jump on the squishy members, taking out your biggest threats right there and there. But when you're up against 4 fighters, who exactly do you do that to? Everybody wants you to get closer. They're going to beat you up. So Malaysia just played the draft perfectly here, and it looked rocky for them in the beginning, but they recover, man. All throughout the game, the goal difference was very, very minimal. It all came down to the execution, which is why the game was so exciting, man. At any moment, either of these teams could really win.
Yeah. And even like the Malaysia is trying so hard to cover Abechiku for not taking down. That's why Abechiku is getting a lot of free position and give a lot of damage. Like I mentioned before, that Nathan have the penetration damage to like take
That's
down,
right.
like for example, the boss meal or even the symbol. And this is the last moment that Formace is trying to make some big momentum using the falling star moon connect to 4 heroes, and they didn't want to waste it, so they try to aim for the base.
Yeah, I mean, like Michiku is just like, okay, I don't care about you guys, but I mean, like, we're just gonna be focusing to clear all of the heroes and going directly for the base, and they got it. They got it really well for the first game. Right now, Malaysia is on the upper hand. For winning the first game here for best of 5 series, but still Myanmar still have the chance to turn back the table, because back again, this is best of 5 series, and we witnessed actually the first match was going for 5 games, second one was going for 4 games. We don't know about this one.
Yeah, about this last match for the South Asia qualifier. So if you are Malaysian or the people from Malaysia, I think I need you to do the sport for your country and for Myanmar too, because it still have, I think, the chances to fight back or even do the reverse sweep maybe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Who knows?
Myanmar is a very solid region for sure.
It is.
It's not like their team comp wasn't working. It was working, but as you can see, it all comes down to the small moments in the game. That's why at the highest level, it's just so scary, man. You misstep once, you lose the whole game. So right now, Malaysia has an advantage. They have one leg up against Myanmar, but of course, everything can change within the next few games. I think it's going to go back to the drafting phase. Will Myanmar try and risk going for the Beatrix, even though there's 4 fighters? Because usually we say Beatrix is OP, right? With the Wesker, she can deal with all these fighters, but of course, with the right execution, the Beatrix, you can see Juno was struggling so hard in that game.
Yeah, before we are going to the game too, I think I got information here, fella Jeff.
Yeah, before we're jumping to the second game here, we will have some short break here before we're jumping to the second game, but we will witness later in the second game what is actually gonna happen, who will win that one, because back again, Myanmar still have the chance to win it, and we will just take a break before we are going for the second game, so stay tuned inside of Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022.
We will get back after this break.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022 here. Still with me, Villajiv, Leos, and also Arashi, the one who gonna be accompanying you guys for the second game. This is the match of final stage of Southeast Asia here between Malaysia versus Myanmar.
Yep. And I'm so happy to look at the comment section. It's so crowded from our brother Malaysian, and of course some. Sometimes I see the Myanmar comment, so yeah, please.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, even you are facing each other right now, but please respect each other.
I see a lot of respect in the comment section, so it's always nice to see. As we said earlier, honestly, both these teams were playing really well. It came down to just very, very small moments, so I'm fully expecting this to go the distance. Both Myanmar and Malaysia, these are two powerhouse regions, and they are showing right now, after only one game, how aggressive, how decisive they can be in those tough situations. So soon, we'll be going into the drafting phase for game number 2. We'll have to see, will Malaysia go for the fighters and go for their langa or playstyle yet again, the hyper-aggressive style, or will Myanmar find a solution to try and deal with that? That is the main issue of game number 2.
Yeah, correct us if we are wrong. So langar means barbar, right? Like it's,
barbar is
like hyper aggressive, barbarian,
super aggressive,
and everything.
Yeah, I mean, like they always try to contest back. We can see that actually Myanmar, whenever they are trying to open up everything in Malaysia, it's like, okay, we are ready for it. With the jab, with knockout strike, with the way of dragon, or maybe with the black dragon form, with the Yuzhong in the previous game. So yeah, it's actually really good. But for you guys who want to know when is the main event for this Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022, it will be on the 2nd until 11th of December 2022 in Bali. Definitely go grab your ticket in www.garudaku.com/ticket. For more information, you can check the website as well. But yeah, we're coming for the second ban and pick phase here between Myanmar and Malaysia. Right now, they're changing the side. Myanmar will be going for the first pick, while Malaysia going for the second pick.
And look, Myanmar is respecting the Pakito right now.
You got him, man.
Yeah, the Pakito from rival is very, very strong.
The Lord Steel, the dive towards the back, the intelligence to know when is it time to use the knockout strike or the jab for maximum burst or maximum crowd control. He was wreaking havoc in the backlines, and if Myanmar wants to go for a marksman yet again, they need to make sure that Pakito won't be an issue. So now for Malaysia, they have banned the Fanny and the 1-1. The Beatrix, though, is still very much open. Will Malaysia ban that too? Because then it will mean they have expanded 2 ban slots for marksman.
I think with Valentina getting banned from Myanmar trying to get Akai on the first pick, and Malaysia already read it, so Faramis is open for Myanmar right now, but there is no Valentina for Malaysia to pick. So what do you think, Rashi? What kind of gameplay or strategy to face Faramis in the land of Dao?
Faramis, huh? Well, right off the bat, Myanmar picks up the Faramis. So if you're on the Malaysian side, right, the issue with Faramis and the Cult Altar is that it's very strong, provided you can force them to stay. If you fight within the altar, obviously you're at a disadvantage. But if you can kite away, wait for the altar to expire, then you can start fights on your own terms. So usually we've seen a lot of different situations, but generally it all revolves around the mobility. If you can kite back away and then re-engage, right? So Digi, we've seen it being very useful in the past few matches. Maybe it will make an appearance yet again.
And we already see on the MPL Indonesia too that Alter Ego is facing it with using Yin. So maybe there's an option for Malaysia, because as we know, our rival is good using a fighter heroes. What do you think, Palajiv?
I mean, like the options right now is just gonna be very huge. But I was like thinking, what kind of hero that will be brought by Myanmar? Because the Balman and also Varamis is just so good. What the Irita actually appearing right now instead of Land of Down.
Yep, because they have Faramis, so they gonna play Langar style using the Faramis there. And you know what? Irital with War X, it's gonna be disaster.
If he goes for the Inspired Battle Spell as well, that's a lot of DPS that perhaps the Claude can't really match up to. Obviously, when it comes to burst, the Claude has an advantage, but with the Cult Altar, that can be circumvented. So Malaysia now, they have to try and find a solution for this. If they can go for a bit of crowd control perhaps, a bit of pick potential, there are still options available for them. But they banned that Lunox, knowing that the Uranus will need that kind of survivability, and Lunox is a bit of a detriment towards that goal.
Yep. But right now we are seeing that actually the Lunox is being banned, so they're focusing into the mid laner. But Myanmar still can have like maybe surprises here. This Faram is still a very flexible pick. Like it can go for the mid lane, can go for the rumor. So it can be like a surprise here coming from Myanmar. But Malaysia, after seeing the Sicilian is being banned by the side of Myanmar, what kind of hero that they will try to ban? Apparently, it's Esmeralda, the one hero that is actually being used by Malaysia previously in the first game and showing a lot of mobility right there. But with the Airtel from the side of Myanmar, they really need diving hero aside of the Cloud and Chope, perhaps.
I mean, we saw that the falling star moon was a big factor in having a secondary engage, so Malaysia won't be allowing Myanmar to have that option. And of course, with the Uranus, Esmeralda is one of the only picks that can match him in the side lanes when it comes to sustain and cutting waves. So now, if Malaysia wants to try and play that macro game, right, and pull Myanmar apart so they cannot stick S5 for the Cult Altar, that is an option they can explore as well. With the Sicilian banned out, that is one of the threats to try and burst through the HP of the Cult Altar, and with that, the Lancelot ban from the side of Myanmar.
Yeah, because Lancelot can like dive into the back line, and Retail will be dangerous if like Lancelot is getting off, but Malaysia still have an option for Ling if they want to use it, or even the Hayabusa maybe, but it's kind of rare. Yeah, we see Hayabusa on the latest meta.
Yeah, it's
We haven't seen it
not
for a long
likely.
time.
I mean, like, Leg is still available. I mean, like, if I can choose, I will definitely choose Ling rather than choose the other heroes. But Malaysia, with the lineup that they are having right now, the Uranus is coming up really nice here. And I think, like, the Balmon will be going for the jungle. I'm still waiting because, like, the flexible pick that they have, apparently, for Malaysia and also Myanmar, giving so much things right now. And Naive, apparently, is being picked first from the side of Malaysia, not revealing where this show or Uranus going actually from the side of Malaysia, because it still can be on the jungle, right?
And when the Cult Altar being popped out by Myanmar and Yip is using the reward manipulation, I think they gonna receive the effect of the slow effect, and it's gonna hold Myanmar for the big team fight. But Yip need to be careful about the position, because like Myanmar have two big heroes right now, so maybe they will try to pick heroes that can cancel the ultimate of Yip.
As you mentioned that, the Grok comes in, but of course, if the Grok wants to stop the real-world manipulation, he has to go very far away from his team, and I don't think that's a great option, but Fredrin here makes an appearance. So now for Malaysia, they know that Myanmar wants to go full aggression, diving as a whole team and using the Cult Altar. What will they try and get in that jungle position? We talked about the Ling. The mobility might allow them to just play that macro game along with the Uranus split push, but if Malaysia wants to bring the aggression towards Myanmar instead, they need a bit of crowd control to make sure that when the Cult Altar is just popped and everyone is grouped together, they can make a huge combo happen. They go for the Karina though, so that will be a huge backline threat for the side of Myanmar.
Yeah, I mean, like, right now, it means that the Cho will be going for the roamer situation here, while the Balmon and Fredrin, I feel like the Balmon will be going into the jungler instead of going for the XP laner, right? Because Fredrin is going to be better to stay inside of the XP laner. But it's very tanky lineup coming from the side of Myanmar. Look at the Varamis, look at the Balmon, and also Fredrin. It only depends of how is the initiation going to go coming from Malaysia.
Yeah, but now I'm trying to get the audience for the quick prediction. So if you think from the draft Malaysia gonna win this game too, please use the hashtag of Malaysia Pride. And for Myanmar,
I guess you go hashtag Myanmar Pride.
Yeah.
Make sure that you support your teams, because this is where they need it the most. If they are winning, great, keep the momentum going. If your team is losing, they need you more than ever. So let's just check out game number 2 between Myanmar and Malaysia. Let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to be wild.
It is going to be super wild, but we will just witness. This is the second game between Myanmar and also Malaysia. Who will take this game? Is it going to be the Myanmar side, or Malaysia will try to lead this one with 2-0? We are seeing Yums again with the throw that actually plays really aggressive to the side of Myanmar.
Rival already being very aggressive, chunking down the members from the side of Myanmar, but Faramis, there we go, doing a lot of damage and pulling everybody back.
And first blood, PX7 is taken down so early before 1 minute in game.
Yeah, Malaysia here gonna play very aggressive, I guess. And they really need to control the movement coming from the side of Iritel. Yums using the flicker just to run away. It's actually a very expensive resource to be shown at this moment, but I feel like they are still having the advantage over the movement because they still got the first slot though in the early stage. But yeah, Boss Milk in the top lane here using the Fredrin. I feel like the CC that is going to be brought by Fredrin is just going to be the key coming from Malaysia Legion.
Right, the Fredrin has a taunt, and it works very well in team fights. If he can actually find success and land those spells, that's a lot of regen that Malaysia has to deal with, unless he'll make his way all the way to the Eve and cancel out the real-world manipulation later on in the game. Right now though, Malaysia still has the lead and they are pressuring Myanmar as much as possible. They will be able to secure the gold lane, it seems, but they aim for the kill as well. Under the turret though, a bit too risky. Oh, and apparently the gold buff was secured by the Myanmar side as well.
And the first turtle is going up. Karina is trying to hit the turtle first without being disturbed by Myanmar side. And look, Formes is keep zoning out the Myanmar heroes, and the real manipulation will be popped up. PX7 will be in danger position, and they didn't get the kill points.
Yeah, we don't know what is actually happening right now, and it's just like very confusing because the moments right now Malaysia is having the advantage of the gold so far. They're having 2 minutes 30 seconds inside of the Land of Dawn, and Formi is trying to cut off away from the minion. Well, we see that actually Blazing Dwell that is coming from Momo is trying to clear up the wave of the minion. I mean, like, it's Cloud. It's supposed to be winning in the laning phase against Iritel, despite Iritel having like very good armor break right there. But Yums using the Wave Dragon, tried to pick up Simple, but Simple using the well, actually, it's just gonna be so hard because Rival is unable to finish the player from Myanmar.
The Shadow Dance is trying to run away from the Cult Altar, and look, they are trying to aim for the outer middle turret. Even Formes and Yums, the X7 will be in the dangerous position and taken down. Feiyan alone facing against 4 heroes. Simple is trying to back up, but Rook at the real world manipulation, trying to stop Feiyan, but Feiyan is taken down again. And we have Dragon to Simple. Simple cannot survive. Even the Boss Milk behind cannot do anything.
Yeah. But Boss Milk just want to chase over these Formes, and I think like Formes is gonna be very hard to be taken down, right?
That is exactly why Myanmar needs to be very careful in how they want to use the Cult Altar. Look at Malaysia, man. Whenever they see an opportunity, they will jump on it.
Definitely.
And they have all the tools available to force a fight, to force an engagement. So if your skills are down, you gotta respect the aggression coming in from Malaysia. Play a bit more careful, because under your turrets, against the tankier members from Malaysia, they have no issue just diving and making sure that you get taken out.
But the Wave of Dragon gonna be open again towards Simple. Again, Wild Charge, will it be used to run away from the situation? Because Abe Chiku is actually with this kind of Eve, it's so different with the Nathan. Like the damage is just going to be continuous damage instead of the burst damage. But what will happen? That's the biggest question right there. Turtle, we will be taking that one. Feiyan is actually stealing that one, but Yums will be done because of the cycle sweep on the head of Feiyan. And now the real world manipulation is also being opened on the backside. Rival able to take RX7 down.
It's a 1-4-1, but I think Myanmar were able to secure the turtle there off the back of a flicker wild charge, but Malaysia strikes back. They want vengeance. Boss Milk will be able to escape with a Fredrin, and Malaysia will try and pressure. They want compensation for the turtle.
And 0-3-1 is not a good news for PX7 because they are using Varamis as mid lane, and Malaysia keep aiming Varamis in every team fight, so he didn't get a chance to using the Cult Altar. Even if he use it, they will wait it until the duration is over and do the fight back.
Right here, Momo is doing very well here, just clearing the waves as much as possible, and he's been relatively safe. Myanmar for sure do not want him to be farming easily, but he is making it very difficult for them to punish it. If they focus too much on Momo, the rest of Malaysia coming in from the mid lane will be able to rotate and punish them instead. So this is clean macro gameplay coming in from Malaysia.
What will happen next is the biggest question, because real world manipulation being open one more time here by the side of Malaysia, they still try to push back the player coming from Myanmar. Despite they're having the advantage here in this side of Malaysia, they really need to convert it into the objective, because so far, I still feel like Jung is having his moment to climb up over the gold, but Yams using that flicker to run away after the little counter being opened by Fei Yan.
With low HP, Youngs is using the conceal right now because
Going in.
Gomez is coming, trying to do
this
the
duet!
blasting duet, trying to get and dive into the formation of Myanmar, but rival is in dangerous position. He needs to
Altar.
go back and for the gain because the cold altar has been popped out.
Oh, but Abe Chico in the big trouble right here. He will be picked off in the hand of Boss Milk, and he is doing it really well. Well, Fei Yan going directly for the Lord. What is actually happening? Malaysia right now need to convert into something, because in the top lane, we are saying that actually this Karina jumping in towards the Fredrin. But the Fredrin is very tanky from Boss Milk that is just wanna dance around inside of a land of down.
Don't forget about the Appraiser Rat, because if Fredrin takes too much damage, he can just use the Appraiser Rat to give a lot of damage to the enemies.
Yep.
That is what makes it difficult to deal with that Fredrin. And off the back of that play, Myanmar were able to secure a lot more turrets. That is going to be very dangerous for Malaysia, because they need the vision to be able to actually make all these surprise plays. They have been able to use the Jade Kundo Way of the Dragon combo on Yums to make plays whenever it's off cooldown. But of course, they have to be careful because Myanmar is getting used to it. They have to switch it up, maybe try and do different engages. Otherwise, they're going to be always looking out for Yums to be making that play. They will start targeting him instead.
Askin one right here in the hand of this Yves actually gonna slow down the player from Myanmar. But look at the item from Irita. Windtalker, Scarce Fury, going for the Scarlet Tandem. It's gonna be very painful, but Whale Dragon again coming from Malaysia. Want to pick up over Boss Milk, but Boss Milk with the help with the Cold Altar from the Verum is able to survive. Ionic Age for Maze taking over the cloud. The movement here, but Cyclone Eye is helping the movement, but while Fei Yan will be chased by 2 members from Malaysia. Lethal counter try to push them back, but Juno will be giving the damage towards Abe Chico, and Abe Chico is done. Boss Milk still very sustained, but Formaze on the other hand taking PX7 on his hand, and also maybe Boss Milk, because Boss Milk will be chased down. But you look at that one, 2 members from Malaysia is down while this Formaze is just dancing around.
It's very difficult for Abe Chiku to try and actually stay secure when there's so many dive potentials. The shoe is on the other foot now. Malaysia right now is the team with the more vulnerable back line, so they need to be a bit more careful and try and make sure that Abe Chiku does not get targeted. As the Blazing Duet comes in, it does a lot of damage. Irital almost gets taken out, but barely able to survive with his life. Malaysia, again, showing that they are not out of the game. They want to pressure Myanmar as much as possible. And Formaze in particular, forcing out the Cold Altar. It won't be available if Malaysia wants to pressure for the Lord fight.
Look at Formaze, how he danced in front of a lot of heroes from Myanmar. His confidence to have the sustain in the front line. So Myanmar always need to do the reposition, or the Ionic Edge will punish them with 4 stack.
Yep. Right now we are seeing that actually it's 9 minutes inside of the line of down. The gold lead is not too far to one each other. It's almost to nothing, but Whale Dragon being open towards Simple one more time. Blazing Duet will be opened by the Cloud, but what will happen next? Because actually Boss Milk coming to the front, try to tank all of the damage that is given, but Yums will be the target with the little counter that is being opened. Real world manipulation, focusing towards Juno, that will be chased down by Formaze here with the Transcendent Ward, but the damage that is given from Juno is just so huge and creating problem for this Uranus to survive.
Yep. Please remember, Juno is not taken down yet, so Malaysia needs to be careful how they want to aim Juno on the back line.
It's unfortunate that Formaze had no mana there. He could have dashed and taken out Juno, but unfortunately for them, Myanmar now has the lead. They're pressure for the Lord, but Malaysia trying to go and make a play, but the Retribution, still little counter is too strong from the Balmond. Blazing Duet has already been used here, and the Cold Altar doesn't seem to be available for use. The Way of the Dragon is being used yet again. Fei Yan left alone in the back, ganged by 4 people. That's a shutdown picked up by rival, and Malaysia has the advantage here. They have more men on the field. They can go and clear the Lord and go for objectives on the mid side.
2 men down in trade of Lord, and now
Boss
Milk
Woo!
cannot survive because Mo.
Whoa!
Look at the
Juno!
damage there because even the Juno cannot take him so well.
Yeah, and PX7 need to handle all of the damage that can be given by Malaysia. Malaysia coming up strong at this moment, and Abe Chiku need to hold up his positioning because he is one of the player that can give up the damage using the Void Blast and also the movement with the real world manipulation. I think this time Malaysia need to have a proper setup with the Wheel of Dragon that is not focusing on Simple, to be honest. I know that Simple being targeted just to stop the wild charge to control the movement coming from Abe Chico. They don't want it to be cancelled by the wild charge, basically. But yeah, I mean, like, if they are unable to burst on Simple when they try to use the Way of Dragon, it's gonna be quiet. How can I say it, the resource is not being managed well. And
Right,
it's gonna
inefficient.
Yeah, inefficient, which is not gonna be very good from the side of Malaysia. So that's why I think like right now they're trying to engage
Conceal.
here. Conceal coming up to the front here. Real world manipulation will be open. The turret is gone. Not only that, because Formace is actually trying to dance
Ooh.
with the Ionic Age, but the damage from the backline. Boss Meg jumping, focusing on the Abijiku and need to get back as soon as possible.
Well, the Cold Altar is not available for Myanmar any longer, so Malaysia, they're waiting for an opportunity here. You see Yum still waiting in the corner for a play to happen, but Boss Milk goes in. On the other hand, though, the Blaze went under the turret. Juno is going wild. Will that be enough, though? Both teams getting very, very low, but the
Boss
region
Milk.
advantage, it's on the side of Malaysia. They push heavy, they go for the mid turret, and Myanmar, they are running for the heals. Formace is chasing them in their base. The lethal counter does not hit from Fei Yan, and Yums is still there in the wings trying to get an advantage. 2 towers taken by Malaysia.
Whoa,
Yep,
whoa,
it's
whoa.
an unwise decision to chase Malaysia like that because how Malaysia play back and forth on the last team fight is very, very sweet because like Juno is trying to chase him, the Momo, but he's been taken down, and now the Malaysia is keep leading the game, but because they are trying to wait for the next Lord, and this is the enhanced Lord that can be a nightmare for Myanmar. And look at the items. Arashi, what do you think?
Right, for Formace here, he has finally the Enchanted Talisman. He built it really late, understanding that more than mana regen, he needs more resistances to be that main front line. He was part of the reason why Malaysia were able to actually pressure the backline from Myanmar and force them
Oopsie.
backwards. But here Yums goes again with the Way of the Dragon, followed up by the Wheel of Manipulation already. And
Simple.
Myanmar, they oblige the fight.
Oh, ho, ho, look at that one. Wild Charge already being used here. Ionic Age still dancing around, but Fei Yan is actually receiving too much damage coming from Momo. Momo giving so much damage. Even the Cloud Altar is already being used, but shot down towards Formace. The Cloud Altar forcing two members from Malaysia to be down. Formace and Rival. What is actually going to happen next? Because the Lord is actually on the side of Land of Dawn, but Yums still able to run away here with the recall. But Abe Chiku revealing the position from Myanmar. Will they try to force it? Momo coming in with the Art of Debris, but most Milks also getting some damage, and Abe Chiku get another hero. But Juno,
Yums.
will he be able to survive for long? Because Juno will be taking Momo down, but Yums unable to do anything about that one. And the Lord,
Oh, no
the Lord,
way.
will they try to steal it? Well, Charles and actually Fei Yan, that is securing over the Lord and triple kill even for this Eritale.
This is disaster because like the jungler is taken down, so it gives Myanmar space to do the Lord, and they didn't want to waste it. So how Juno is trying to zoning out Malaysian team is very, very good because Iritel on the late game have damage output very, very painful.
He went with the sprint as well, but you know, the kid from the Iritel, so mobile, so much DPS, and a Formace gets caught at the back. He almost tries to get out, but unfortunately he gets taken down yet again. 36 seconds without Formace on the field. Will Malaysia be able to defend? Real World Manipulation is popped up. It's not cancelled, or it is actually, eventually, but Yums trying to get a pick off, but the Cult Altar is popped up, but the Blazing Duet does a lot of damage in the back line. And you can see that Juno, he's waiting for an opportunity to try and do damage. He takes down the first turret of the base for Malaysia, going onto the mid lane, getting the number 2 turret, and they are not done just yet.
Yep. Right now, Fei Yan needs to have better position along with Juno because Juno is the main damage dealer coming from Myanmar right now. But Boss Mail don't let this one being cut off. But Iritel, I just mentioned that Juno is the main stink from Myanmar, but it's getting picked off nicely from the side of Malaysia, and Simple will be the next target. Malaysia revenge 2 heroes here from the Myanmar side, while they are still losing 3 base turrets. They still need to manage all of the waves coming from Malaysia to be able to hold it up. And this is the closest game that I've seen today. I mean, like, they are having their own power from Malaysia and also Myanmar.
Especially Myanmar got the super minion in every lane, so Malaysia needs to be careful to like manage the minion very well, or Myanmar will punish Malaysia. But look at the goal difference; it's the same goal between both of these teams. So Malaysia need to make a moment to make a team fight that can be an advantage for Malaysia to get more objective, like either base turret or even the Lord.
We saw earlier that Myanmar, they were able to get a success because Malaysia got kind of baited by the cult altar. If Malaysia is able to stay level-headed, go back and forth the same way they did in the first big team fight, they have shown that they are able to absolutely do that. So now, with no base turrets, it's going to be a bit harder to manage the macro side of things. But now they already go again for the pickoff onto that Fredrin.
We have Dragon focusing towards Boss Milk, but Boss Milk still able to survive that one. Juno will be focusing towards Yams, but Yams with the Shunpo, along with that movement that is coming, is just able to survive this one. At least Malaysia right now claiming back 1 turret in the top lane. So it's only base turrets left from the side of Myanmar. But for me, he's alone in the 4 members side of Myanmar. But I think like it's still very tanky. Like they really need to go all in to 4 Maze if they want to shut him down.
Exactly. Things are harder right now because 4 Maze, it's not that he's getting squishier, but the damage coming in from Myanmar is getting stronger and stronger. Holy Crystal and a Demon Hunter Sword to add to the issues that 4 Maze is facing right now. Malaysia will have to be very, very careful because one misstep will mean that they will lose a member. Of course, they have to wait patiently for the cult altar, and the Lord is one of the main objectives they can use to pressure Myanmar into using it, baiting a fight and then backing out later. This is something that Malaysia has been doing again and again, but has Myanmar adjusted though?
Yep. But look at this one, PX7
We have
actually on the side here. But the close altar is helping the rest of the player coming from Myanmar to able to survive well.
Look at Momo. Look at Momo.
To go in with the blazing duet. Momo trying so hard to chase down this PX7, but the sprint is just helping PX7 to survive well. Yams is
kite back.
The kite back. There, what will happen for this Palma?
Momo
jump in, forcing 4 members from the side of Myanmar, and I think Momo will be down in the hand of Juno. Not only that one, we have Dragon will take PX7 down. 3 members from Myanmar down in the exchange of 2 players from Malaysia.
Wow, that's a 2 for 3 trade, and now Malaysia have more pressure, they have more damage available. They go and pressure the Lord, and hopefully for them, Myanmar will try and bait, will get baited into an objective. But of course, Myanmar have plans of their own as PX7 goes for the big play.
Because
Lord.
PX7 right now
Lord.
is trying to steal the Lord. Lord is very low HP, but retribution still on point. So Malaysia got the Lord evolved right now, and this might be the chance if they are not taken down, because PX7 don't want to go home. Even the PX7 is taken down from Malaysia team. Now Boss Milk is facing the nightmare because the Abechiku trying to give it with the Divine Blast, and look, Boss Milk is taken down.
Oh my god, what a really good positioning and movement coming from Malaysia right now. They are trying to revenge it back. The Lord is marching to the mid lane from the side of Malaysia towards Myanmar. They still have the base turrets, yeah, but Malaysia, they are gonna be having 5 versus 4 because Boss Milk is still 30 seconds away to be back inside of the Land of Dawn. This might be a chance for Malaysia to end the game for the second game this time.
Abechiku also still has the wheel work manipulation. It has not been used just yet. They might be saving it for the last base play. Here we go. It's popped away, and Myanmar's members are zoned away from the Lord as much as possible. But this is where the real fight begins. Ooh, Yams with the play. We have the Dragon. We'll cancel out. No cult altar is available from Myanmar. But look at the damage from Juno. It was so close, but it won't be enough. Malaysia takes game number 2.
2-0 with a lot of back and forth, but Malaysia always have ways to win
What a
and end the
comeback.
game. Like they are always, I mean, like how they are like having a very good targeting to focus, and how Myanmar always focusing on Abechiku. I think like they're supposed not to chase over Abe Chico only because Momo is having a very good time to try to scale up with the damage from the blazing duet itself is creating so much things. I was scared of Juno before because of the critical that he have, but at some point, the Way of Dragon coming from Yoms is also a thing.
Exactly. Put some respect on Yums' name, man. He was the main enabler. Every time the Way of the Dragon was available, he just goes in for the Jeet Kundo Way of the Dragon combo. And in that final fight, knowing that the Cult Altar can be abused to clear the Lord, he gets PX7 in the midst of all that chaos. That is performance. And honestly, if you ever wonder what a high action game for Mobile Legends looks like, this is it, man. Back and forth. No one was playing safe. Everyone was just going guns blazing, back and forth. It's just an absolute slugfest.
Yeah, especially when Momo have the clutch moment when he does on the first facing 4 heroes on the top lanes. Remember when Momo is taken down, but Abe Chico got 2 more heroes.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just like they're taking down everything. They are taking down one by one coming from Myanmar side. We can see that actually it's a lot of back and forth things that is happening inside of the Land of Dawn. We are seeing how is Myanmar at first struggling so hard, but after that they revenge it back with the lethal counter, the movement that is being shot, especially with the Juno that scale ups really well. But back again, this show for 2 games in a row is the main thing coming from Malaysia. How they are initiating the movement, how they are able to pick off a right heroes from the side of Myanmar.
I just want to ask Tufela and Arashi, do you agree if I saying like if we see that gameplay Myanmar they present on the game 1 and 2, it's kind of like EVOs when they are using the WORLD roster.
The world roster?
Yeah, because they playing like this. This trying to keep like
forcing the war.
longer the game.
Yeah.
In a way, I guess it's like a bit one-dimensional, and they're thinking, okay, if we execute it properly, it's fine. But again, Malaysia, they're just so used to doing this. You can't. I don't know, you can't really you have to really appreciate how well Malaysia is able to maintain distance. At every point, they are close enough for Myanmar to understand that they are a threat, but at the same time, just out of reach for the majority of the big spells. So Malaysia is just a constant thorn in their side, and eventually, they're just bound to find something. And of course, it comes with its own risk. Many times we saw that Myanmar were able to get almost a wipeout from the side of Malaysia, but Malaysia comes back from it. And they just keep adapting, they keep learning. And I think the big factor in the late game is definitely the range difference, because Abe Chiku on that heave, he was doing a lot of damage, and he is a big pain. We saw that they were able to kite back away from the members of Myanmar, and the slow is constantly being reapplied again and again. It's just beautiful, man.
It is, it is. I think like the hardest part from Malaysia towards Myanmar is actually because Myanmar having the Faramis with the Cloud Altar. So they really need to kite back from that kind of situation, or maybe focusing over the Faramis. Aside of that one, I think like the initiation that been brought by Malaysia is coming really, really good to the side of Myanmar. Despite, just like what you've mentioned, there's a lot of back and forth situation, how Juno able to give the damage, break the armor towards Malaysia. I mean like Myanmar is also like having a very, very good situation, but only like I feel they're forcing the war quiet too much rather than Malaysia. That is like more patient to the side.
This is the moment I told you about. Like it's clutch
so much
moment,
time.
1 versus 4 heroes, but he buying time for his team very much. And look how Abe Chiku is like paying for the sacrifice.
Yeah,
exactly. He makes sure that his comrade's death isn't in vain. And just like that, man, they just find the tempo and they force Myanmar, pressuring with the objectives. And honestly, I think if anything, Myanmar needs their own tools to engage, because Wild Charge and the Phantom Rush for the Faramis, I don't think it's enough considering the mobility available for Malaysia. Battle Mirror Image, Shunpo, the even the Formays on the Uranus can just dash again and again. And here we go. This is just such a clutch one from Juno, but Malaysia, they were absolutely ready for it. They come out on top, man.
Yeah, that is looking so strong. Coming from Malaysia with 2-0 against Myanmar right now. we are just on the second game of best of 5 series, but we are seeing this is like it feels like it's like a grand final, because we know both of them are very strong. How they are like having like their own mind games inside of the Land of Dawn. We are very, very curious about the third game, but we will take a short break before we are jumping to the third game. So stay tuned inside of the Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022. We will be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the big battle in Southeast Asia in the 14th World Esports Championships Bali 2022. Still with me, Arashi, Vela, as well as Big Brother Leo's here. We have just witnessed two insane games between Malaysia and Myanmar. Constant back and forth, no one giving up an inch.
Yeah.
And right now, Malaysia is on match point. Myanmar has their back against the wall, but that is where they are at their most dangerous. So far, what do you guys think?
I mean, like right now, I mean, like I still don't know what is actually gonna happen. But the advantage that Malaysia have with the match point moment, I think like is a very huge standard because Myanmar unable. I feel like Myanmar like have certain moments that they are unable to close the game. Like they don't know what actually they need to do next. That's just my. It's like some things that they really need to do inside of the game.
Yeah, because Myanmar already have they got the 3 base turret from Malaysia, right?
Exactly.
But Malaysia play very patiently, play very carefully.
That's
and
true.
Carefully.
I love how
but yeah.
they do the back and forth.
Well, yeah, it's funny you would say carefully because the reason why they even lost the 3 turrets is because they went for a huge fight.
No, after that, I mean.
Exactly, they get punished, and usually you would be like, oh, we just messed up, we lost 3 base turrets, we need to tone it down a bit. No, with Malaysia, okay, it just means we have to go even harder. All the flickers, all the sprints,
Hashtag todak
it
langgar.
somehow worked out for them. That is crazy. We want to see more.
Aggressiveness
We love
is just
it. We
like
love
so
it.
crazy
Yeah,
coming
because-
from Malaysia side.
Yeah, honestly, on the match, on the first match and the second match, we are already said like, oh, so sleepy. Oh, but look at this third match. It's very, very alive.
I bet the
It
players from Myanmar and Malaysia, they've just been waiting so long. Like, when is our time to play? And they've
Yeah.
been waiting so long. Now that they're actually on the field, on the land of dawn,
They're just on fire. They was like, oh, I want this, I want that, and we are witnessing a very, a
Yep,
lot of back
but-
and forth. I mean, like, totally honest, like Myanmar and Malaysia, they are very close, but Malaysia, they just know how to close the game. They just know how to.
You mean Myanmar
Malaysia,
or Malaysia?
they know how to close the game. While Myanmar is just like, oh, what should I do? What should I do?
Yep.
I think it's a bit more of that problem-solving mentality because for Myanmar, honestly speaking, if both teams just played it out normally, right, without anything extraordinary happening, I think Myanmar has that game in the bag, right? Advantage in team fights, macro advantage due to the base turrets, but Malaysia, they just were thinking constantly, okay, how do we make this work? We tried it before, right? We jumped on Juno, he gets saved by the cult altar. We've gone on the Grok to remove the engage potential. We still lose out because of the DPS coming in from Juno as well. Finally, they've decided, okay, you know what? The cult altar is just too much to deal with. If Juno is doing damage, we have damage as well. We have a late game Claude in the hands of Momo. Let's duke it out. They take the pick, they get the cult altar out of the way, they get that victory. That problem solving, that's just
So crazy, right?
Okay.
big IQ.
Yeah. But we are
Okay.
now is
We need to
going
move
the
on.
match point.
Yeah, we need to move
Because the
on.
ban and pick is already started, and this is the match point for Malaysia. And Myanmar still have to fire. I think so. Malaysia need to respect about the Myanmar teams because like from the game 1 and 2, it's a very close game. So Myanmar still have the chance to win the game 3 if Malaysia is not getting focused.
I'd agree with that one. I mean, like, they really need to be careful over Myanmar's movement because back again, they have a very strong movement as well. And I think with the short break that they were having, hopefully they will try to arrange what is the things that is causing the problems and try to fix it for the third game. But yeah, we're seeing Vanny, Akai 1-1 once again being banned. From the Myanmar side, we are seeing Valentina, Faramis, and Paquito. Wow, Beatrix is being left open, and the first pick is actually coming for the Julian.
So Myanmar was the one abusing the cult altar, but now they ban it away from the side of Malaysia. Probably understanding that, Malaysia is already barbaric without the need, without the guarantee of the cult altar. With the cult altar, they're gonna go even harder. So very intelligent play. Very intelligent decisions from Myanmar, and Malaysia offered the Julian pick, leaving Myanmar to have that Beatrix. But of course, we have seen in game number 1, the Yuzong pick comes in clutch to make sure that the Beatrix does not get to move. Both teams here, they have been so close in terms of draft, in terms of execution as well. This is going to be a very, very close game.
Are they gonna use like 4 fighters again, like from the first game? right now?
It's a possibility, but we don't know
Because
yet.
Yusong and Cho still free right now, so Malaysia can pick it again.
The Cho, as we mentioned, Yums on that Cho is just so diligent. The work rate, the amount of times he's just been not idle, right?
How he just
looking around,
target.
looking for information, looking for potential pickoffs. He's just so diligent, man. He's the
He
best
is.
employee you'll ever get. But now looking at Malaysia, they go for the same power pick that Uranus was so critical in just absorbing tons and tons of damage, and now they deny that Grok pick from the side of Myanmar.
Okay, that is very interesting. With the Uranus again, going again with the Esmeralda instead of the leading phase later on, which is going to be very interesting. But Palmon, just like what you've mentioned before, the Cho is still available to be picked from this both of the sides as the, I don't know, I'm not sure. I mean, like right now, Malaysia have the XP laner, the roamer, and this Julian is a very flexible pick. You still can go for the mid lane or the jungle. And for the Myanmar side, the Balmon and also the Balmon still have the no, it's definitely going for the jungle because the Esmeralda is already going for the XP laner. It's
Well,
supposed to be like that.
In Asia, the Esmeralda can somehow make its way into the jungle.
I
so
don't know.
You never really know. Of course, we'll have to see. But now they ban away the Yves as well, respecting the fact that Abe Chiku was able to do a lot of work there. And CC, even the slow, right? You don't think it's that big of a deal. It's not a stun. It's not a root. But the slow, when you're against a team as dynamic, as mobile as Malaysia, definitely was a problem. So this is a very smart decision. And of course, they respect the final high prio marksman in the form of that Claude. So now Momo will have to figure out what exactly does he want to go for. But of course, the Yuzong is still very much available if Malaysia wants to go for the same strategy that Myanmar might have figured out a countermeasure to.
But
What if
right now
they're-
Digi is open, so they are not picking the roamer yet. Maybe Digi will be at the answer if Malaysia pick some of like
But-
the game
True.
one.
But if they are revealing the Digi right now, it's not going to be very good. It's my opinion. It's just my opinion. If they want to go for Digi, they're supposed not to reveal it right now because there is still a possibility for Malaysia to try to pick off a CC hero. So
Whoa, hang on.
Savior, okay, this is
Okay.
quite a late game kind of situation despite the Beatrix and also the Balmon that can play quite early.
Arashi, how Xavier can like looking for the safe position because Malaysia have 3 melee heroes that can dive in directly to the Savior. What do you think?
Exactly. I think
Oh.
it's a bit of a mix here, right? Savior definitely needs a range between him and the enemies to make, optimal gameplay happen. But at the same time, he has that AoE route that can be used against multiple members from the side of Malaysia. And
Wait. Jungler Uranus?
A possibility
whoa,
here.
hang on.
Jungler Uranus, I
Or
think.
is it going to be Jungler Julian?
Most
But
likely
who is
Julian.
gonna be on the mid lane?
Grok.
Yeah, the Andigi. Andigi, just like what
It's
you
a
guys
Digi.
have predicted.
All right.
Okay, this is gonna be super interesting. But Malaysia coming up with very strong sustained hero.
Yeah, so for Myanmar right now, they have the crowd control from the Savior. That's AoE, right? They
Yeah.
can keep Malaysia in place because the mobility was the issue. And if they don't engage the fights, they have the snipe. They have the dawning light. So range is not a problem for Myanmar. But as you mentioned, with the Digi on the side of Myanmar as well, they can go for the poke with the alarm bombs. And now Malaysia, they can't really get that easy engage. So I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to try and bait out the time journey? Or are they just going to go crashing in? Because you never know with Malaysia, man.
Yep. Because the line of done is ready for Jeff.
We are just jumping to the line of down to see the third game of Best of 5 series. This is the final stage of Southeast Asia. This might be a match point for the side of Malaysia, but there is still a possibility for Myanmar to try to turn back the table and try to drag this game to the fourth game. But yeah, we will just witness. Actually, this is gonna be the jungler rival.
Yep.
So who is the mid laner? It's actually mid laner.
Irritel.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
because he using the combo with Grok, so Grok can use the power of nature, and Irritel will clear the way very quickly.
But this will also mean there's not a mage in the lineup from Malaysia. So it will be on Yums to do a lot of crowd control and be the main engage tool.
A rifle.
Rival will be the main.
having the magic damage.
Yeah.
Exactly, but I mean, let's hope he goes for a bit more damage. He has a Demon Slayer emblem, I believe.
Yeah, it's a Demon Slayer
So
emblem.
it might be a tank, and I'm not sure. I've mentioned how I'm not
Hopefully it's
really
not.
a big fan. Right.
Yeah, hopefully it's not the tank items coming from Julian, because for today's is I think 0% for the tank.
I
Julian?
think so.
Yeah.
Well, if you look purely at the composition from both these teams, I dare say that Myanmar actually has a lot more flexibility. They have answers to the problems that Malaysia can put to them. But look at this. This is that aggression coming in, and Fei Yan will be taken out by Momo on that Yu Song, already snowballing a big hazard to Juno.
Wow. Because like Bauman is taken down, and in a moment the first turtle going up. So Momo, he need to like he cannot do very well for the poking damage to Juno, because the Digi, the auto alarm bomb, always disturbing Momo to get closer to the Matrix. But now they are playing on the bottom lane.
Right. If Myanmar wants to actually play for the bottom side here, they can do so just well, but it seems like Malaysia, they might be trying to make sure that the Esmeralda does not scale. If they do that, 4Maze will have a lot more room to maneuver, and with that pressure, they just go for the turtle. Dawning Light will not be able to steal it away, and just like that, they go for constant pressure on the side of Myanmar.
Yeah, but in this whole plane, we're seeing actually Juno taking 20% of the gold shield turrets right now just by poking it from afar.
Yep. Do you guys realize that Malaysia is giving Abe Chiku most of the lane?
Oh yeah.
Right. They're funneling a lot of gold to the character. It's a strat you see a lot with the Claude, but as we mentioned, Xavier way too immobile, gets jumped on, and woo, look at the denial coming in from the wall. Lethal counter will not be enough, and Fei Yan taken very, very low, but not low enough. Malaysia won't be able to secure that kill, and we're back to the status quo.
Is it the new strategy to just like gold funneling into the mid laner, especially the marksman one? Because you know that actually the gold laner is using like a very tanky hero, just like before when he's using the Nathan, when he is having like most of the times using all of the gold funneling into the one hero.
Yeah, because right now Momo is getting pressured on the top lane, but again, Momo is so sustainable. And to answer Fela Jeff question, like Momo, the Momo's job is only for poking or zoning out Juno when on the laning phase. So when the Abechiku is come, he still have the minions to be cleared. So Abechiku will be got a lot of gold, even when Abechiku moving to the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Abechiku is just like taking everything, the gold shield, the everything but the chain connect.
Boom.
This one, Abechiku is also the finisher for this one. Rival giving the kills directly to the Abechiku. They were like, yeah, just like what you've mentioned, Coleus. They're just like giving all of the gold that they can give into the Abechiku directly. But the damage, PX7 will be down here in the hand of 4Maze.
Like I mentioned before, PX7 is gonna be facing a hard time because there's a lot of heroes can dive in directly to PX7, so Digi must stand beside PX7 to make PX7 survive. But Digi have another job, it's to cover Juno.
Exactly. Pick your poison. Who do you want to let Malaysia take out? Is it the mid lane or is it the gold lane? And with that, Myanmar not go for the turtle despite not having pressure. And whoa! That is a steal coming in from Rival. Man has been absolutely solid, and they are still pressuring all the way in the bottom side. Myanmar struggling very much here. They need to find a solution, try and change something up, because whatever they're doing right now, it's not working.
Yeah, Abechiku take everything right here. The turrets, the gold buff, even the anything, every single possibilities to be given to the Abechiku, maybe because he is the only marksman from the side of Malaysia. So they want to gold funneling into this marksman that is not going for the gold lane. And they still have this Momo that can create so much trouble for the Beatrix later on. Not only Beatrix actually, it's also to the DG, but Time Journey is being opened right now, focusing on the Fei Yan. What will happen next? Because Abechiku on the killing spree right here. 3 points on the head of Abechiku and still looking for more. Momo jumping in, furious dive, and here you go, double kill. It's even gonna be triple kill. And it's the possibility for Maniac on the hand of Abechiku. Look at for Mace. He's not moving. He really wants to give that Maniac to the hand of Abechiku.
My God. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Already a Maniac from Malaysia. This new gold farming strategy really reminds you of the previous seasons. The difference is now it's a marksman in the mid lane and fighters on the side lanes. A very notable characteristic of that meta, right? The gold funnel. So it's working out for them so far. but unfortunately, they were actually they lost rival in that mid lane to Boss Milk. So Malaysia still having pressure, and Myanmar needs to find a solution for Chiku, because Abe Chiku, man, doing a lot of damage here, and there's no solution. There's no crowd control, there's no burst damage available to make sure that he can just walk around like this.
To be honest, I saw this one in the ladies' scene. It's actually the Era, the one who doing this one. Like Chini, the one who used the Cho in the gold lane and using another marksman in the mid lane. But we are seeing another movement coming from the side of Malaysia, taking another kill. It's 9-1 here, 6 minutes inside the light of dawn, and the 5,000 gold leads. It's a very strong movement coming from Malaysia, but Yams will be down in the hand of Fei Yan right now. And for me, it's just gonna be the distraction while Malaysia taking over the turtle and black dragon form, chasing over Chung and bye goodbye. Momo taking killing spree here. Malaysia, they are merciless.
Absolutely merciless, man.
They're merciless. They're not giving any moment for Myanmar to catch back what is they're losing.
I mean,
is so strong.
It's very difficult right now, but if Myanmar is able to take out Chiku somehow, right, he is the main DPS and no one else can really measure up to that damage. They almost take out 4 mace though. Is he gonna be able to survive? Little counter does not hit. He gets out and Abe Chiku goes in. That's a double kill. That will be a triple kill coming in for Abe Chiku. What in the world is going on? Myanmar was not ready.
It's raining gold for Abe Chiku, because look at the total KDA, 13 on the 7 minutes. Arashi want to play, because now Boss Milk trying to do it, because Legendary is got by Abe Chiku.
14 kills and 14 participation coming from Abe Chiku. 100% participation. What is going on? Abe Chiku is the true idol right now. I wish I was as pro as him, really.
The savior pick now is so difficult to use. You can see there's immobilizers that he can use, but at what cost? And the engage coming from Malaysia, it's anti-CC as well, wild charge and the black dragon form. You can't stop it using the savior. And now Malaysia goes in for the dive as Abe Chiku is just hitting and hitting. The DPS is way too high. The big in the heads of Juno is not enough. That's a shutdown coming in from Juno. But Abe Chiku is still doing a lot of damage. Momo is not the main carry of Malaysia right now.
Yeah, it's not. Momo just gonna be the distraction with that furious dive, with the dragon tail, with the black dragon form that is chasing down Juno. Basically, the main target is like Juno, or maybe Simple. But Simple barely being seen inside of the movement, because like it's very easy, very fast to take down this Diggy, because this Diggy taking over the Impure Age instead of the other things, maybe Alvarez or anything. So yeah, right now Malaysia still leading with 8,000, 9,000 gold, and Abe Chiku already finishing the Wind of Nature after taking the Windtalker, Berserker's Fury, Scarlet Phantom, along with the Wind of Nature just now.
I feel like Myanmar really should have put more attention onto Chiku, man, somehow. Of course, there's no way they would have known how this is going to happen. He's in the mid lane, so it's not a lane that you can camp anyways, but crowd control is the last of their worries right now. They can use a time journey and they don't get caught, they don't get stunned, but when Abe Chiku sprints, chases you, full mobility with the Irrital, and just keeps hitting and hitting, crowd control is not the problem.
How they get close to this Abe Chiku? Look at the lineup. Look at the strong lineup coming from Malaysia with that rival, with the chain, with that four mace, with the Ionic Age, Consecration, Momo, Yums. I mean, like, how? I cannot even imagine how can they dive into the backside, especially to chase Abe Chiku, because I feel like they don't have enough hero to do it. They don't have Hayabusa or Lancelot or even Ling.
Do you realize this is because the Leon or the tiger from Irita is carnivore, not eating egg, because look now, the Lord is coming, trying to go for the middle base start. Even Boss Milk cannot survive. And looking for the spray, Abe Chiku still survive, trying to clear the minion. One charge going to BX7. BX7 is taken down, double kill to Payan. The base is open.
Abe Chiku!
Double kill, looking for the maniac, and the base is destroyed. Malaysia win the match of final stage Southeast Asia.
Oh my God, a strong 3-0 from Malaysia here with Abe Chiku using a very, very strong movement. This is just a whole next level of strategy. We saw it with Nathan. Now we saw it with Abe Chiku's Iritel. 19 kills in the total and 19 on the participation of Abe Chiku. 20 to 19. It's 90 plus participation. It's just so dope. Abe
Yep.
Chico with the malefic roar. I'm like, look at Boss Man. It's like a thin paper in the hand of Abe Chico.
Yeah. And
3 hits.
I want to mention something like for the audience, this meta is easy to learn. So maybe you can learn it and do it on the ranked games.
Okay,
Exactly. I mean,
I'm
it
not gonna
requires
play it
coordination
for
for
quite
sure.
long.
But man, that is so oppressive. There's no real solution because Abe Chiku is always going to have the protection coming in from 2 different members. And especially when your laner is a savior, ooh, that is the worst. There was no way they would have known this is how it's going to play out. But with a Lilia or something, there's more security, there's more safety. It's a savior though. So the wild charge, the damage from Abe Chiku, he just gets deleted again and again. And he just snowballs out of control. And when they were expecting a full teamfight composition, I mean, they thought that crowd control was going to be the problem. No, it's just pure damage. The damage output is unreal, man.
Pure damage, oh my
Late
God.
game Iritel. No Inspire. That's a game where Abe Chico was on the sprint. It wasn't even the Inspire.
Imagine, I cannot imagine that one actually.
Dude.
But you know, they are very smart. They know how to control the movement coming from Myanmar with the front liner, with that Grok, with that Uranus, Yu Chong, and also along with Rival. I mean, Chico is like, okay, I'm gonna help from behind. I'm gonna help, but from behind, bro. And I'm gonna try to take all the kills that is possible inside of the land of Am, which is so crazy coming from Malaysia. The potential is just so huge.
I think we should give round of applause to Malaysia because they are playing very, very well.
Bro,
Good job.
that is insane.
Insane.
And honestly, right, you gotta feel bad for Myanmar. They were putting up a very, very good fight, but there's no way you could have foreseen how that third game was gonna go. It's not a meta strategy. I don't even think I've seen it personally myself. So I was caught completely off guard, and they're the ones. We can just comment on it on the desk here, but they are dealing with it as they are thinking of their own responsibilities in the game. It has to be a tough situation, and after a very close second game, you gotta feel for them, man. This is the thrill and the agony of the competitive scene. Unfortunately, man, despite both teams performing so well, there needs to be a winner, there needs to be a loser as well. So congratulations, Malaysia, but Myanmar, a round of applause for them as well. That was a great effort. They pushed Malaysia to the brink.
Okay, so actually, the one that is very interesting as well is actually how they are able to close the game very fast from the side of Malaysia, Myanmar, trying so hard, but Malaysia, I don't know, like they are on fire, really, really on fire. And the teams who is ready win are gonna be mentioned on the tournament on the Discord.
So please check out.
Please check out. Please check it out for all of the teams that win, especially Uzbekistan, Bangladesh, UAE, along with Malaysia that is winning the condition, winning all of the regional qualifier for Asia.
Yeah, because to decide who are gonna like represent Asia region is like. The first thing is like for each team, the total match time of their victories will be subtracted from the total match time of all their losses if not applicable.
Yeah.
Most towers destroyed in the final match is not applicable. Total kills in the final match series.
Oh my God, we already witnessed the Central, South, West Asia along with Southeast Asia qualifiers on the final stage right now. We just gonna be waiting who is gonna be representative of Asia. But thank you everyone who is watching Bali 14 World Esports Championship. Remember, the final event later will be held in Bali from the 2nd until 11th of December 2022. There will be 6 games that will compete. Inside of that one, there will be Mobile Legends, PUBG Mobile, CSGO, Tekken 7, DOTA 2, and we have tons of things to be shown to you guys, so we are expecting you guys to come. Please come join us into the one of the biggest esports festival next to the beach itself, and go grab your tickets in the www.garudaku.com/tickets.
Because mark the dates once again, 2nd September until 11th of December. And the venue is on the Merusaka Hotel.
Yeah.
Speaking of unexpected, right? After a long absence in esports events, out of nowhere, we hit it big with this groundbreaking event. So I think it's it just plays out very well, like a movie almost.
Yeah, it is.
So don't miss it, man. This is
Don't
a
miss
great
it.
moment in esports history.
Yeah, because the prize pool itself, it's already 500,000 US dollar. It's a very huge. And eFootball, CSGO Woman, even we have the CSGO Woman, which is going to be very interesting later on. And yeah, this event brought to you by PBESE and also ISF and also organized by Garudaku. We have our sponsor as well.
Yep, for the Taiwan Excellence High Grounds and our hotel partner, Merusaka Hotel.
We will have tons of activity later on inside of the Bali 14E World Esports Championship along with Esports Gaming Exhibition. We also have Esports and Gaming Festival, F&B Festival along with Esports Workshop.
Yep. If you know, like, it's gonna be like, do you know Coachella?
Coachella.
Do you know Tomorrowland?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
this is both of it, but in esports version.
industry.
Which is
Yeah.
why it's cool. It's amazing. Which is why calling it an esports festival is so fitting right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so fun.
So you must come to Bali.
And check out Bali. Bali is a great place.
It is. And check the platform Garudaku in www.garudaku.com for more information for Bali 14 World Esports Championship 2022 and go grab your ticket. That's the place for taking your ticket. And also follow us on Instagram at garudaku.esi, on the Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok as well. Same with the garudaku.esi and also our Instagram for annual event Indonesia Esports Summit.
Yep, and for the last thing, if you want to be the sponsor, if you want to be the partner or exhibitor for this event, you can contact to abdul.rauf@garudaku.com, or you can send the WhatsApp message to +62 888 1045398. Once again, +62 888 1045398.
Yeah.
By the way, Abdul Rauf, spelled ABDUL.ROUF. All right, in case you were wondering how to spell that, because pronunciations can be pretty weird.
Yeah,
Yep.
at Garudaku, GARUDAKU.com. Okay, so Abdurrov at Garudaku.com.
Do it like customer service. Alpha, beta, delta. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be on tomorrow because we are
It's
at the end of
the
today's
end.
event.
Yeah, we
That
are
was
very
crazy.
grateful. It is. We have a roller coaster game. We have a long game, but very intense game, a back and forth game. We are very grateful to see all of the matches today. Thank you, Colliers. Thank you, Arashi, to be
And
part of this
course,
today's.
Thank you for the audience. who
Thank
are
you so
watching
much
us.
for you
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Thank
until
you
the
so
end of
much
this
for you guys
event.
who is watching. But we are going to be signing off, and we will witness tomorrow because we will have the PUBG Mobile qualifier as well. Who is going to be the winner and who is going to be going to the final later on. We will signing off for today. Thank you so much for watching and good night. Have a nice day.
13 series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gather in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods. The symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th ISF World Championship, Bali 2022.